Chapter 51. Pax lifted the huge bucket directly above the cabin. He dipped his head down in the cabin, using the steel bucket as a shield for the second time in as many minutes. 3 more shots were fired. None hit him. But neither could he tell where they landed. He looked around, trying to gather more information. The shots were followed by a small burst of semi-automatic rounds. Pax waited patiently. He had all the time in the world. Nowhere to be. Yubar would wait for him. Unless you're an animal specifically designed for it, echolocation was a difficult skill to master, and rarely accurate. Even less so when your ears were filled with water. Pax was better than most, but even he was having trouble seeing or hearing where the shots were coming from. Each one was missing him by several feet. The third one hit right beside him, entering the vinyl armrest on the operator's seat. Pax checked his cell phone and clicked on his drone app. The drone was set to follow him, an insurance policy he'd been using as they got closer to winter solstice. If he couldn't reach the coordinates, he needed to have eyes in the air to at least capture the map. He opened his drone app, hoping to get an eagle's eye view of the shooters from above. At a glance, its high-powered digital camera was streaming an image of the map far below. Pax adjusted the direction of the lens, trying to capture his attackers. A split second later, the feed went dead. He tilted his head, furious. Those bastards shot my drone. A moment later, there was an explosion high up on the mountain, above the gorge. It was subsequently followed by a storm of debris falling his way. He pictured the rubble burying the map to Yubar once again, and was grateful the images from his drone were constantly uploaded to the cloud in real time. As the cacophony from the explosion and subsequent avalanche shook the ground, Pax took the risk to look from the side of the bucket, his eyes lasering in on 3 people up along the valley precipice above the gorge. They were shooting down at him with rifles. They were amateurs. If they weren't, he would already be dead. Pax didn't have time for amateurs, but frankly he wasn't too keen on professionals shooting at him either. From his backpack he retrieved his SEAL recon rifle, nicknamed the Recce. It was essentially a heavily modified M16 rifle, intended to provide SEAL snipers and designated marksmen with a versatile, accurate, lightweight, and relatively compact weapon chambered in 5.56 by 45 mm NATO. The concept of an accurized rifle based on the 5.56 NATO cartridge was first observed in 1993 during the Battle of Mogadishu. This led to the development of various options for improving accuracy in the field, including improved ammunition and triggers, a range of optics, free-floating handguards, and rail systems. Developed in-house by SEAL team armorers, the rifle was centered less around a rigid specification and more around the concept of an accurized rifle that could share the duties and ammunition of fielded M4 carbines, whilst also being able to engage targets beyond the carbine's range. Pax had been around when further development was handed over to the Naval Surface Warfare Center Crane Division, who, in combination with the United States Army, incorporated their own concepts and funding into the joint program. This resulted in the Mk-12 Special Purpose Rifle, which at 18 inches was 2 inches longer and theoretically more accurate. Pax had used both weapons, but still preferred his shorter original Recce. Despite what the experts might say about the accuracy, for balls-to-the-wall commitment, the 16-inch Recce was his preference. The weapon in his hands now was highly modified by himself to include a finely tuned, non-adjustable 2-stage Geissele trigger. The lighter trigger formed a sharp, crisp break, which some say was akin to breaking a candy cane. Pax ducked further down, shifted the bulldozer back into reverse, and opened up the throttle. They kept firing. Then they changed tactics. Instead of taking their time and the benefit of their higher ground positions, they decided to open their weapons to fully automatic and waste a bunch of rounds. Definitely amateurs. All the same, even amateurs get lucky sometime if they send enough shots in the direction of their target. Pax adjusted the angle of the bulldozer's bucket, raising it high above the cabin, forming a 2-ton shield. Then he kicked the gear into drive and placed rock debris on the accelerator. He fired off a few rounds up toward the shooters, not in any specific order. He didn't care. He just wanted them to know he was armed. If it's difficult for a professional, which it was, then amateurs didn't have a chance of knowing if you're getting close or not. All they need to understand is that you're armed with a weapon that makes a loud bang and sends a deadly projectile their way. It's enough to make most people duck and take cover. A split second later, he stepped out of the moving bulldozer. He didn't crouch down. He didn't run. He didn't even bother to look up. Between the bulldozer causing a mobile distraction and his shots, they weren't going to see him. It was the dancing bear equation all over again. He could stand up and create some kind of dance for YouTube or TikTok or whatever the hell the kids were into these days, hoping to get millions of views from strangers. Same concept. Just now he was practically invisible. He moved at an angle, leaving the bulldozer and sweeping to the far right of the valley. To Pax's mind, accurate shooting was all about geometry. A projectile doesn't move around corners. Bullets like to go in a straight line. The Seal Recce rifle had an advertised effective range of 600 yards, while years of training, discipline, and experience had honed his skills. In Pax's hands, it was effective at 1,000 yards, although most people wouldn't believe him unless they watched him shoot. He found a comfortable place to set up. He had to be free to move, as he had no plans on being pinned down. The 3 attackers kept shooting at his bulldozer. Did they think if they sent enough rounds down range, one of them would somehow penetrate the bulldozer's bucket? He lined up the iron sight with the first shooter. He took a breath. He squeezed the trigger. The shot hit a man in Bedouin garment as he was firing a modern rifle. It hit him in the chest, and his target man fell to the ground, out of Pax's sight. 1. He adjusted his aim to the right, taking in the second person. Pax fired again. 2. The second shooter went down. He lined up the iron sight with the third shooter. His last target turned to see what happened to his friends. It changed the geometry. Pax instantly took note. In this case, it meant that the barrel of his recce was no longer lined up perpendicular to the shooter's chest. Now, with his body side on, the shooter's head was the biggest target. No problem. Pax raised the barrel a fraction, squeezed the trigger. The shot left the barrel at 2,970 feet per second. It struck the attacker on his right temple, sending a mist of blood and brain matter into the air. 3. The body slumped to the ground. Pax heard the carbine's report and had to stop himself from laughing out loud. Pax had heard psychologists talk about flow as a state of mind that arises when someone is totally immersed in an activity. It can occur when a person is learning, being creative, or participating in a sport. Pax recalled that when in a flow state, people pay no attention to distractions, and time seems to pass without noticing. Sharpshooter, going with the flow. Pax grinned. Back in the saddle, he felt comfortable and competent. It was good to be working again. He felt like he had come home. Chapter 52. Jabal al-Qatar, Jordan. Jabal al-Qatar stood at a height of 4,520 feet. It was one of the most iconic and breathtaking mountains in the Wadi Rum Desert. It stood tall and proud like a castle, with towering peaks that were visible from afar. Much like Jabal Room, Jabal al-Qatar had a granite base with limestone at the top. Sam frowned. He hated heights. Ironically, he didn't mind rock climbing. The wind howled fiercely around them, a steady force that seemed intent on prying them from the rock face. Sam's heart pounded in his chest as he clung to the rough sandstone, his fingers aching from the strain. They were nearly 1,000 feet off the ground, the vast desert of Wadi Rum stretching out beneath them like an endless sea of golden sand. Despite the clear skies and breathtaking view, Sam's mind was consumed with the peril of their situation. Laden with heavy packs, brimming with gear, each step they took echoed off the colossal granite formations that surrounded them in this Martian-like landscape. In rock climbing, the length of a climb that can be protected by one rope length is called a pitch. Climbing was broken in pitches, which were governed by the length of the rope between the two climbers. In this case, their rope was 200 feet long, and most of the pitches were roughly 150 feet. Sam was leading this pitch, which meant he was the lead climber, with Tom following behind to remove the climbing gear once it was used. It was a low-grade climb, low risk of falling, but a high chance of death if he did. Sam's breathing was coming in short, labored gasps as he inched his way up the rock face. He paused frequently, scanning the sandstone for cracks and crevices where he could place protection. His pack, heavy with his paraglider, was a difficult burden. It made his every movement more precarious. They both wore bone conduction headsets. This was the same sort of tech used by special forces all over the world. They transmit sound through the bones of the skull, allowing the user to hear communications without covering the ears. This enables and maintains good situational awareness, as ambient sounds can still be heard. They used voice activation (Vox) functionality to allow hands-free communication by transmitting when the user starts to speak. "You're doing great, Sam," Tom said through the radio. "Just keep moving up. It's an easy grade, remember? You could just about walk this without a rope." "Sure, if I was like that kid in Yosemite," he panted. "The kid who climbed the nose of El Capitan. What's his name? Alan Honold?" "Alex Honnold," Tom corrected, and said, "And yes, he could have walked up here." "Better him than me." The exposure was getting to him. Sam forced himself to take deep, steady breaths, fighting back the rising tide of fear. The paraglider was so bulky and awkward. He'd ditch it, except once he got to the top, he needed to fly. He kept climbing, promising himself next time Yubar could stay hidden forever, or he would let someone else find the damned lost city. There were certainly plenty in line for that. Not that he wanted the bad guys to get there first. Sam's eyes darted to a narrow crack in the rock just above him. He reached his harness and pulled out a cam, a spring-loaded camming device, and carefully inserted it. The curves of each cam wedged the device firmly into the pocket or crack, and if placed correctly, will not come out with even a significant shock load. Once it was in, he tugged it to ensure it was secure. Sam's hands were trembling, the wind battering him as he struggled to find the right placement for each piece of traditional climbing protection. He moved upward again, his muscles burning with the effort. He found another spot for protection, but the crack was too wide for the cam he had chosen. Frustrated, he fumbled with his gear, pulling out a larger piece. His fingers were numb, and the wind made it difficult to keep his hands steady. He finally got the cam in place, giving it a hard tug to make sure it was secure. "Nice placement," Tom shouted, his voice filled with encouragement. You're almost at a good resting point." Sam nodded, though he wasn't sure if Tom could see the gesture. He continued his ascent, each step a battle against the elements and his own fear. The sandstone was warm under his fingers, but the wind chilled him to the bone. He reached another crack, larger this time, and struggled to wedge a nut into it. It took several tries, but he finally got it to hold. Just as he was about to move up, his foot slipped on a loose bit of rock. Panic surged through him as he lost his grip, his body abruptly staggering backward into the empty air. For a terrifying moment he was free-falling, the wind rushing past him. The rope went taut, and the protection he'd placed held firm, jerking him to a sudden stop. He dangled, mid-air. His heart was hammering so hard he thought it might burst. Sam stared down at the nearly 4,000-odd feet of air below him. "You sure you've got me, Tom?" "I've got you, Sam." Sam drew a breath. Tom said, "Climb whenever you're ready." Sam took a couple deep breaths and kept climbing. He reached the spot where he fell last time. He glanced at the crack where the nut was wedged, grateful for its security. Slowly he pulled himself back to the rock face, his hands gripping the sandstone with renewed determination. He continued upward, each movement more deliberate and cautious than before. The weight of the pack still threatened to pull him backward, but he pushed on, focusing on each handhold and foothold. The ledge where Tom waited was just a few feet away now. With a final effort, Sam hauled himself up onto the narrow shelf and collapsed, breathing hard. When he felt better, he set up a large anchor to belay for him, and then set up to belay Tom. Tom seemed to make short work of removing the pitch, cleaning the route by eliminating the protection as he seconded the climb. "That was a good one," he said amiably as he reached Sam without even breaking a sweat. Sam forced a smile, though his hands were still trembling. "Yeah, just a walk in the park." "You okay?" Tom asked. "Mostly." He gave a half-hearted laugh. "I was worried that last bit of protection wasn't going to hold." Tom smiled and somewhat sorrowfully shook his head. "Yeah, funny you should mention that. The two cams before it weren't lodged in very well at all." "What are you saying?" "If you didn't get that last piece of protection in, we might have both fallen to our death." With a sudden head rush, Sam felt like he was going to faint. "I really hate climbing," he snarled. Tom looked at him with a wry grin on his lips. "Tell me again why we're here." "We have to gain altitude." Sam sighed fatalistically. "It's the only way to get clear of the mountains." "No, I mean, why don't we do what we normally do?" "You mean, why don't we fly?" "The thought did cross my mind," Tom said, a bemused smile across his lips. "Can't. The Wadi Rum is a UNESCO heritage-listed area, preventing us from flying helicopters." "We've broken other rules before." "It's not that," Sam admitted. "We know we're not the only ones in this race to find the entrance to Yubar. If we fly through this area, someone's going to take note. So instead we're getting our exercise." Sam nodded. "Instead we're getting our exercise." An hour later they neared the summit, and the world opened in a wide vista around them. Sam, pausing to catch his breath, couldn't help but gaze in awe at the panoramic view. The desert below was a tapestry of burnt orange and deep red sands, interrupted only by rugged cliffs and narrow canyons that meandered like serpents through the terrain. The enormity of Wadi Rum's beauty struck him deeply, its timeless majesty both humbling and exhilarating. "What do you think?" Sam asked. "See anything?" Tom shook his head. "No." That ancient Nabatean trail doesn't start here. Or if it does, it would take better climbers than you or me to reach it. You know what that means, don't you?" Sam frowned. "There's only one way to reach it." "Afraid so," Tom said with a grin. "Come on, let's do this." Chapter 53. Sam stood at the edge of the cliff. With their paragliders finally set up, the pair donned their helmets and flying goggles. Tom, aware of his height phobia, gave his friend an encouraging nod. Sam's heart appeared to be pounding in rhythm with the gusts of wind that swept across the rugged terrain of Wadi Rum. Clad in his flight suit and helmet, he checked his paraglider one final time, ensuring that every line was untangled and the canopy was perfectly fluffed out behind him, ready to capture the wind. The vast desert landscape stretched ahead, a mosaic of amber, deep red, and burnt orange, framed by towering sandstone and granite cliffs. Sam checked with Tom, who was adjusting his harness. "Ready for this?" "Born ready," Tom grinned, his eyes sparkling with genuine pleasure and excitement. "Let's catch some air." Taking a deep breath, Sam gripped the control handles tightly, feeling the fabric of the wing flutter impatiently in the breeze. He knew this moment, the leap into the unknown, was a blend of science and art, combined with his own courage and trust. With a determined nod to himself, Sam took a running start. Each step toward the cliff's edge was a dance with gravity. His strides grew bolder as he picked up speed. The ground beneath his feet felt increasingly distant, nearly weightless, as if he was already part of the air around him. As his toes reached the brink of the cliff, Sam pushed off the earth with all his might. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the sensation of dropping, a momentary surrender, of falling into the void. But then the wind caught the canopy, billowing it into a vibrant, curved sail above him. Sam was swiftly lifted away from the precipice, the ground dropping away as he soared upward. The rush of the wind filled his ears, a roaring testament to his newfound freedom. Below him, the majestic landscape of Wadi Rum unfolded like a living map, each crevice and peak casting long shadows in the late afternoon sun. With the controls in his hands, Sam maneuvered the paraglider with practiced ease, banking gently to the left to hopefully catch a thermal that spiraled upwards. An invisible but constantly changing landscape, thermals are rising bubbles of warm air created by the sun heating the ground. As warm air is lighter than cold air, the warmer air will rise upwards. Paragliders ride these columns of lifting air to gain altitude, using skill and other techniques to remain inside the thermal. It's an atmospheric lift that could be used to keep them in the air indefinitely. Thermals can go as high as 14,000 feet or more, but pilots are encouraged to use supplemental oxygen above 10,000 feet. This prevented the effects of high altitude, such as headaches, vomiting, and reduced performance and coordination. Sam didn't intend to get anywhere near 10,000 feet high. At this point, he wasn't rising upward at all. Some thermals he initially rode were elusive or weak, but Sam was determined to find a good one. He scanned the terrain below, looking for signs, dust devils, birds circling, anything that might indicate a rising column of warm air. He cringed at the idea of having to climb all the way back up those mountain walls just to try again. "There!" he shouted to Tom, pointing to a cluster of rocks where a dust devil had just formed. "Follow me!" He angled his paraglider towards the spot, feeling the subtle shifts in the wind as he approached. Suddenly, the air beneath him gave a surge, lifting him with a gentle but powerful force. It was like stepping into an invisible elevator, the ground dropping away as he climbed higher and higher. Letting out a whoop of joy, Sam glanced over at Tom, who had also caught the thermal and was rising alongside him. He felt the exhilaration of the thermal carrying him aloft, the air around him growing cooler as he ascended. He moved in a tight circle that kept within the rising column of air. "This is incredible!" Tom shouted, his voice filled with wonder. "I've never climbed this fast before." Sam grinned, the wind whipping through his hair. "It's like riding a magic carpet. Just let the thermal do the work." Sam checked his altimeter, which was a comfortable 1,200 feet. They flew in silence for a while, each absorbed in the sheer joy of flight. Sam felt as if he was no longer just a visitor to this ancient land. Now he felt as if he was part of its endless sky, gliding gracefully over a world that appeared both overwhelmingly vast and intimately close. They spiraled upward, the desert shrinking below them until it seemed like a vast golden sea. Sam marveled at the sensation of weightlessness, the silent power of the thermal lifting him higher and higher. He could see for miles as the rugged beauty of Wadi Rum stretched out in every direction. When they reached the top of the thermal at 4,100 feet, Sam felt the lift start to weaken. He signaled to Tom, and they both began to glide out of the thermal, their paragliders slicing through the air with effortless grace. The descent was slow and steady, the thermals below waiting to catch them again. Tom flew closer, his expression one of pure joy. "I could do this all day." Sam nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. "Yeah, there's nothing like it. Just you, the sky, and the wind." They spent the next hour chasing thermals, rising and falling with the invisible currents of air. Some threw them higher in a rocket of speed, yet some were gentle but still rose fast. Each time they caught a thermal, it was like rediscovering the magic of flight all over again. The camaraderie between them, the thrill of the ride, and the breathtaking beauty of Wadi Rum made it an experience Sam knew he would never forget. To the south, they spotted a faint trail etched into the side of the mountain. It was impossible to even imagine how the ancient Nabateans once navigated the trail that lined the cliff. From the air, it looked like a sort of ancient via ferrata, one of those modern vertical hiking trails in Europe that utilized steel ladders and footholds to allow people to navigate mountains which were, until recently, only the domain of mountaineers. In the Nabateans' case, instead of steel, they etched out small, narrow trails. These were barely wide enough to stand on alone, with hand and footholds carved into the side of the mountain more than 2,000 feet up. Tom said, "That's it." "Where?" Sam asked, trying to follow Tom's gaze. "You're 2 o'clock." Sam turned and spotted it. The entrance to Yubar, as marked on the map, was situated 3,000 feet high in the Jabal al-Qatar mountains near Wadi Rum, where a distinctive geological seam revealed itself. It was a vertical line where the pale pink sandstone met a streak of deep granite, and in the middle was a third, subtly different type of stone. This rock appeared to be a muted turquoise chrysocolla, formed along a narrow seam. A common characteristic of the area, the ridge blended in with the surrounding rock. Only from a height, when lined horizontally to the entrance, could Sam spot the turquoise chrysocolla. It was a thin line, maybe an inch or two thick at the most, and perfectly horizontal. Impossible to believe it had formed naturally. The two seams of sandstone and granite were jagged and all over the place, as they are in the normal structure and composition of the Earth's elements. Yet the turquoise chrysocolla didn't belong. From the ground, it would have been impossible to spot. "You're right, that's it. The question is, how are you planning on landing there? It looks like there's nothing to stand on at that point, let alone set down our paragliders." Sam said, "Let's land on the top and then rappel down." "Agreed." Sam focused on the crest, adjusting his descent. The wind shifted slightly, and he felt the paraglider respond to his touch. With a deep breath, he aimed for the center of the platform, the rocks and scrub below rushing up to meet him. He extended his legs, ready to absorb the impact. To his delight and astonishment, his landing was smooth, almost graceful. Sam touched down on the rocky surface, his feet finding solid ground. He quickly gathered his paraglider, pulling it in to make space for Tom. The platform was tiny, barely more than a flattened area among the jagged rocks, but it was enough. "Nice one, Sam," Tom called out, lining up for his own approach. Sam watched as Tom descended, his paraglider a dark silhouette against the fading light. Tom's movements were fluid, confident. He adjusted his trajectory with minor shifts of his greater weight, aiming for the same spot Sam had just vacated. With a final, delicate maneuver, Tom landed beside Sam, his feet touching down with practiced ease. He swiftly gathered his paraglider, the fabric rustling softly in the evening breeze. Tom clapped him on the back. "That was one for the books, Sam." Chapter 54. The ancient Nabatean cliff-top trail descended downward. Sam and Tom stood at the top of the crest, surveying the trail that snaked its way down the mountain. The trail was narrow and treacherous, carved into the rock by skilled hands thousands of years ago. "We're really doing this," Sam said, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "We are," Tom nodded, his eyes scanning the trail. "Just take it slow and steady." They began their descent, moving carefully along the narrow path. Etches and handholds had been meticulously chiseled into the cliff face, but it was a precarious path down the lethal incline. There was just enough grip for their hands and feet, but the sheer drop on one side was a constant reminder of the danger. Sam's mind was focused, his senses heightened as he navigated the ancient trail. The air grew cooler as they descended, the shadows deepening. The rock face was a mix of colors, the pale pink sandstone, the deep granite, and the peculiar turquoise seam that marked their destination. Sam's eyes kept drifting to that seam, wondering what secrets lay beyond it. Nothing he saw on the map to Yubar indicated how to reach it, or what to do to gain access to the ancient city. Viewing it from above while paragliding, Sam couldn't spot a doorway, a hatch, or even a narrow void that marked some way to slip inside. He figured a solution would present itself once they got there. After what felt like hours, they reached a flat ledge directly above where the entrance to Yubar had been marked on the ancient map in the sand. Sam examined the area, finding a large, stable boulder that would serve as a natural anchor point. In fact, he could see that it had served as a climbing anchor for previous abseilers. Someone had wrapped a nylon sling across the boulder and then used a carabiner to lock it off. It appeared safe, but Sam had no way of knowing how long it had been there. It might be a week old or 60 years. Hard to tell. Instead, he pulled out his own climbing gear, slinging a modern Dyneema sling over the boulder, clipping it together with his own aluminum alloy carabiner. He pulled his rope through and set it up to abseil with practiced efficiency. "All set," Sam said, testing the anchor point one last time. "I'll go first." "Are you sure?" Tom asked. "You don't want me to check it out first?" "No, it's waiting on the edge of a cliff that scares the hell out of me. I'd much rather get it over and done with. With any luck, I'll be inside before you know it, and away from this damned cliff." Tom nodded. "Good luck." I have a second rope, and I'll come down if you have any problems." "Thanks, Tom." Sam pulled out his ascender, clipping it to his harness. "I've got my ascender. If there's a problem, I'll just come back up." "Okay, be safe." "Always." "No, you're not." Sam smiled. "I am around heights." A moment later, Sam leaned back over the edge. He felt the familiar rush of adrenaline as he looked down at the sheer drop. The turquoise seam was barely visible from where he was, blending seamlessly with the surrounding rock, and he could see how Yubar had remained a secret for so many years. He took a deep breath and stepped backward off the ledge, letting the rope take his weight. The descent was smooth, the rope sliding through his gloved hands as he abseiled down the cliff face. The carvings and etches passed by in a blur, his focus entirely on the task at hand. As he neared the turquoise seam, Sam could see the subtle differences in the stone's texture, the way it didn't quite match the natural rock around it. It was barely perceptible, but now that he knew what to look for, it was unmistakable. The rope, taut and reassuring, guided him down the sheer cliff face. He descended steadily, eyes scanning the rock for any sign of the anomaly they sought. That's when he saw it. A seam in the rock so perfectly hidden it could only be intentional. Sam adjusted his descent, aiming directly for the anomaly. He locked off the rope, leaving him hanging some 3,000 feet above the wadi room. Still hanging from the rope with his legs on the cliff face, he walked himself left and right, struggling to find some sort of opening, some obscure crevasse, or a natural fissure in the rock. There were none. He stared at the location. The distinctive geological features were instantly recognizable: a vertical line where the pale pink sandstone met a streak of deep granite, and in the middle a third subtly different type of stone. As he had discovered previously, the turquoise stone was in a narrow seam that blended with the surrounding rock. It was a thin line they had been seeking. Impossible that nature had created such a seam. Ergo, he had reached the entrance to Yubar. This was it. His eyes narrowed, trying to picture where he should go from here. He heard Tom's voice through the bone conduction headset. "Find anything?" "I'm not sure," Sam admitted. "How confident are you that we've reached the right place?" "Very." Sam stared at the wall of stone in front of him. "I mean, the pale pink sandstone and streak of deep granite could be any location along the wadi room." "And the blue stone?" Sam's eyes returned to the distinct blue-green tinge of the horizontal seam of chrysocolla. Its blue-green cyan crystals were a geological equivalent of an anachronism, something that clearly didn't belong, something that any geologist would tell you forms naturally in the oxidation zones of copper ore bodies, surrounded by similar minerals such as quartz, limonite, azurite, malachite, cuprite, and other secondary copper minerals. But not here, at the seam between igneous and sedimentary rock. Not a wedge. A horizontal line between pink sandstone and deep granite. "It's here, Tom." "But no sign of an entrance." "None." "You want me to come down there and have a look with you?" Tom asked. "Soon. Give me a minute. I'll try a few things, and then swap places with you. Maybe a second set of eyes can see something I don't." Sam kicked off the wall, giving himself a better view of the cliff face. In his experience, hidden doors and secret passageways were all about perspective. It was like one of those old magic eye tricks that were popular in the 1980s. Sometimes you needed to look really closely or farther away to see the image. Once you saw it, the picture was clear as could be. But if you tried to look too hard, your eyes would miss it. The trick was to relax and let your vision blur slightly. He swung several feet away from the rock face. His boots slammed against the wall on the return journey. Sam did this once, twice, 3 times. Each time he began to think he might have seen something. Then he saw it. Or at least he thought he saw it. It was a massive trap door, its edges so precisely cut they virtually vanished into the surrounding rock. Etched with symbols worn by time, it spoke of prehistoric craftsmanship and forgotten lore, a level of masonry impossible to achieve on the ground with modern technologies and building equipment, let alone 3,000 feet up on the side of a cliff and nearly 3,000 years ago. Impossible. His eyes narrowed, and he pictured a solid 20-foot wall of stone that was perfectly balanced on a center lever. It could flip in any direction, but the weight of it kept it in position. The question remained, how to convince several tons of stone to move. He kicked off the wall once more and let out a little more rope, descending another few feet. He pressed the balls of his feet intentionally against the lower section of the seemingly imagined trap door. Sam didn't feel any give whatsoever. It was as though access was locked somehow. He had another go. Kicking off from the wall, he swung out into the open expanse above the wadi room, and then swung back toward the bottom part of the door. This time his feet landed on something soft, almost springy. He felt the massive stone yield under his weight. Again he pushed off, but this time his feet had nothing to gain purchase. Incredibly, the giant door he thought he'd imagined began to rotate with a rumble that vibrated through his bones. The trap door, utterly balanced, spun with such ease that it seemed to almost have a life of its own. Sam swung through the bottom section of the door. In that fraction of a second, the entire stone entry swung a full 360-degree revolution before coming to a complete stop in the precise position in which Sam had first found it. Its edges perfectly carved down to the micrometers to form a perfectly, nearly invisible seal, blocking out all ambient light and slicing Sam's rope like a knife. He was no longer tethered to anything. Free from the rope, Sam began to fall into the dark void. Chapter 55. Tightly wedged against the cliff face, Tom continued to glance down at the rope Sam was suspended from. The weight at the end of the taut rope suddenly shifted. Then abruptly the rope flung backward. Tom touched the rope. It was completely loose, meaning that Sam was no longer on the other end. Therefore he must have found the entrance to Yubar. "Are you okay, Sam?" Tom asked. No response. Tom paused. "Sam?" He pictured his friend entering the ancient cave system, hollowed out some 3,000 years ago by the Nabateans. But radio waves don't like to travel through stone, ergo the radio silence was justified. Even so, Tom didn't like it. Why didn't Sam tell him he'd found a way inside, and was now going to most likely enter radio silence as he disappeared within? Tom didn't wait for an explanation from Sam that may not be coming. Instead, he retrieved his rope from his backpack, set it up on the same anchor Sam had used to abseil from, and slowly lowered the rope off the edge of the cliff, careful not to accidentally hit Sam with it. Tom attached his descender from his harness to the rope before trying Sam on the radio again. Still nothing. He called Elise and filled her in with what was happening. She told him Sam's last known GPS coordinates were just above the suspected entrance to Yubar. He thanked her and told her to contact him if Sam's GPS pinged anywhere else. Tom leaned over the edge, letting the rope go taut, and stared at the place where he'd seen Sam a few minutes earlier. The bottom of Sam's rope appeared to be floating in the wind. It was as though Sam had climbed into the ancient passageway, released his line, and was probably now in a position where it would be almost impossible to reach the rope again. It was a simple enough explanation, still concerning, but not the end of the world. Tom quickly abseiled down to the entrance to Yubar. He locked off his rope and began searching for the entrance Sam must have used, kicking off the wall to get a better look. He relaxed his eyes and found he could just make out the vertically rectangular shape of what appeared to be a trap door. He tried to kick it open. No matter what he did, he couldn't seem to get it to move an inch. Was he imagining it? Tom's pulse raced, sounding loud in his ears. Was his mind simply making it up? He spent 30 minutes searching the rock face, trying to find something, anything, that would justify where Sam went and let him avoid doing what his heart was starting to worry might be the truth. Tom tried calling Sam on the radio again and again without any luck. Finally, he accepted the fact that the door didn't exist. It was solid stone, not the entrance to Yubar. Tom swung toward Sam's rope. That's when he noticed the severed end of the rope. It was no longer a wax-sealed end. He held the rope in his hand, stared at it. It was a clean cut, as though Sam must have scraped it on some sort of razor-sharp edge, slicing it straight through. Tom felt his mouth go dry. Dread settled like a weight in the pit of his stomach. He stared at the ground some 3,000 feet below, where Sam's body must lie. Chapter 56. Sam's heart leapt to his throat as he fell. The world above disappeared as swiftly as the trapdoor sealed him inside. He landed onto a smooth, curved landing site and rolled. It reminded him of the gradual leveling off one might find on a jump or the end of a steep slide. His body rolled to a stop, his breaths coming out in short, fast rasps. The sound of his breathing echoed through the cavernous space, mingling with the distant rhythmic dripping of water, creating an eerie symphony in the vast, dimly lit chamber. Sam took a quick mental stock of his body. He might have given himself a few bruises this morning, but he was okay. He was alive, and he was alone. Already, his mind was marveling at the ingenuity of the Nabatean trapdoor's design. He was separated from Tom by layers of stone and secrets in the heart of an archaeological marvel that had eluded seekers for millennia. He fumbled with the switch for his flashlight, switched it on. The light revealed the first glimpse of what might possibly be the actual entrance to Yubar. He swept the beam around in a slow arc, casting light through what appeared to be a large water storage chamber or reservoir. The light revealed a massive ancient reservoir, its sheer scale taking his breath away. The walls were lined with intricately carved stone ladders, leading up to various small platforms and alcoves etched into the rock. In the center of the floor of the chamber was a shallow pool of water, reflecting the flashlight's beam and casting shimmering patterns on the ceiling. Ancient inscriptions and elaborate bas-reliefs adorned the walls, telling stories of a time long past. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and the faint hint of something earthy and prehistoric. The Nabateans had built this place to last, and it felt as though he had stepped into a forgotten world. He'd almost made it in a full circle when the beam landed on someone laying semi-supine on the floor, with his back resting on the side of the reservoir, hands behind his head forming a makeshift pillow. The stranger was a giant of a man, 6'6" at least. Sam recognized him with one glance. He had green eyes, deep chestnut brown hair, conservatively styled, and kept that little bit longer than a military cut. His nose was slightly deformed, bearing the marks of an old break that hadn't quite set properly. The man hadn't made a move. He appeared comfortable and unconcerned by Sam's arrival. The stranger's muscles seemed relaxed, but ready to move at an instant. In fact, he looked like a man who'd just finished Bud's initial Navy SEAL training. A man that size probably wasn't frightened by much. "Hello again." Big Guy gave Sam an ambivalent smile. "I wondered when you would show up." Chapter 57. Sam reached for his Beretta M9. With the flashlight clipped to the barrel, he aimed it at the stranger. "It's you," Sam said. "Who are you?" "My name's Pax West." He spoke with an American accent. His voice carried the precision and enunciation typical of someone well-educated, with no discernible regional twang or drawl. Sam couldn't pick where he was from. He made what appeared to be a warm, untroubled grin. "You must be Sam Reilly." Nonplussed, Sam didn't reply. Pax said, "I recognized you from the photo." Sam arched an eyebrow. "Photo? There's a reward out for you. $20,000, I think, if I recall right. Dead or alive, although why they put that there, I'll never understand. I mean, dead has to be easier to deal with, don't you think? Much less hassle, and a much lower risk of escape when someone's dead." Sam aimed his Beretta at Pax's head. "That's enough." Pax's expression remained undisturbed. "You can put that away, Rambo. Whatever problems you're going to face here, a weapon is not going to solve them." Happy to be the one holding the gun, Sam shot him a wry grin. "What makes you so sure about that?" Pax glanced at the skeletal remains of two long-deceased men slumped against the far wall of the Nabatean chamber. The bones were clothed in the tattered remnants of French military uniforms, their once proud blue coats and white breeches now little more than faded shreds. Each skeleton had a scabbard lying beside it, the ornate hilts of French sabers protruding from their rusted confines. The craftsmanship of the weapons was undeniable, their design unmistakably from the Napoleonic era. One of the skeletons still clutched a flintlock pistol in its bony hand. The other pistol lay nearby, its barrel pointing forlornly toward the ceiling. The scene was a haunting tableau of a forgotten past, frozen in time within the ancient chamber. Pax's eyebrows raised with amusement. "Well, weapons didn't appear to be much use to these two." Sam frowned at the remains of would-be tomb raiders and shook his head. "All the same, I think I'll keep my gun pointing at you." Pax opened his mouth to speak, stopped as though he realized he was clearly wasting his breath, and then said, "Suit yourself. Be my guest. Take a look around. I'll be here when you're ready to talk. We have all the time in the world. Some might even suggest that we have an eternity to get to know each other." Sam shook his head. "I'm not like everyone else." "That must be nice," Pax said cheerfully. "I wouldn't bet against me," Sam warned. "I'm not betting against you at all." Pax's raptor-like eyes met Sam's with what appeared to be absolute candor. "In fact, I'm hoping you escape, because if you find a way out, it means I'll find it too. And I've got better places to be than stuck rotting in this place, waiting for the next couple of explorers to stumble across. Chapter 58. Sam kept the Beretta pointed at Pax. "Hand me your weapon." Pax gave a half shrug. "I'm not carrying a weapon." Sam's forehead furrowed. "You expect me to believe that?" "Yes, I'm defenseless." Pax stood up, his arms and hands spread wide. He didn't seem to be carrying anything. "I have a Beretta M9 just like yours in my backpack over there, along with my recce rifle. Other than that, I came in here unarmed." Sam glanced at the backpack in the distance, roughly 30 feet away. "Why did you leave it over there?" "My backpack?" "Yeah." "I figured you or somebody else was going to turn up soon enough. I didn't want to scare you. This way I don't look so confronting." "Right," Sam said. "Maybe next time turn a light on or something so that you're not jumping out from the dark." "That's a good idea, but I did want to conserve my flashlight's battery." Sam returned to damage control. "What about knives?" "What about them?" "Do you have a hunting knife on you or in the backpack?" Pax laughed. "No knives. Lost my last knife on the way here. Still, no big loss. If I want to hurt someone, I'll use a bullet, thanks. If a gun's out of the question, I'll use my hands." Sam nodded. "Thanks. I'll keep that in mind." "You're welcome," Pax replied, his tone suggesting he didn't realize Sam was being satirical. "Now what?" Pax said. "Take a look around, and then come back and tell me what you want to do." "All right," Sam replied, slowly lowering his Beretta. "Oh, and Pax." "Yeah?" "If I see you take one step toward that backpack, I'm going to put a bullet in your chest. You're a big guy, and I'm not a bad shot. At least not bad enough to miss such an easy target. Do you understand?" "Take your time, Sam. I'll be here when you're done and happy to talk. There's nowhere else to be." "What does that mean?" Pax gave an enigmatic smile. "It means you'll see what I mean when you walk around here for a few minutes." Sam cracked a couple of military glow sticks, the chemicals inside mixing in a swift reaction, causing them to glow a vivid green and cast an eerie luminescent light across the chamber. The air was cool and dry, filled with the dusty whispers of millennia. As Sam's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he slowly turned, taking in the overwhelming sight of the vast chamber that extended far beyond the reach of his torchlight. The ceiling, if there was one, was lost in an abyss of darkness, while the walls were lined with massive columns, intricately carved with depictions of celestial events and mythic battles. Sam's gaze moved upwards, searching for the trap door through which he had fallen. It was nowhere to be seen. The craftsmanship was so precise that not even a flick of sunlight penetrated the chamber's interior. The door had sealed completely, blending seamlessly into the surrounding stone. He was trapped, utterly enclosed. The realization made him suck in a deep breath while simultaneously sending a shiver down his spine. As he swept his flashlight around, the beam fell upon an even more chilling sight. Scattered throughout the Nabatean reservoir were the remains of would-be grave robbers and relic hunters, their bodies in various states of decomposition and mummification. The dry air had preserved some as grotesque statues, frozen in their final moments of despair. Near one wall lay a skeleton with a rusted Mauser C96, a semi-automatic pistol from the early 20th century, still clutched in its bony fingers. Not far from it, another set of remains, dressed in tattered robes, held a corroded Martini Henry rifle, reminiscent of the type that might have accompanied British forces in the late 19th century when T.E. Lawrence, a.k.a. Lawrence of Arabia, searched the Wadi Rum. Closer to the swinging stone door entrance, a more ancient skeleton was found with a Roman gladius by its side, the once sharp blade now dulled by time. The most ancient of all held a bronze khopesh, an Egyptian sickle sword, suggesting his journey into the temple dated back to the New Kingdom period. Each figure told a silent story of a journey that had ended in this very room. No signs of an exit were evident. It seemed no one who had found their way here had ever left. The air of finality was palpable as Sam absorbed the grim reality. This secret reservoir, while magnificent, was a meticulous trap. Sam returned to Pax, who gave him a sort of I-told-you-so look. Pax said, "We're apparently not going anywhere." "I have a team," Sam said. "They'll come after me. It will take some time, but if we don't find a way out, they'll come get me." Pax nodded in agreement, his expression skeptical. After a moment's pause, he added, "I doubt it." "Why?" "They'll never find that door." "You reckon?" Sam said. "Tom, my partner, will be abseiling down to that door already. Give him another 5 minutes, and he'll work out how to open it." "No, he won't," Pax said, his voice emphatic. "What makes you so certain?" Pax pointed toward a mechanism in front of the hidden stone door. "Have a look up there, and tell me what you see." Sam followed his gaze upward, fixing the beam of his flashlight on the intricate stone cogs and machinery that locked the massive stone door in place. It reminded him of oversized clockworks. He could see a heavy pendulum swinging back and forth as a large weighted cable descended, providing the inertia to spin the various wheels and cogs that powered the unique timing mechanism. His eyes narrowed. "What is that?" Pax said, "It's designed, I guess, to prevent other people, would-be supporters, from following the owner of that damned medallion into this place." "Any idea how long the timer runs?" "I counted it when I came in. It lasts precisely 1 hour." "So, after an hour, they'll come looking and find a way inside." "Sure, but they won't find it." "Why not?" "There's no reason they're going to come back to recheck the same apparently solid cliff face as the one they had just examined." The rope snapped. "So they're going to assume you fell to your death. Then they'll land and find no body." Pax shrugged, then folded his arms across his barreled chest. "Your disappearance will be one of the many mysteries of the Wadi Rum Desert." Sam said, "So, we're on our own." "Afraid so." "Now what?" "Here's a novel idea," Pax said, an exaggerated excitement in his voice. "Why don't you and I set our differences aside for the time being and help each other escape?" Sam said, "A sort of pact until we're out of here?" "Sure, why not?" Sam said, "I don't trust you." "I don't see why not. You've only just met me. Haven't you heard of giving someone the benefit of the doubt?" "No." "What if I give you my ammunition?" Pax turned to meet Sam's gaze. "Would that go a little way toward improving your trust?" "It's a start, but let me add something else to the deal." "Sure, go ahead." "How about if I see you reaching in for your backpack suddenly, I put a bullet in you just in case?" Pax gave a half shrug. "You really should work on your trust issues." "Trust?" Sam snorted. "If you'd run into the same sort of bull crap I've run into since arriving in Jordan, I think you'd feel the exact same way." Pax gave him an interested look. Bad times since you got here, hey? Sam shook his head. Seriously? Oh, right. The wanted poster and the US 20K dead. Pax intentionally left out the or alive component, having already discussed the fact that the alive part seemed redundant. Rough time? Sam ignored him, instinctively reaching for the scar at the back of his head. Pax said, How did you get that wound? It looks serious. What do you mean? I mean, that looks like a serious wound. How did you do it? Sam's eyes narrowed. Are you kidding me? No, just curious. But if it's a sore point for you, I'll just shut up on the topic. Sam said, As if you don't already know. Hey, I'm trying to be friendly, Pax shrugged. For what it's worth, no, I don't know. Really? No joke. Why do you think I was involved in it? Someone attacked me in Aqaba. Sam drew a long, slow breath at the memory. Whoever it was, they hit me with an aluminum dive tank and crushed part of my skull. I'm lucky to be alive. The surgeon told me whoever did it must have been massive to cause that much damage. Right. So? Sam's eyes landed on Pax. You just happen to be the only other person in Jordan searching for Yubar, and you're also a big guy. Pax gave a half grin and then began to laugh. Then he said nothing more. Sam finally paused. What's so funny? Pax laughed. Honestly, if I hit you with an aluminum dive tank, do you really think there's a chance in hell you would still be alive today? Sam studied Pax. Rock-hard muscles taut in his arms. A layperson could easily kill someone with an aluminum dive tank. Pax, an ex-Navy SEAL, could have killed him without raising a sweat. Ergo, there was no way Pax had been the one who tried to kill him. All right, Sam said with a grin. That one I'll give you. I still don't trust you, and all this means is there are more people here than you and me searching for Yubar. If that's the case, I'll bet there'll come a time when you'll be glad you didn't just throw my weapons in the reservoir. Sam said, Let's not get carried away. We're partners for now, at least until we escape this chamber. Deal. Pax held out his hand, and Sam shook it. So now we're working together. You got any idea how to get out of here? Sam said, I have some C4 in my backpack. That's nice, Pax replied with a grin. I hope you brought a lot of it. It's going to take a mighty explosion to dent a 6-ton piece of stone. Chapter 59. Peak of Jabal al-Qatar Mountain. Seeking their missing team member, the Eurocopter circled around the crest of Jabal al-Qatar Mountain. Tom stood at the peak of the mountain, the wind whipping around him, carrying the dry desert dust in swirls. He shielded his eyes with one hand, scanning the horizon. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape of Wadi Rum. There wasn't a lot of time before nightfall. The distant hum of the Eurocopter grew louder. Genevieve skillfully maneuvered the chopper, its sleek body cutting through the air as it approached. It hovered above Tom, the downdraft flattening the sparse vegetation around him. Tom caught a glimpse of Genevieve's determined expression through the cockpit window. He secured his gear and took a deep breath, readying himself for the climb. She brought it down into a hover, roughly 3 feet above the crest of the mountain. Hu slid the side door open. His usually cheerful face was somber, his lips set in a grim line. Tom reached up to the holding arm and pulled himself inside. Then he opened the co-pilot's door and climbed inside. Amira's face was etched in worry. Tom exchanged a silent glance with Genevieve and strapped himself in. The noise of the rotor blades filled the cabin. and the tension among them was palpable. Tom placed the headset on. Genevieve said, "Where do you want to go?" "Let's fly to the northern face of the mountain," Tom said. "We'll start at the suspected Yubar entrance. The best hope is that Sam fell onto a ledge nearby." "Okay," Genevieve said, banking the Eurocopter round to the right. She maneuvered her craft in a wide arc around the mountain, the chopper's searchlights cutting through the gathering dusk. Tom leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the spot where Sam had disappeared. It was a sheer drop, the rocky cliff face devoid of ledges or crevices. It seemed impossible for anyone to survive such a fall, yet Tom clung to hope. The helicopter circled lower, its powerful beams illuminating every nook and cranny of the cliff. Tom's heart sank as the realization set in. There was no sign of Sam. No body, no debris, nothing. Tom stared at the vertical cliff face. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. There was no way his mind could shift or perform the sort of mental maneuver needed to imagine how Sam could have survived the fall. Finally, accepting reality, he said, "All right, bring us to the bottom of the wadi room." Genevieve's face hardened. She nodded silently and began her descent. She brought the helicopter down to the base of the mountain, the landing skids touching the sandy ground with a gentle thud. Genevieve shut the engine down. Whatever they discovered on the red sandy ground, they would do it as a team together. The group disembarked quickly, their eyes scanning the area for any clues. The desert was eerily silent, the only sound the fading thrum of the helicopter's blades winding down. The horror of finding Sam's mangled body among the rocks crept in like some kind of soundless, oppressive force. Tom found himself swallowing down that fear as it rose like bile in his throat. It was twilight, but they could still view the ground easily. The whole area was clear and flat. There was no sign of Sam's body, nor of his large backpack. If Sam had fallen, there would have to have been evidence of him from where they were standing. Ergo, Sam hadn't fallen. Genevieve was the first to say it. "He's not here." Tom exhaled, not even aware he'd been holding his breath. Amira said, "If he's not on the cliff face, and he's not here, where could he have possibly gone?" Tom shook his head. "I have no idea." "There is only one explanation," Hu said. "Knowing Sam, if I had to guess, I'd say he found the secret entrance to Yubar." "I hope you're right," Tom said. "I still have no idea where he found it." They returned to the Eurocopter, their minds racing with unanswered questions. As they lifted off once more, Tom couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the edge of discovering something crucial. Sam was out there, somewhere, and they would find him. They had to. A few minutes later, Tom's sat phone started to ring. He answered. "Hello." "Did you find him?" Elise asked, without preamble. "No. We've searched the cliffside and the ground below. There isn't confirmation of an object falling. No backpack, no body, no blood. There would be evidence if someone would have fallen. The ground is a mixture of sand and stone, but we couldn't find any sign of Sam, or anyone else for that matter." "What about the cliff face?" Elise asked. "Any hidden sections or crevices he might have fallen into?" "Not one. We flew around the cliff face, and there's nothing." Tom drew a breath. "It's like he completely vanished. I mean, what could possibly have happened to him?" Elise said, "I may have an answer." "Really?" Elise said, "I've been searching through the footage from drones in the wadi room, and something's come up." "What did you find?" "Remember the big guy we were tracking? He was on the cliff line above the peak of Jabal al-Qatar mountain. Where exactly? Directly out the front of the map's entrance to Yubar. When? Tom asked, his heart beginning to thud. Elise said, a little over an hour before Sam disappeared. Well, then that explains it, Tom said. Somehow the big guy's taken Sam. Chapter 60. Sam circled around the ancient reservoir. He had been aware of this while in Petra. Carved into the rose-red stone mountains of the region, the Nabateans developed a complex system of cisterns, channels, and dams to collect and store rainwater, allowing them to thrive in the arid desert. The top of the Jabal al-Qatar was a large water depository. The Nabateans must have once pumped it up there, storing it high above their city, allowing them to draw from it whenever they needed it. With all this water available within a desert, it was no wonder business flourished, making the Nabatean kingdom one of the wealthiest in the world. Sam fixed the beam of his flashlight across several ladders and gateways that led to an upper area. It was like a mezzanine high above the water dam. The only problem was it appeared impossible to reach. There were multiple ladders carved into the stone, forming a negative feature in the otherwise vertical stone wall. Sam studied one of the ladders. Each rung on this one protruded from the wall. That seemed different. Normally, the Nabateans built by carving away stone instead of adding to it. Then, as he analyzed the distinctive ladder a little longer, he realized that was exactly what they had done. They must have carved away an entire layer of stone, leaving only the rungs remaining, with a small gap between the rung and the stone wall. It was deep enough to feed a rope through. Not that it would do Sam and Pax much good. They were far too short to reach it. Sam followed the ladder up into the void above. At 60 or so feet, 3 or 4 rungs were missing entirely. It was as though someone had chiseled them away, leaving an impassable section of the ladder. Sam kept going, circling around, back toward where he'd left Pax, who appeared to have resumed his resting posture once more. On the way back, he noted a large diagram etched into the stone wall. Somewhere in this, at the end of it, he examined the water diagram. It was carved into the wall, as the Nabateans were so fond of doing, and looked like an engineer's blueprint outlining a map of the entire water system. Sam studied the intricate schematics of the Nabatean reservoir and subterranean aqueduct system with a keen eye. The passageways approached all major locations around Petra with remarkable precision and foresight. The detailed diagrams depicted a network of channels that crisscrossed Petra and its surrounding outcrops. Like the Romans after them, the Nabateans were centuries ahead of their time in hydrology. He noted the primary water source, the Ain Musa, which was ingeniously tapped to feed the entire system. The first major stop on the aqueduct's journey was the Seek, the narrow gorge that served as the grand entrance to Petra. The Nabateans had skillfully carved channels along the walls of the Seek, ensuring a steady supply of water for travelers and their animals as they made their way to the heart of the city. From the Seek, the aqueduct branched out toward the treasury, Al-Khazna. The treasury's elaborate facade was not only a marvel of architecture, but the underground tunnels ensured that the gardens surrounding the treasury remained lush and vibrant, even in the arid climate. Next, Sam traced the route leading to the Great Temple. This monumental complex required vast amounts of water, not only for ceremonial purposes, but also for the thousands of residents and visitors who frequented the site. The aqueduct system provided water for the temple's elaborate fountains and baths, which were essential for maintaining hygiene and religious rituals. The system also extended to the residential quarters of Petra, ensuring that every household had access to fresh water. Sam could see how the Nabateans had planned for contingencies, with smaller channels branching off to feed cisterns and wells scattered throughout the city. These reservoirs were critical during dry spells, ensuring that the population never faced a shortage. Beyond the city center, the shafts stretched toward the Petra Basin, an expansive area used for agriculture. The Nabateans had transformed the arid landscape into fertile farmland through their advanced irrigation techniques. The aqueducts brought water to terraced fields and orchards, supporting the city's food supply and economic stability. Sam's gaze followed the subterranean waterways further, leading to the high place of sacrifice, Al-Madba. This elevated site, with its panoramic views of Petra, required a unique engineering solution to raise the water to such heights. The Nabateans had devised an ingenious system of water-lifting devices and pressure regulators to achieve this feat, ensuring that even the highest altars had a constant water supply for purification rituals. In every line and curve of the schematics, Sam saw the brilliance of the Nabatean engineers. Their ability to harness and distribute water so effectively was not just a testament to their ingenuity, but a reflection of their deep understanding of the land and its needs. As he studied the designs, Sam couldn't help but marvel at how this long-dead civilization had mastered the art of hydrology, leaving behind a legacy to inspire awe and admiration. As Sam continued to follow the intricate web of passages on the schematics, he noticed one that veered off toward the northwest. This tunnel seemed to cut through the rugged terrain with remarkable precision, leading directly to Ed-Deir, the monastery. One of Petra's largest and most impressive monuments, Ed-Deir stood high on the cliffs, and Sam marveled at the engineering prowess required to supply water to such a remote and elevated location. Intrigued by the thoroughness of the system, Sam's gaze drifted toward another passage, one that branched off from the monastery even further from the main network. This tunnel was wider and more meticulously detailed than the others, indicating its importance. As his eyes traced its path, he realized it extended far beyond the known boundaries of Petra, stretching into the desert for an endless, seemingly impossible distance. The sheer scale of this aqueduct system was staggering, suggesting it supplied a location of immense significance. Finally, he focused on a name inscribed below the tunnel's endpoint. Yubar, Sam said out loud. Pax stepped up, approaching slowly. Yes, so it appears the medallion only led us to this reservoir, but whoever designed the medallion knew that Yubar could be reached by following these schematics. Ironically, if we could find our way out, we could easily use this point here to reach Yubar. Sam pointed toward the large subterranean waterway leading away from Ed-Deir, the monastery. We could access it here, use diver propulsion vehicles, and go straight through the aqueduct and surface inside Yubar's main irrigation source. Pax grinned. I've been thinking as you've walked around here. I believe I might have a plan to escape this place. Oh, really? Sam asked. Yeah, there's just one problem. What? Pax shrugged and flashed Sam what appeared to be his most friendly grin. How can I possibly convince you to trust me? Chapter 61. Sam stared at the ladder again. The 100-plus-foot ladder led to the mezzanine area. To reach the ladder, one needed to step across a small ledge that split the area between the water-filled reservoir and the cliff face, leaving a dark void. Sam didn't have to work hard to surmise that it disappeared hundreds of feet below them. Still, it was an easy step. The big problem was the gap at the 60-foot mark. 4 entire rungs were missing. He was almost certain someone had gone to the effort of chiseling them away to create an impasse. Apparently, this was Pax's solution. Some solution. Sam said, "I think this is where I point out the flaw in your bright idea." Pax said, "Go on." "There are 4 rungs missing. How do you expect to cross over that section?" "I'm 6'6". I have an impressive reach." Sam arched an eyebrow. "You can reach that next rung?" "I could if I stood on your shoulders." Sam laughed. Then, seeing Pax's deadpan face, he realized he was being sincere. "You're not kidding." "No." "What do you weigh? 240 to 250 pounds? Pax shrugged. 270, give or take. "Okay, so that option's out." "Well then, you climb on top of my back, then pull yourself up." "You think you can take the extra weight?" Sam asked. Pax tilted his head, trying to determine if he was serious. Then, as if deciding to avoid the confusion, said, "Sure, I can take the extra weight. It's a hard thing climbing over someone else's back." "I'll have my backpack on. The handles are made of Kevlar, so they'll take your weight too. Should make it easier." Sam doubted that was going to be the case, but he nodded his agreement. "All right. It's not perfect, but it will have to do. Like you, I'm not interested in spending eternity here." "Good. Now once you reach the next rung, you can tie a rope, and I'll use it to ascend." "No problem," Sam said, already taking out his extra rope, a 70-foot one used for mountain climbing. He began to recoil it so that it was the right shape and size to throw it over his shoulder as he scaled the heights. Pax grabbed one end and then, without asking, began tying it onto Sam's left ankle. Sam jerked his foot away. "What the hell are you doing?" "Resolving some of our trust issues." "Come again?" "Look, we made a deal to form a truce until we get out of here. Some people might see you on the other side of that gap in the ladder as having fulfilled your part of working together until you're out. You think I'll run off and leave you trapped down here?" "The thought did cross my mind." "So what are you planning on doing with the rope?" Pax shrugged. "When you reach the top of the next rung of the ladder, tie the rope onto the second rung before untying yourself. If I see you trying to untie the rope from your leg first, I'll give it a good yank. Then, I assure you, you'll fall back down." Sam glanced at the emptiness below the ladder. It disappeared into a dark void below that might be hundreds of feet deep. "Right, I got it," Sam frowned. Then, looking at Pax, said, "We really have to work on our trust issues." Chapter 62. Sam felt like a hostage with the rope tied tight to his left leg. Pax had tied a double bowline knot. Then he had pulled extra tight, making it difficult to untie, even if he wasn't being threatened with being pulled off a cliff face to certain death. Sam frowned at the knot at his ankle. "I guess now I know what it felt like to be one of the Nabatean slaves who were bound and chained, no way to escape, and ordered to do some rock carving high above the Wadi Rum." Pax said, "Actually, the ancient Nabateans were surprisingly egalitarian, relying on well-paid, skilled laborers to do the complex carving at Petra." "Really?" Sam said. I didn't know. Like the pyramids of Egypt, Petra was not built by slaves. Nabatean society was largely classless for its time. Work hours were purchased from each worker, Peck said. Most people assume Egypt used thousands of slaves, but most archaeologists and historians today think that paid laborers built the pyramids of Giza. A few archaeological findings support this theory. Deceased builders were buried in a place of honor, within tombs close to the pyramids themselves, furnished with supplies for the afterlife. A wry grin formed on Sam's lips. He was surprised, more than anything else, by Pax's revelation. "You're an educated man." Pax paused, as though he was expecting Sam to keep going and get this thing over and done with. After 30 or so seconds, he could tell Sam was waiting for a response. Pax gave a half shrug. "I completed an arts degree majoring in ancient history and languages, if you must know." "Obviously." Entertained by this news, Sam met his gaze. Pax would have been exceptional at poker. His features were entirely unreadable. Sometimes he made an expression, and Sam felt like he was close to understanding him. Yet now, he could see they were little more than an array of masks Pax tried on to see what worked. "How did an arts major become a gun for hire?" Sam asked. Pax bristled at the implication, but bit back at a retort. "Because this arts major was an orphan who grew up in a series of group homes and foster homes and didn't have a penny to his name." "You went through on the military's dime?" "Bingo." "Why?" "It was an option. I was otherwise homeless and familyless, and the military became the parents I never had. Besides, it seemed like a good enough reason as anything else, and I was good at it." "And you wanted to be an artist?" He shrugged. "I enjoyed art, ancient history, as well as languages." Sam arched an eyebrow. "The Navy were okay about that?" "Honestly, they didn't care what I studied, so long as I did so on my own time." "Is that normal?" "You mean, do they want people to study something useful, like for a kind of return on their investment?" Sam agreed. "Don't they?" "They want their officers to be educated, but in my case, it was planned long before." "Really?" "Yeah, unbeknownst to me, I had the right type of moral, ethical, and intellectual profile to make me useful in a very specific role." "Someone nurtured you into your position?" "Yeah." "So what? You finished school and joined the Navy?" "Uh-huh. Navy SEALs straight out of school. 4 years of service, 8 tours of duty." "And then you went into teaching or something?" "My country told me they had another job for me." Sam waited for Pax to elaborate. When he didn't, Sam changed the topic. "Have you ever read about the master builders?" Pax shrugged. "What about them?" "What did you think?" Pax gave an apologetic grin. "I don't generally read much fiction, never science fiction or fantasy." "You think the master builders are fiction, aren't they?" "No." "Well, from what I've read, it sure sounded like it to me." Sam took that as his cue to finish the conversation. "All right, I think it's time we get out of this place." Chapter 63. Sam brushed the beam of his flashlight across the abyss between the edge of the reservoir and the cliff ladder. Darkness swallowed the light. It might be 100 feet to the bottom, or 1,000. Either way, one little mistake, and it wouldn't matter. It would be deadly if he took a fall. He drew a breath and said, "Here goes." Pax didn't say anything, not even good luck. Sam stepped across the void. It wasn't wide. maybe somewhere between 2 and 3 feet. An easy step. Low risk, high consequence. He planted his left foot on the lower rung, and with his right and left hands he took hold of separate rungs. He was thinking that if anything gave way, he had more chance of at least one of them holding his weight. His fingers gently gripped each stone rung. They felt firm, and, not to use the pun, rock solid. Sam exhaled. First step, so far so good. "What's wrong with you?" Pax asked, his voice sounding almost innocent. "I thought you were some kind of world-renowned adventurer. You simply need to step across a small gap. Millions of people do it boarding the subway every day." Sam forced himself to grin. "Well, as it happens, I may be a little afraid of heights, to be honest." "Interesting," Pax said, his tone neutral. "What?" Sam asked, starting to climb. "Did it cross your mind to maybe skip this installment of the contest, given that, the location of the entrance to Yubar being on the side of a massive cliff? Or was it just one of those feel the fear but do it anyway kind of thing?" Sam choked out a laugh. "You would be surprised how often that concept has come up in my life." "I'll bet. A fear of heights, combined with your job, it must do." Sam kept climbing. He was feeling his confidence in the stone ladder grow with each vertical foot he gained. Sam felt a little pressure on his ankle, where the rope seemed to be pulling him. It wasn't hard, but it created more pressure and effort with each movement of his leg. He frowned, gave his leg a gentle kick, and glanced down at Pax, who was climbing just below him. "Maybe give me a little more rope, Pax." Pax nodded. "Suit yourself." Sam felt the rope loosen. "Thank you," Sam said, and kept climbing. He reached the large gap where 4 rungs had been carved away. Now that he was there, he could easily see the rungs hadn't simply broken with age or the weight of someone. They had been intentionally carved away, using a chisel or even some sort of saw. And just as easily he saw that it would be impossible for him simply to climb over them on his own. Even an Olympic gymnast would have trouble performing the sort of athletic maneuver required to achieve the vertical distance. "All right," Sam said. "Time for you to come up here and be a human ladder." Pax said, "Lean to your right, and I'll climb past you." Sam shuffled back down a few rungs and leaned out to the side as Pax began climbing past him. Together they kept hold of separate rungs. The rungs at the top would have to hold their combined weight once Sam climbed over Pax to circumvent the gap, but no reason to risk it earlier than they had to. "I'm here," Pax said. A couple seconds later he added, "Climb over me." Sam looked up. Pax had spread his own weight over 4 separate rungs. With each hand and foot on individual rungs, he was giving them the highest chance of dispersing the load over the greatest area and staying on the ladder. Sam tentatively grabbed the lower handle of Pax's backpack. He gently increased weight from his left hand, still on the stone rung, to his right. Pax didn't shift at all. Sam said, "Hold on." Pax snorted. "What did you think I was going to do?" he asked, revealing Sam's comment to be superfluous. Using Pax's backpack to balance, Sam put most of his weight on the stone ladder's final rung, before reaching up and climbing the handle at the very top of Pax's backpack. Pax crouched down, so that his massive shoulder formed a flat, solid platform for Sam to stand on. Leaning in toward the cliff ladder, Sam slowly balanced until he was standing straight up. This was the most dangerous part. If he slipped now, there was nothing for his hands to latch onto. He was just standing on Pax's shoulders, leaning in toward the stone wall. He reached up. His fingers were still shy of the next rung by nearly an entire foot. Sam said, "I'm still short." "I'll have to get higher," Pax said. "It will mean putting all my weight on the second from the top rung." "Can you do it?" Sam asked. "No problem. I just don't know if the rung will hold our combined weight for very long. I'd suggest you don't let that fear of heights distract you for too long if you want to live." "Noted," Sam said. A second later, Pax slowly stepped up. Sam was 6 foot and 190 pounds, which meant for Pax to stand up, he was deadlifting an additional 190 pounds. Pax didn't make a sound. Effortlessly, or what certainly seemed so, Pax straightened until he was standing up fully. One of the rungs shifted slightly under the weight, and Pax moved up to the next one. Sam's fingers slid across the stone wall until Pax stopped. He was still short. "I'm still short. Try going on your toes." "I am on my toes," Pax said calmly. "Just so you are aware. This thing can't hold. Jump." Sam swallowed hard and jumped. His fingers caught the rung. In a single maneuver, he pulled himself up to the next one, followed by the one after. "Quick," Pax said. "Get the rope attached to that rung." Sam grabbed a loop of the rope and quickly fed it through the stone rung. He tied it off with a figure 8 on a bight, forming a secure knot. There was a crash below him. The rope went taut. Sam braced and held onto the upper rungs. He then stared below. The highest stone rung was no longer there. It splintered into sandstone and fell away into the darkness of the abyss. Sam said, "You still there, Pax?" Pax looked up, both his hands holding the rope. He was grinning. "Still here, Sam. You won't get rid of me that easily." Before Sam could ask how he wanted to climb up, Pax moved quickly, climbing hand over hand until the rung that Sam had tied the rope onto prevented him from climbing any farther. Sam untied the rope, and together they continued their ascent of the cliff ladder. They climbed another 40 feet vertical before they reached the top. At the top, Sam untied the rope. He glanced at Pax, who was breathing hard. It made him happy to see it had tested Pax as much as him. From the top, they both looked at the vast chamber. Sam said, "What an amazing sight!" Pax grunted. "I wonder how we'll cross it." Chapter 64. Sam's eyes widened as he looked out across the massive empty space before them. The cavern was vast, with sheer drops on either side, and a series of stone platforms and pillars connecting the space in a seemingly haphazard manner. The cool air of the Nabatean complex brushed against his face, indicating the chamber wasn't an airtight vault. Instead, it must lead to the outside somehow. An incredulous grin crossed Sam's lips. "It looks like a very, very old obstacle course." Pax blinked. "It would appear so. Whoever set up the Medallion of Petra, they were looking for someone in particular, someone with the right sort of ability to reach Yubar. I wonder why." "Me too." "Perhaps," Pax said, "they were waiting for someone with the right attributes to return to Yubar and reclaim the ancient kingdom." Sam grinned skeptically. "Somebody worthy of its unimaginable power." "Maybe. What are the chances that between you and me, we make one worthy warrior?" "Only time will tell," Sam admitted. Together they stepped forward like opponents in a gladiatorial ring. The first challenge involved a puzzle embedded in the wall. The tiles were intricately carved with images of archaic Nabatean landscapes. Sam knelt, studying the puzzle. He said, "Looks like we need to arrange these to form a complete map." Pax nodded, and together they began shifting the tiles. "What's the image?" Sam squinted. "I haven't a clue." Pax began adjusting some of the tiles. On the bases of each tile, there was an image of an animal, plant, or stone tool. More than a dozen filled the 100 or more tiles. It was like doing a sort of jigsaw puzzle, only without an image to work with. It was a delicate process, each tile heavy and resistant to movement. Soon the outline of a lost society started to form. It might have been Petra, only neither Sam nor Pax recognized any of the landmarks. Pax began to grin. "This is Yubar." When the puzzle was complete, Sam and Pax stepped back and looked at it. Nothing happened. Sam shook his head. "This was too easy. Something's wrong." "You're right," Pax said, picking up a new tile. "Look at this. This is the third almost identical tile matching this pillar of the ancient structure." "What do you think it means?" "It's almost, but not quite, the same image. Look at the bottom of it. There's a small marking, almost like a stamp at its base. The image is of a dog." "A dog?" Sam said. "I didn't think dogs existed 5,000 years ago in Petra." "They didn't." "Meaning?" Completing the puzzle was just one part of the riddle to solve. The second part included utilizing tiles stamped with Nabatean-specific animals and events. Sam scanned the array of tiles and started listing the ones with things distinctly Nabatean. Lions, beetles, eagles, palm trees. "Anything else?" "No." Pax rearranged the puzzle. It still seemed easy, almost childlike in its simplicity. Together they quickly set to rearrange the pieces correctly. An image of what appeared to be Yubar finally re-emerged. As soon as Sam placed the final tile in its place, there was a grinding noise, and a section of the wall slid open, revealing a narrow pathway. They stepped across the pathway. Then, as they reached the fourth tile on the other side, there was a new rumbling noise, and the ground jolted. Sam turned his head to glimpse back. The tiles of the puzzle had been knocked free and were now lying strewn across the floor, as though the entire game was being reset. A split second later, the wall slid back in place, concealing the earlier section of the obstacle course once more. Pax shrugged. "Well, I guess that's one way to ensure we keep going forward and don't look back." "Right," Sam said. Right foot forward, simultaneously, they walked into the new chamber. Inside, there was a small opening in the ceiling above, and a beam of sunlight ripped through. On the other end of the chamber, another square empty space prohibited their farther advancement. In the middle of the void was a bridge carved from a single stone. A rope holding a large stone appeared to keep the bridge locked in its position. If they could cut the rope, the bridge would swing round, and they could probably get across the expanse. For a moment, Sam wondered if he could shoot it. Yet, given the vertical wall of granite behind the rope, he thought there was a chance that if he fired a rapid succession of shots to cut the rope in half, one of them might unluckily ricochet from the rock back at them. Shrapnel was not their friend. As he considered their options, Pax said, "Look at that crepuscular ray." "What did you say?" Sam asked. "The beam of light. See how it filters down in long sheets? It's called a crepuscular light." "I know that," Sam said with a grin. "It's just, that's sort of my word." "I'm sorry. I wasn't aware you had a monopoly over certain words." Sam laughed. "It's okay. It's just I've been known to overuse that word at times." Pax shrugged. It's a good word. Indeed it is. Sam looked around the room. The chamber was filled with polished stones that gleamed like mirrors and lenses. Sunlight streamed in from a small opening above, landing on the first stone, reflecting the light into the wall. What is this place? This challenge has something to do with the light. The crepuscular beam? Sam asked. Yeah, that one, Pax said with a grin. You do tend to overuse that word? Sam studied each mirror-like stone. They were all fixed at certain angles. Sam flicked one over and found it rotated between 90 and 180 degrees. He said, It looks like we need to adjust these to maneuver the light over there somewhere. I bet if we get it fixed on that rope, the rope will burn through. Oh, good idea, Pax said. Let's try. Pax adjusted the first one, changing the angle of the first stone. The piercing beam of light now fell on the second stone. He smiled. Come on, let's turn these over. I bet if we can reflect that beam all the way to the final stone, it will reveal something. That's a plan. Let's go with it. Together they carefully rotated the mirror stones, angling the lenses to catch the sunlight. It took several attempts, but eventually a bright beam of light illuminated a hidden carving on the wall. Pax adjusted the final stone with his hand until the piercing beam concentrated on the rope. He held it there for nearly a minute. The rope began to smolder, then burn, and eventually snap. There was a loud clunking sound. Then the span began to roll counterclockwise. It rolled along a 90-degree arc before coming to a jolting stop, forming a perfect bridge to cross the void. Chapter 65. On the other side of the bridge, Sam and Pax were greeted with a new challenge. A stone wall prevented them from entering the next chamber. This time a rope attached to a large rock stood next to a placard. There were another 6 stones attached to various ropes. Sam studied the placard. It appeared to be written in Arabic. He removed his tablet and began to translate it. Before he'd gotten that far, Pax read the script. Use the weight of the stone to return the bridge to its original position and unlock the door. Impressed by Pax's language skills, he said, Seems simple. Sam grabbed one end of the rope and fed it through the unique stone pulley system above the center of the bridge. Together, Sam and Pax hauled on the other end of the rope until the bridge was taking the weight of the stone. The weight pulled the bridge back into its perpendicular position across the void. The door next to them opened. Pax said, Don't you dare let go. I won't, Sam agreed. Together they held the rope and slowly tied it to a large anchor point carved out of the stone wall, like the cleat on a ship. The rope remained taut. Together, Sam and Pax stepped through the door and onto the next task. Breathing heavily, they saw their next challenge. It was a set of scales with various artifacts scattered around. We need to balance these scales, Sam said, picking up a golden idol. They experimented with different combinations, placing and removing items until the scales balanced perfectly. A gate creaked open, allowing them to pass through. With a sense of triumph, they moved forward. Sam and Pax emerged from the narrow passage into a dimly lit chamber. The sound of trickling water echoed off the ancient stone walls, drawing their attention to an intricate network of channels carved into the floor. In the center of the room stood a large stone pedestal with a set of levers and valves. Beyond that was a sealed stone gate. Sam surveyed the scene, his eyes narrowing in thought. Looks like we need to divert the water to activate the mechanism, he said, pointing to the channels and the levers. Simple, Pax said, staring at it. We just have to figure out the right sequence. Yeah, looks like it. Pax nodded, moving closer to the pedestal. He examined the valves, turning one slightly and watching as water shifted from one channel to another. Let's start by identifying the main water sources, Pax suggested. Sam followed the flow of water, tracing the channels back to their origins. There are 3 main inlets, he noted, and each seems to lead to a different part of the system. We need to get the water to flow evenly through all 3. They began experimenting, adjusting the levers and valves. At first the water flowed unevenly, either pooling in one channel or barely trickling through another. Sam wiped the sweat from his brow, the complexity of the puzzle testing his patience. Try closing that valve halfway, Sam directed Pax, and let's see if we can balance the flow by opening this one a bit more. With careful adjustments, they managed to get the water flowing more evenly. The channels filled simultaneously, guiding the water toward the central pedestal. As the last channel filled, the pedestal began to shift. The weight of the water began triggering hidden gears within. The ground beneath them rumbled, and the unique sound of machinery creaking to life filled the chamber. Slowly, the stone gate before them began to rise, revealing a dark passageway beyond. Nicely done, Sam said, a hint of victory in his voice. He glanced at Pax, who was already stepping forward, peering into the newly opened path. But their challenge wasn't over yet. As they moved toward the gate, Sam noticed another series of channels leading into the darkness. Looks like there's more to this, he muttered, his gaze taking in the new section of the puzzle. They stepped through the gate, entering a smaller chamber with a similar setup. This time the channels formed a more intricate pattern, and the levers were spread out along the walls. Let's hope we don't need to reset everything, Pax said, a hint of humor in his voice. Sam studied the new puzzle, his mind racing. We need to get the water to flow here, he said, pointing to a central basin. If we can do that, it should trigger the next mechanism. They split up, each taking a section of the chamber. Sam adjusted the levers on his side, while Pax did the same on the opposite wall. They called out to each other, coordinating their efforts. Close that one a bit more, Sam shouted. I think we almost have it. Pax complied, and the water began to flow more steadily toward the central basin. As the last drop filled the basin, the ground shook once more, and a second gate slowly lifted, revealing a flight of stone steps leading upward. Sam let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. One step closer, he said, clapping Pax on the shoulder. Let's keep moving. They ascended the steps. The thrill of their progress fueled their determination. The Nabatean Chamber of Challenges had tested their wits and resilience, but they were proving to be a formidable team. At the top of the stairs they were greeted by a wall of intricate script, lines flowing in elegant curves that seemed familiar yet foreign. Pax leaned over his shoulder, studying the markings with a practiced eye. This is Nabatean Arabic, Pax said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Sam looked into Pax's face, his curiosity piqued. Nabatean Arabic? How can you tell its difference from standard Arabic? Pax straightened, pointing at the tile. Well, for starters, the script is a predecessor to the modern Arabic script we use today. It evolved from the Aramaic script, which was widely used in the region before Arabic became dominant. Notice how the letters are more cursive and connected differently. Sam traced the lines with his finger. So, it's like an older version of Arabic? Exactly, Pax replied. But it's not just the script. The vocabulary and grammar were influenced by Aramaic, so you'll see words and structures that don't exist in modern Arabic. The Nabateans were trading people, so their language reflects a mix of influences from the cultures they interacted with. Sam turned the tile over, marveling at the early craftsmanship. So, reading this is like looking into the past, seeing how the language evolved. Pax smiled. Yes, and it gives us clues about their daily lives, their trade routes, and their interactions with other civilizations. It's like a puzzle piece in the larger picture of history. Sam stared back at the wall where the tile had been, imagining the hands that had carved the script so long ago. It's incredible to think about how much has changed, yet how some things have remained the same. Pax nodded. Languages evolve, but they also carry the legacy of the people who once spoke them. This prehistoric Arabic is a proof to that. There were dozens of tiles on the ground, each one with a small inscription in Nabatean Arabic etched into its face. Sam's gaze returned to the inscription on the wall. What does it say? Pax glanced at it. It's a riddle. Come again? A riddle. You know, a type of word-based puzzle? Sam suppressed a grin. Yeah, I know what a riddle is. I'm just curious what the hell the creator of the Medallion of Petra was thinking. Who knows? Okay, Mr. I studied ancient languages at university, Sam said. What's the riddle say? Pax began to read it out loud. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I? An echo, Sam replied. That works. Pax looked along the piles of tiles on the ground, picked up the one that had the word echo etched onto it, and handed it to Sam. Sam carefully took the tile marked echo. Then he inserted it into the missing gap on the ancient wall, confident that he had solved the riddle. For a moment there was a tense silence. Then a grinding noise echoed through the chamber as hidden mechanisms within the wall began to shift. Sam and Pax exchanged hopeful glances, thinking they had unlocked the next step in their journey. Suddenly the noise stopped, and the wall shuddered. Instead of opening a secret passage or revealing a clue, a section of the ceiling began to lower ominously, threatening to trap them inside. Panic set in as they realized something had gone terribly wrong. That's not the right response, Sam shouted, scrambling to think of another answer. He quickly considered the riddle again in his mind. I speak without a mouth, and I hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? Before he could do anything, there was a loud bang, and the ground beneath them tilted sharply sideways. Sam tried to find something solid to grasp, but the tiles on the ground were all deadly smooth. Slowly he lost friction and began to slide downward across the flat granite platform. He clawed desperately at the smooth stone, but it was no use. He was sliding fast, on the verge of plummeting into the abyss below, where more than a dozen upward-facing spears threatened to impale him, along with the bony remains of 3 other would-be treasure hunters. Chapter 66. Sam? Pax threw the other end of the coiled rope toward him. Grab on! Sam caught it. The rope pulled tight, and Sam quickly moved toward the lip of the stone platform. Pax grunted, muscles straining, as he began to pull Sam back up. Inch by inch, Sam was hauled to safety, finally collapsing on the precarious ledge beside Pax. Sam's mind continued racing as he tried to come up with another answer. The riddle, Sam gasped. It's a whistle, he said, realization dawning. It's a whistle. With steady hands, Pax moved the echo tile and searched through the remaining tiles for the one marked whistle. He found it and hurriedly placed it into the slot. For a moment nothing happened. Then the grinding noise resumed, and the ceiling stopped its descent. The ground leveled out, and the wall shifted once more, this time revealing a hidden passage. Sam closed his eyes, took a deep breath. "You saved my life, Pax." Pax shrugged, didn't say anything. Sam had learned that Pax seemed to see brevity as an act of valor. "Thank you," Sam said. The tone of Pax's voice was amused when he replied, "You're welcome." Sam caught his breath. Filling his lungs, he took long, slow inhalations of air. When his heart had settled, his head tilted, and he asked Pax, "Why did you save my life?" Pax met Sam's gaze, pressed his lips together in a wry grin, and said, "We had a deal. Help each other get out of here alive." Chapter 67. Elise said, "I found him." Tom looked at her, his heart picking up its paces. "What have you got?" "His name is Paxton West, born in Washington, D.C., found dumped as a baby on the steps to George Washington University Hospital, Washington, D.C. He was never formally adopted, but grew up as a child of the state, moving from group home to group home." Elise ran her eyes across the computer. "That's interesting." "What?" "Everything about his childhood has been somehow redacted." "Redacted?" "Yeah, it's like someone didn't want there to be any medical records of him whatsoever." "Is that unusual?" Tom asked. "I mean, he looks like a pretty healthy guy. Maybe he was just one of those lucky kids who never got anything." "Kids get vaccinations. Even orphans get sick and visit general practitioners for something, take a tumble, and end up in the emergency room at their local hospital. Paxton West never had any of that." "Interesting," Tom said, his tone noncommittal. "What about after he turned 18? What do you have on him?" "He attended Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology in Fairfax County on a fully funded scholarship and scored a 1600 on his SATs." Tom smiled. "Smart kid." "Just wait till you hear the rest of it. Pax joined the Navy SEALs straight out of high school." "The SEALs?" Tom asked. "Why would a kid with a perfect SAT score go into the Navy? I mean, he could have gotten a scholarship into just about any university in the country." "I don't know," Elise shrugged. "Even on a scholarship, it would have been hard for a teen without any support to afford 4 years of university. Maybe he went into the Navy for entirely practical reasons." "He chose the SEALs to get free tuition." "And housing," Elise replied. "The Navy has a deal that encourages its sailors to further their education by picking up the bill for tuition fees, so long as they study on their own time. Paxton studied an eclectic array of subjects from MIT, majoring in ancient history and languages. It says here he speaks several languages fluently and passable at another 6. That makes him a genuine polyglot." Tom said, "And here Sam and I took him for a jock, more specifically the hired muscle." "You wouldn't be wrong," Elise exhaled with sharp surprise. "Says here he competed in the 2014 Winter Olympics at Sochi, Russia. He won gold for cross-country skiing. So he was a Navy SEAL, an expert in history, languages, and skiing. That makes him a polymath as well as a polyglot." "Wait." Tom's brows rose, and he asked, "So he's good at math, too?" "He probably is good at math," Elise chuckled. "But a polymath is someone whose knowledge spans many different subjects. They are known to draw on large bodies of knowledge to solve problems in their own exceptional way. Benjamin Franklin was one of the foremost polymaths in history." Elise pressed her lips together. Some people find it easy to learn new things. Tom knew Elise was one of the smartest people he'd ever met. He wondered how much she was teasing him, or if she was just mentioning Paxton's unusual uniqueness in terms of human ability. "Not as smart as you are, though, right?" Tom quipped. "Of course not," Elise agreed. "I'm just saying he's a capable guy. A jack of not all but many trades." "And now he's apparently a weapon for hire," Tom observed. Elise continued a monologue of details out loud as she kept digging, finding his buds and initial SEAL training transcript. As she read his scores, she realized Pax's results were inhuman. "It seems," Elise said, "that Paxton achieved a perfect score in every single test." Looking over her shoulder, Tom's eyes narrowed in on an asterisk next to the swim test. "Hang on a second, what's that?" Elise clicked on it. "It says here that he didn't do the swim test during the original recruitment phase." "Didn't do it?" Tom shook his head. "It's not optional. It's the Navy SEALs, people. These guys must be expert swimmers." "I know, I'm reading it." Elise expanded the notes. "It says here that Paxton West was unable to proceed with the swim test as he had never learned to swim, and as such was unable to attempt to continue the testing process." "Hold it." A wry grin formed on Tom's lips. "Are you telling me this guy achieves a near-perfect score in his SEAL training only to flunk out because he'd never learned to swim?" "No, it's more insane than that." "Go on. How did he pass it?" Elise scrolled down to the next section. It says here Paxton was taken out of the assessment process and given a grace period of 24 hours to learn to swim. Tom arched an eyebrow. "He took swim lessons during the original testing phase of Navy SEAL training?" Elise shrugged. "It appears so. Apparently a fellow recruit took him aside and taught him how to swim." "Then what?" "The next day, he presented for swim testing." "How'd he go?" Tom asked, finding he was more than genuinely curious. He was fascinated. Elise grinned. "Highest marks in the class." Tom shook his head incredulously. "You've got to be kidding me." "Okay, so some people are really good at learning new things." "Like Sam Reilly." That thought made Tom think about the present. "Can you find out where Paxton's living now? Maybe he has a place nearby and we can track him down?" "Yes." Elise typed a few details into her search system and pressed enter. A series of codes crossed the monitor and finally stopped. Frowning with frustration, she studied what she had found. And she didn't look happy. "This can't be right." "What is it?" Tom asked. "You can't find him?" "No, I can find him, but there's something wrong." "What?" "It says here that his permanent place of residence is Arlington." "Arlington?" Elise nodded. "As in the National Cemetery." "Are you sure you have the right man?" Tom asked. "Pretty sure." She clicked another button and brought up an image of Paxton West in full military regalia. "That's him, or was him. He was a good-looking man." "Yeah, that's the dude we've been hunting." Tom stared at the photo. "What does it say happened to him?" Elise read the note. Paxton West died in 2015 during a Special Forces mission in Afghanistan. Won a Purple Heart posthumously for it, too. Second Purple Heart, by the way. Died protecting the other members of his team. "Interesting," Tom said. Elise said, "This can't be right. There must be a mistake." "No," Tom replied. "I think it's obvious what happened." Elise stared at him with flat, expressionless eyes. "Really?" "Yeah." Tom drew in a solemn breath. Pax is a government-sanctioned ghost. Chapter 68. Sam stared at the solid entrance before them. It was round and made of stone, very much reminding him of the stone doors found throughout the subterranean city of Derinkuyu in Turkey. Derinkuyu was Turkish for deep well, which made a lot of sense because the whole place had remained hidden underground for 5 millennia. After visiting there, Sam had been seriously impressed by the accomplishments of the early civilization. In 1963, a man knocked down a wall in his basement and discovered the mysterious city that had been built 2,000 years before Christ. It was up to 18 stories and 280 feet deep in places. The largest of its kind, the Derinkuyu underground city could house 20,000 people. The doors at Derinkuyu had been designed to protect against intruders and were only able to be opened from the inside. Unlike them, however, this door had a unique series of circular engravings carved into the middle in what appeared to be a sort of keyhole. Surrounding the keyhole, there were several markings of Nabatean gods. Sam studied the keyhole. Then he pictured what would slot into the opening. Some type of pendant? With sudden inspiration, Sam smirked and pointed. "Notice anything about the shape of this hole?" he asked. Pax examined the keyhole. "It looks like this takes the Medallion of Petra." "I agree," Sam said. "All right, let's see the medallion." A mystified expression crossed Pax's face. "What are you talking about?" "The medallion. You know, the one you stole. The medallion that got us into this mess in the first place." "I don't have it." Sam's eyes narrowed. "You lost the medallion?" "Never had it to begin with," Pax replied, a bemused expression on his face. "What are you talking about?" "What are you talking about?" Pax replied. "You're the one who stole the medallion from Colonel Harrison." Sam's voice rose. "You think I stole it?" Pax's piercing green eyes locked on Sam. "Didn't you?" "No." Sam shook his head. "If I had it, I wouldn't be here, would I? I thought it was because you stole the medallion that you were here. If you didn't steal it, then what are you doing here?" "Bill called to tell me he was dying and that someone had stolen the medallion." "That's funny." "Why?" Pax said, "Because that's exactly what Colonel Harrison told me." Chapter 69. Sam met Pax's unreadable expression. With a face like that, he figured the man could have been a detective superintendent with 40 years' experience under his belt, staring down a homicide suspect. Still, Pax seemed genuine. If he were lying, he was doing an excellent job of it. Sam said, "Tell me the story. Where did you meet him?" "I met Bill at the Skylark in New York." "I've been there. Is that the one with the superb view of the city skyline, where you can see the Empire State Building with the Hudson River sparkling in the distance?" "Uh-huh," Pax replied. The interior was all sleek and modern, plush velvet seating, crystal chandeliers, and a polished marble bar that stretches on forever. Jazz music played softly in the background, giving the whole place a classy, laid-back vibe. Way more upper class than normally my style. Way more upper class than I expected Colonel Harrison to regularly patronize. "No, it wasn't," Pax agreed. "He was there for the same reason I was. There was an ancient art exhibition at the Cavan Morris Gallery. We had both attended and had been invited afterward for drinks at Skylark, a sort of low-key, intimate event with the curator of the exhibition, and many of her would-be donors. Sam said, "How did you end up chatting to the colonel?" "I didn't. He came and talked to me, asked me how long I had been out of the Navy." "The colonel saw you and immediately worked out you were an ex-Navy SEAL?" Pax shrugged. "It's not hard to figure out. You did, right?" Sam nodded. "I did. Besides, it was easy for the colonel. He was once a Navy SEAL himself. One recognizes another. Like knows like. Once a SEAL, always a SEAL, and all that. In Bill's case, he's a bit different. Exceptional. Originally an officer in the SEALs, he was seconded to the Army's intelligence support activity. That in itself made him unique," Sam acknowledged. "Not many SEALs would trade Coronado, California for Fort Belvoir, Virginia." "No, but from what I gathered, Bill didn't play by the usual rules. He didn't see himself as a member of the Navy or Army. He was an American first, and his family was the U.S. Department of Defense." "That's right. I remember him telling me the story. Recognizing his skills in intelligence gathering and analysis, the Joint Special Operations Command to JSOC offered him a transfer to the Intelligence Support Activity, ISA, a clandestine unit known for its elite intelligence operations. This transfer was facilitated through an inter-service agreement, allowing Harrison to retain his SEAL skills while transitioning into a role that capitalized on his intelligence expertise. In particular, he was assigned to capture the elusive arms dealer Haidar Kamel. Right. And in doing so, he and his men came into possession of the Medallion of Petra. "Last time I spoke with Bill," Sam said, "he was dying of cancer. Even then, he was tight-lipped and not interested in simply chatting. How did you manage to get so much out of him?" Pax grinned. "We were both out of place there. We grabbed a couple drinks, scotch on the rocks, I think, and Bill and I started talking ancient history and artifacts, which led to the subject of Petra." "You're kidding me." "Kind of serendipitous, don't you think?" "Maybe," Sam agreed. "So what happened?" "We kept drinking, and he kept bombarding me with more questions about ancient Petra, my background, and what languages I know. It was as though he was testing me, trying to judge if he'd found the right person." "Then?" Sam pressed. "I guess he assumed he did, because the next thing I know, Bill is telling me this crazy story about the Medallion of Petra, how it was supposed to lead to Yubar, and the story of an ancient Nabatean king who possessed a powerful weapon, some sort of primitive chemical, biological, or radiological device, capable of destroying entire armies from the inside." Stunned, Sam blinked. He wondered just how much alcohol Bill had consumed. Pax took a drink of water from his bottle. "Bill kept going, telling me about the covenant he and his men formed, and that they agreed the last one of them alive would decide to either destroy the medallion or use it to find Yubar. Then he told me that someone had stolen it from him. It seemed a real shame, given he only had a few months to live." "Aware of your interests, nature, and skills, he requested you to get the medallion back for him?" Sam asked. "As a favor, one Navy SEAL to another?" "Yeah, basically. He told me that after such a crazy life, he thought it would be strange that this was his biggest regret. Not that he wanted whatever was inside Yubar, just, that it irked him, not knowing." A wry grin formed on Sam's lips. "You came halfway across the globe to help a stranger." Pax put his drink bottle in his backpack, spread his hands. "Hey, it sounded like an interesting story. Besides, I wasn't lying when I said I had always liked Petra, and was more than happy to spend a few months seeing it with my own eyes." "Really?" "Sure, why not? I thought I'd at least give it a try." "All right. so it would appear we're both working on the same side. Sam said, "Now what?" Pax laughed. "Now we finish what we set out to do. We get the Colonel's medallion back, find Yubar in the process, and hopefully not get ourselves killed by the almost certain CBR weapon left buried inside." Sam studied the massive circular stone door, his fingers tracing the intricate carvings that spiraled around the keyhole. Pax crouched beside him, examining the Nabatean script inscribed below the keyhole. "The unity of the gods reveals the path," he read aloud, his brow furrowed in concentration. "What do you make of that?" Sam took a step back, gazing at the 7 symbols surrounding the keyhole. Each symbol was paired with a unique geometric pattern. He recognized some of the gods, Dushara, Al-Usa, and Alat among them. "I think we need to align these symbols somehow," he said. "The inscription suggests that unifying the gods will show us the way." Pax nodded, standing up and brushing the dust off his hands. "Any idea how we do that? These discs look like they can be rotated." Sam inspected the small movable discs around the keyhole. Each disc bore one of the geometric patterns. He began to turn one cautiously, feeling the satisfying click as it locked into a new position. "These patterns must be part of the puzzle," he said. "But like everything we've run into so far, we need to align them correctly." They worked together, carefully rotating each disc. Sam's mind struggled as he tried to recall the mythological sequence in which the Nabatean gods were said to have united. He remembered a story from his studies, a tale where the gods combined their powers in a specific order to protect their people. "Pax, I think it's a sequence," Sam said suddenly. "We need to align the patterns in the order the gods united in the myth." Pax glanced at him, his eyes brightening with understanding. "Right. So Dushara would be first, then Al-Usa, followed by Alat, and so on." They methodically turned the discs, aligning the patterns according to the mythological sequence. As they set the final disc into place, a faint glow emanated from the engravings. The door shuddered. The ancient mechanisms began groaning to life. Sam held his breath as the circular stone door began grinding open, revealing a dark passage beyond. He exchanged a triumphant look with Pax. "Nice one." Pax clapped him on the back. "We did good. Now let's go see what's on the other side." Sam stepped through the circular stone door. The ancient stone door rolled open. Instantly, a powerful scent wafted through air. Something that reminded Sam of a woman he hadn't thought about for so many years, he'd almost forgotten her entirely. Chapter 70. Elise sat cross-legged at her desk inside their geodesic dome. The soft hum of her computer filled the space. The tent, nestled in the desert nearby to Petra, was her sanctuary, a high-tech hideaway equipped with all the tools she needed to stay off the grid while conducting her research and operations. The curved walls of the tent were lined with monitors displaying various data streams, and her main terminal was connected to a custom-built server designed to track and capture any digital footprints left by her targets. A soft ping interrupted her focus, and she glanced at the screen. A small notification flashed in the corner. "Honeypot alert. Relic hunter active." Elise's heart quickened. The honeypot, a sophisticated trap she had set up on the dark net, had finally attracted the elusive relic hunter. The honeypot was a digital lure. an enticing offer disguised as an underground auction. It advertised rare and ancient artifacts, luring those interested in the black market trade. It worked by mimicking secure, hard-to-trace communication channels, making it appear as though buyers and sellers were communicating in complete secrecy. In reality, every interaction was monitored and recorded by Elise. Elise quickly opened the chat window, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. The conversation had just started. The relic hunter had initiated contact with a simple question: "What exactly are you looking at buying?" Elise took a deep breath, her mind racing as she formulated her response. She knew she had to be careful, precise, and convincing. Typing quickly, she replied, "I've heard through certain channels that someone has acquired a unique artifact, a 7-foot-tall golem. It is ostensibly fabricated out of solid orichalcum, the metal of the Atlantis gods. Is there any truth to this?" There was a pause, and Elise held her breath. The bait was on the hook, and she had felt a tug. Would the fish actually bite? Each second she waited for a response felt like hours. Then the screen flashed with a new message. "You have my attention. I'm ready to negotiate." Elise's pulse pounded with anticipation. She had her now. The relic hunter was known for her caution and secrecy, but the lure of such a rare artifact had evidently broken through her defenses. Elise began crafting her next message, aiming to draw the relic hunter deeper into the conversation. Elise typed, "Excellent, let's discuss terms. I'm prepared to make a substantial offer, but I need proof of authenticity. Can you provide?" Another pause, and then, "I have what you need, but it comes at a price. Meet me in the secure chat room Temple of Secrets on the encrypted platform Cryptix in 30 minutes. Use the passcode Atlantean Gold." Elise smiled, her fingers trembling slightly with adrenaline. She had set up multiple layers of traceability in Cryptix, a platform known for its encryption and anonymity. She typed her final message, "I'll be there." She logged off the dark net and quickly prepared her tracking tools. The next 30 minutes were a blur of setting up additional security measures and ensuring that her tracking systems were fully operational. As the time approached, she logged into Cryptix, entered the chat room Temple of Secrets, and typed the passcode Atlantean Gold. The chat room opened. Elise took a breath, ready to engage with someone who had haunted Sam for a long, long time. The relic hunter may be good, but she was better. When Elise logged into the encrypted platform Cryptix and entered the Temple of Secrets chat room, the relic hunter was already waiting. Her avatar, a golden scarab, gleamed with an ethereal light, symbolizing the wealth of ancient knowledge and artifacts she was reputed to possess. The scarab's eyes glowed with intelligence and a hint of danger, perfectly capturing the essence of the relic hunter's enigmatic persona. Underneath the avatar were the letters RH, a.k.a. Relic Hunter. RH. Are you there? Elise's default avatar was a simple gray silhouette, nondescript and unremarkable. It contrasted sharply with the elaborate golden scarab representing the relic hunter, reinforcing her own anonymity while she prepared to engage in the critical negotiation. The letter used on her avatar was a simple E. E. Yes. RH. How much are you willing to lose for the golem? The wording of it seemed strange to her. Instead of "how much are you willing to pay for the golem," the relic hunter had emphasized the word "lose." Elise drew a breath and began constructing her response. E. I have a buyer with deep pockets. Name your price. RH. Okay, Elise, I will. Elise's purple eyes widened, her heart rate picking up a notch. The relic hunter had used her real name. Surely it had to be a guess. Her avatar had the letter E under it. It wasn't an extraordinary stretch that it might be short for Elise. Maybe the relic hunter was trying to get lucky in the hope of unnerving her. Then again, maybe the relic hunter had gotten lucky and had unnerved her. She thought, Elizabeth, Emily, Ava, Eliza, Ella, Eleanor? No. It could still be a fluke, right? E. What is your price? R.H. I want you to play a game with me, Elise. The answer came immediately, as though the relic hunter had previously typed it and was simply waiting to press send. Smug bitch. E. All right, I'll play your game. But what do I get out of it? R.H. As in a reward? E. Yes. Elise stared at her laptop, waited. The telltale 3 dots indicated the relic hunter was writing something on the chat. R.H. If I win, you must give me the last golem, the one on board the Tehillah. Elise's pulse sped up another notch. This was bad, really bad. The relic hunter knew exactly who she was. Her eyes shot toward the door at the other end of the geodesic dome. There was a computer lock on the door, along with a physical one in the form of a padlock. The tent was made out of a series of Kevlar panels, along with lightweight, high-tensile, high-insulating materials, rendering it difficult to cut. Not impossible, but she wasn't at risk of someone slicing a hole through it and attacking her before she knew what was going on. She wasn't born yesterday. Yet she hadn't planned on being left all alone as the rest of her team went searching for Sam. Relieved that the door was still locked, she reached for the loaded Israeli open-bolt blowback-operated submachine gun. She'd found a natural affiliation with the Uzi. She was more accurate with it than most people were with a rifle. E. Now you have my attention. R.H. Good. Do we have a deal? E. And if I win? 3 more dots. She was used to working with faster hackers. Finally, a message appeared. R.H. I will let Sam Reilly live. Cold fear pounded in her ears. Below the message was an image taken of Sam and Paxton, trapped inside what appeared to be a Nabatean chamber with a pedestal at the center filled with flowers. E. Okay, it's a deal. R.H. Good. I'll make this easy for you. You have 6 hours to send me a copy of the image on the golem's back. Otherwise, I'll open the floodgates and drown Sam and his newfound friend, Paxton West. Elise thought of the 3 golems. Each one had a separate celestial map on its back. The relic hunter had 2, but would need the images of all 3 celestial maps to triangulate and unlock the secret location of the Necropolis of the Gods, an ancient city where some of the first master builders who ever lived were now buried. E. You will have it. R.H. Good. The clock is ticking. 05:59. Chapter 71. Sam was lost in the strangely familiar scent that wafted through the circular stone door as he made his way into the new chamber. His boots echoed in the large stone vault. This one was lined with Nabatean animal petroglyphs. To the east of the room, a large aqueduct entered and exited through a half-domed underground canal. The water was perfectly still. At the center of the room was a stone pedestal. Like the rest of the Nabatean stones, this one was carved by removing the rest of the stone around it. giving the impression the ancient masonry artists and engineers had etched away the entire chamber, leaving just the typical raised pedestal at its center. A vertical shaft rose up to the 20-foot ceiling toward the end of the room, like a skylight in a modern home. Sam and Pax both walked closer. There was a stone ladder built into the side of the vertical shaft. Sam stood still, his gaze sweeping the room, looking for a means of reaching the ladder above. There was a small base of solid stone directly underneath the vertical shaft, and a scattering of what could have only once been a carved stone ladder, now shattered into hundreds of pieces. It looked as though someone had taken the time to destroy it. But why would they? To make sure no one could leave the chamber. On the ceiling at the entrance to the vertical shaft was something decidedly much younger, another anachronism to the otherwise ancient Nabatean world. It was a digital camera. The little red light glowed. He felt tingles up his spine as Sam became aware that someone was watching him from beyond the digital distance. His ocean blue eyes, fiery and defiant, stared up at the camera for a minute. Then he and Pax searched every inch of the area, discovering nothing. No more challenges, no puzzles, nada, zip. Sam returned to the pedestal, where the heady fragrance of the unknown scent had hit him with full force. The pedestal was covered with star-shaped flowers, with their delicate yellow-green petals floating on the stilled water. Fresh flowers were incredibly out of place among the darkness and these ancient petroglyphs. He breathed in deeply, while the scent transported him to a far-off place, an island bathed in sunlight and laughter, where he once spent his carefree days with a girl who captured his heart. That was a different lifetime, and the presence of these flowers here, in the middle of the Nabatean chamber, made him ache with a longing he thought he had buried long ago. Resting on the side of the pedestal was a piece of paper doubled over. To his shocked surprise, the note was addressed to him. Pax looked on as Sam picked up the note and folded it open. It was handwritten, with long, elaborate cursive strokes. "It's been a long time, Sam." Then he knew who had been watching them. Chapter 72. Unnamed Tropical Island in the Pacific, 27 years ago. Sam breathed in the rich aroma of the flower. He was trying to identify the scent. There was a deep, rich aroma that was slightly sweet and floral, with hints of custard, jasmine, banana, neroli, honey, and spice. And to a 13-year-old Sam Reilly, they smelled of idyllic love, innocence, and passion. "It's called ylang ylang," the girl said, taking a single piece of the yellow star-shaped flower out of her hair and giving it to him. "These flowering trees grow wild all over the island." He brought it closer to his nose and drew in another waft of its smell. It would always remind him of her. "It's beautiful," Sam said, pressing his lips together. His heart was thumping heavily in his chest. "Just like you." She smiled at him, a mischievous glint to those dark eyes. She was his age, but seemed older somehow, maybe a little more intelligent, somewhat precocious, and infinitely more worldly than he was. Her smile was coy and mysterious. Then, with the slightly mean streak of a 13-year-old girl, she declared with laughter, "That's silly." Sam frowned. "Is it?" "Yes," she said, without explanation. Sam simply stared at her as though she were the most beautiful person he'd ever seen, and no amount of teasing on her part could shift his overwhelming, albeit ridiculous, sense of love for her. She stared at him, her knowing eyes tracing his features. Her Spanish heritage shone through her beautiful face, dark, lustrous hair that cascaded down her back in loose waves, and warm honey-brown skin that glowed with youthful vitality. She wore a light floral dress that fluttered around her knees as she moved, the vibrant colors complementing her bright, carefree spirit. She smiled at him, her voice softening. "You're too young for me, anyway." "I'm your age," Sam argued. "Yes, but I'm a girl, and we all know girls mature faster." Sam wasn't quite sure this was true. Even if it was, there was nothing he could do to change it, so he decided to ignore the fact. "You really are very beautiful," he said, persisting hopelessly. She tried to suppress a laugh, covering her mouth almost apologetically. When she stopped, she really looked at him. She'd spent the day showing him around her father's island, while both their fathers negotiated some sort of deal to transport something Sam was almost certain was illegal. It was already the best day in Sam's life. She sat on a small rock beside a freshwater creek, which wound its way through lush vegetation before flowing out into the serene, idyllic bay. The lagoon was a breathtaking tapestry of azure blues, the vibrant hues only interrupted by the whites of the breakers crashing against the distant reef over a mile out. The crystal-clear waters reflected the sky, creating a mesmerizing blend of blue tones. As she settled on the rock, she gestured for him to sit next to her, the tranquil beauty of the scene making the moment feel magical. He dropped down next to her, and, not wanting to make a mistake that might break the spell, he said nothing. She stared, as if taking real notice of him for the first time. "You know, you have really nice blue eyes." Sam's lips formed the hint of a gratified smile, then a faint blush of embarrassment. Without knowing how best to respond, he simply said, "Thank you." "Don't get too excited," she warned him. "You are cute in a young, awkward, and gangly way. I do wonder what you will look like when you grow up." She came close to him, her eyes really studying him like an artist might a painting, as if she weren't quite sure she liked what she saw, but didn't know what to do about it. He felt her breath on his skin. She said, "I'm not going to kiss someone just because they have nice eyes." And then she did. What followed were the best 3 days of his life. The two of them were inseparable from that moment. They explored the deserted island, talked about their hopes and dreams, and took every chance they got to kiss and hold each other's hands. She spoke of her father being the head of the Marilitos, a type of Cuban gang, both smart and powerful. He was feared by everyone around him. It made Sam think of his own father. He hoped his father used a more intellectual and creative approach to maintain his power than her father, even if, truth be told, he wasn't so sure his father was any less ruthless. On the 3rd day, he came back to the homestead on the island. His father told him they were leaving. Sam tried to convince him he had to find her and at least say goodbye. His father had shaken his head and told him there was no time for that. There was something in his father's voice that told him this was not one of those times to argue. Something critical, like having a choice between life and death. Their business transactions had obviously soured beyond repair. If that happened during illegal deals on an island with pirates, then the priority was to get off the island alive. Sam climbed onto the small Zodiac along with his father. Together they had left the lagoon, heading out into the open ocean where a large motor yacht waited for them. Forlorn and sullen at having to leave, Sam had asked if they would ever meet up with his new friend again. His father had told him that it was too risky, Renegotiation was out of the question, as their joint venture had fallen apart. His father recommended that Sam face the truth. There was no chance he would ever see the man's daughter again. Filled with puppy love, Sam had persisted in finding a means of seeking her out, lasting longer than his father had expected. But in the end, he accepted cruel fate. He hadn't thought much about her ever since. Sam felt his focus shift to present day. He looked at Pax and said, "The woman who left that note, and who placed the camera up there?" He pointed to it with his chin. "Her name was Liliana Diaz, and she was my very first love." Chapter 73. By mutual agreement, they took their packs off and made themselves comfortable on the stone floor. Pax sat cross-legged Indian style, and Sam rested his back against a wall. They both rummaged through their provisions, taking out water and protein bars. Then Sam cleared his throat and told Pax the story of Liliana. Pax's voice was matter-of-fact once Sam finished narrating the events that had led to his childhood heartbreak. He asked, "So that was the last time you saw her? Yet you knew it was her the second you inhaled the scent of those flowers?" "Yes." "Did you know you can smell an emotional sense?" Pax observed. "Huh?" Sam said, his brows lifting with confusion and curiosity. Pax had bucket loads of strangeness and intelligence in equal proportions. As weird as he may be, there was no doubt in Sam's mind he was a genius, with an eclectic education and remarkable ability to recall in-depth facts. Even so, he had no idea where Pax was going with this one. His weird colleague adopted the air of a professor and began a lecture. The amygdala is sometimes known as the emotional spark plug of the brain because it triggers emotional responses and feelings. It's situated directly in front of the hippocampus, throughout which it is densely interconnected, and into which the amygdala weaves its emotional synapses. Are you following? Sure, go ahead, Sam replied faintly, pursuing Pax's dense information about the human brain. He suddenly felt as though he now understood firsthand what everyone else must feel like when he decided to give an impromptu history lesson. When the neurons link up, Pax continued, as we know, they form cell assemblies that all then fire together. The amygdala-hippocampal connections form the basis for emotional memories. Okay, in my case, memories of Lily. Correct. Pax's features became animated, as if this was the part where it got really good. You know the difference between smell and the other four senses? It's that smell neurons from the nose go first to the amygdala before reaching the olfactory cortex. Sam arched an eyebrow. The other four senses don't go straight to the amygdala? No. This is why we experience an immediacy of emotion when we smell. Sensory experiences other than smell, sight, hearing, tasting, and touch, relay through their cortex on the surface of the brain before diving down to the amygdala hippocampus. Pax paused for effect. Something is seen before you feel the associated memory. You hear a song before you remember the summer when it was a hit. Small neurons, by first relaying to the amygdala, trigger feelings before the smell can be consciously identified. Ergo, the smell of a certain flower immediately reminded you of Lily. This happened long before your olfactory center had a chance in hell of recognizing what you were smelling. Sam snapped his fingers. You mean that smell can be remembered as a feeling? Exactly. Pax nodded, taking a bite of a high-energy protein bar. Sam laughed loudly for a few seconds, then stopped suddenly as, just for an instant, he felt like crying. He cleared his throat, surprised by how much of an emotional memory had been stirred up for Lily, a girl he'd spent no more than a few days with on a deserted island. For the 1,000th time he wished it had been different, wished their fathers had become lifelong friends. First love, young love. It paints itself the very brightest in our memories. And, if Pax were to be believed, smell triggers emotional memories stronger, and they hit faster and harder than anything else. Sam forced a teasing grin to avoid his feelings as much as possible. "What are you, a neurologist now?" Pax snorted. "No, but I've read my fair share of neurology books over the years." It was an obscure choice of reading for a man like him. "Why? Why did I take an interest in neurology?" Pax asked, downing half a bottle of water. Sam said, "Yeah." Pax explained. "It's like an oncologist whose mother died of cancer when she was young, the plumber who buys the house with drainage problems, or the psychiatrist who wants to make sense of his mind. Humans are drawn toward solving the things that interest them." He shrugged. "And I'm driven to learn why I am the way I am." Sam met Pax's candid gaze, as his disclosure seemed exceptionally profound. It was as though the man's mask had been temporarily withdrawn. Opening a peanut butter-flavored protein bar, Sam decided to take the opportunity to find out more. "And what way are you?" "I was born with a rare brain abnormality." "Go on," Sam suggested encouragingly. "Specifically, I have an issue with my ventromedial prefrontal cortex." "What's wrong with it?" Sam asked, his curiosity piqued. "It doesn't exist." The name meant nothing to Sam. Unlike Pax, he had no interest in studying neurology. Instead, he asked, "Do you miss it?" "I've never had one, so how could I tell if there was something to miss?" "Good point. I meant, is this a problem for you?" "Not really. I'm like someone who was born blind or deaf or without arms. It feels normal to them. It's only as they grow up, they realize other people have something, feel something, or act at variance to themselves." Sam's eyes narrowed. "So, how are you different?" "You mean, what does the ventromedial prefrontal cortex do?" Sam nodded. "Sure." The ventromedial prefrontal cortex is part of the prefrontal cortex in the mammalian brain. The VPC is located in the frontal lobe, at the bottom of the cerebral hemispheres, and is implicated in the processing of risk and fear, as it is critical in the regulation of amygdala activity in humans. Pax drew a breath. It also plays a role in the inhibition of emotional responses and in the process of decision-making and self-control. In addition to that, it is also involved in the cognitive evaluation of morality. "So," Sam's face remained deadpan as he chewed his protein bar. "Not that important, then?" Pax gave a quick snort of laughter. "To be honest, it was more of a problem as a child. In fact, the psychiatrists and neurologists who treated me weren't sure if I could be taught to coexist within the parameters of ordinary society. They weren't convinced I could fit in and thought I should be locked up for life, or better yet, euthanized, to protect civilization at large." "That seems particularly harsh," Sam said. "Why?" "They had never seen anyone without a ventromedial prefrontal cortex. I'm a first for the medical books. As such, they were only guessing how I would behave. They figured you would get into a fight to the death over the smallest of things as a teenager," Sam offered, his gaze taking in Pax's giant stature. "And given your size, everyone would come off second best, and you would get arrested." "No. There are plenty of young men and teenagers who have predilection to uninhibited testosterone-fueled rage and have a juvenile ventromedial prefrontal cortex, At the best of times, they are prone to make mistakes processing and rationalizing risk and fear. This leads them to get into fights, crash cars, and do generally stupid things that lead to them getting sent to jail. Sam said, "This is why they say men don't mature until they're 25. Pax shrugged. "Some take even longer to grow up." "Definitely," Sam agreed. "So what would someone without a ventromedial prefrontal cortex do?" Honestly, they had no idea. Sam said, "How did it play out?" "Better than anyone expected." "Really?" Pax decided to double down on the blind and deaf similes. "I'm like a blind person who develops extraordinary hearing to compensate, or a deaf person who has excellent vision, who learns to read nuances in body language or lip read. The other regions of my brain developed in ways to compensate for my lack of intrinsic emotional regulation." "Interesting. How so?" "My memory is excellent. Not photographic, but close. My Broca's and Wernicke's areas, the regions of the brain used in speech production and comprehension, are exceptionally well developed. In fact, they are twice the size of the average adult. Consequently, languages come naturally to me. I speak several fluently, and for a hobby have taught myself just as many ancient languages." "That's impressive." "My IQ is okay. I'm far from a genius, but it's greater than average, and more importantly, high enough to achieve anything I set my mind to. What's interesting is my EQ, aka emotional intelligence, is equally high." "Really?" "It proves that emotions can be a learned behavior. It just took me much longer than normal humans to figure my feelings out." "Is that even possible, given your lack of a ventromedial prefrontal cortex?" Pax nodded. "The team of neurologists looking after me assumed I'd have no emotions. But that's wrong. The truth is, I have bigger than average emotions. They're powerful and all-consuming and constant." Sam finished his water, compacted the bottle, and put it back in his pack. "So what did you do about them?" "You mean, how did I make it through teenagehood without literally killing someone?" Sam raised an eyebrow. "Given your size, it was a high probability." "You know those intrinsic feelings that you take for granted as your gut instinct? The things that tell you right from wrong and you trust them with your life?" "Sure, a sort of moral compass." "Yeah, that'll work." "Let me guess. You don't have one?" "No, I have one all right. I just learned that my gut instincts can't be trusted." "So what do you do?" "How do I find my moral compass?" "Yeah." "I don't." "What stops you from, being a complete psychopath?" "I have a code." Sam said, "How very Dexter Morgan of you." "What?" "Never mind." Pax said, "The code's basic, simple, and it works." "Does it?" Pax shrugged. "It has so far. It must have done something for you to meet the moral standard required to become a Navy SEAL." "It did. How did you find that?" "The SEALs?" "Yeah. It provided me with a worthwhile channel to concentrate my endeavors." Sam grinned. "You mean you liked it?" Pax's tone was calm and logical. "It was a legitimate use of my time." "Right. So, what happened? Why didn't you stay in for life?" "The CIA happened. Apparently someone from the Pentagon took an interest in me after a behavioral scientist working for DARPA was given information about my unique brain anatomy. That somebody had the foresight to imagine what sort of weapon I might become, and what sort of tool I could be if my abilities could be harnessed." "Someone nurtured you for this role from childhood," Sam said incredulously. Pax shrugged. We all tend to think we have so much control over our lives. In my experience, it's a lot less than we like to imagine. That's very true. Someone guided you into the Navy SEALs in the first place. Yeah, but it wasn't as simple as being told it was a good idea. They were more coy, far more manipulative than that. I was introduced from an early age to a Navy recruiter who suggested it would be my easy ticket to a better life, one with plenty of food, access to further education, and an outlet for all that anger I worked so hard to keep bottled up. Did it help? Becoming a Navy SEAL? Pax nodded. Sure. I might have been anything, but even looking back in retrospect, I can't imagine taking a different path. Other paths, for sure, but a better one for me? No, I doubt that very much. So what did the CIA say? I was deemed to have the right sort of personality for a position they needed to fill. Oh, yeah? What personality was that? It meant I had a unique mixture of optimism and nihilism. Why is that important for someone in your business? It meant I tend to get things done, and I don't let morals get in the way. Sam rubbed his hands on his jeans. You don't think morals are there for that very specific reason? I do. But sometimes there is no right answer. And still things need to be done. Bad things. Sometimes, but not wrong things. How do you differentiate between the two? It can be hard, but when I apply my code, it's simple. There were times when I killed people. I didn't care whether they deserved it or not. That wasn't my decision. I was a soldier. Like all soldiers, I answered to a chain of command. And in this specific role, my ultimate boss was the President of the United States. I didn't ask questions. A secret committee made decisions to sanction specific persons when the merit of such sanctioning allowed for the greatest good for the greatest number of people. American people, Sam said emphatically. Pax nodded. We all pick sides. I chose what I thought was the best use of my skills and abilities to provide the most good for the world. That's why I became a government-sanctioned ghost. Sam hesitated while he considered a reply. I'm intrigued by how you rationalized such a morally ambiguous process. Pax, who was chewing, swallowed. Then he said, doing the right thing doesn't always make you happy, but doing the wrong thing definitely makes you unhappy. Sam nodded in agreement. Charles Dickens? Pax shook his head. No, Leo Tolstoy. You really are an educated man filled with eclectic knowledge. Not really. Pax regarded Sam. I'm afraid most of my education is focused on how to permanently take out a target. Sam found himself grinning at the irony. The man brought political correctness to a new level. Or he really had no qualms killing a woman as much as a man. You know Tolstoy. I like to read a bit when I get the chance. Sam laughed. What's so funny? Pax asked. I just realized your name is Pax. Pax looked puzzled by Sam's seeming revelation. Right. Sam said, Latin for peace. Yes. Sam smiled. That must be made up. Afraid not. I wonder what your parents would think of the name given your life's direction. Me too. Why? They named you? No, they didn't. Pax explained. I was left on the steps to the George Washington University Hospital, Washington, D.C. Oh. All right, so what ended up happening to you? You mean after I was picked up by CIA? Yeah. I worked for many years, and I was content. The people I worked with became my family. And then? Someone betrayed me and my family. I'm sorry to hear that, Sam said. Betrayal by someone you trust hurts. What did you do? Pax drew a breath. His eyes were dry, but Sam could tell there was an intense emotion behind them. Pax said, there was a protocol built into our team, designed to keep us safe. It was created to protect the organization if there was a breach of trust from within. Sam said, go on. It was called Scorched Earth. Did you activate the protocol? Sam asked. Yes. Now, both of the men on my team, who were the closest thing to a family I've ever had, are dead and buried. He cleared his throat. Along with every single person who helped put them there. That sounds incredibly hard. Objective and detached, Pax stared straight ahead. It is what it is. He put a hand on Pax's shoulder. You're a good man, Pax. Thank you, Pax replied, his tone noncommittal. I am but a man, inherently no better, no worse than anyone else. Sam left him in his silent reverie for a few moments. Then he asked, Now, what do you do? Pax shrugged. Now I'm nothing more than a ghost forced to walk the earth while seeking redemption. Chapter 74. With a sudden burst of energy, Sam pulled his tablet out of his backpack. He loaded the photograph of the schematics of the Nabatean labyrinth of canals, dams, and aqueducts. Then he turned so that he and Pax could view the screen, but the camera above them couldn't. Pax asked, What are you doing? Sam grinned. I'm beating Liliana at her own game, he whispered, in case she had sound on the video camera. How? By reaching Yubar first. Pax made a gesture that suggested Sam wasn't quite keeping up with him. No, I mean, how are you planning on reaching Yubar before her? Here, Sam said, pointing to the aqueduct that ran underground below the monastery. We'll beat her here, and then use a diver propulsion vehicle to zip through this flooded tunnel here, all the way to Yubar. Sounds great. Pax gave a bemused smile. Have you forgotten that she's outside and we're still trapped in here? I haven't forgotten. Good. So what's your plan? Sam pointed to a long underground aqueduct that ran from the chamber beforehand, northeast, before eventually pouring into the Wadi room. This is how we'll escape. Pax studied the ancient schematics. I've heard you're an expert diver, but unless your lungs have acquired the ability to separate oxygen from water, I'm afraid your chance of traveling 20 or more miles underwater is unlikely to achieve the goal of reaching the outside world alive. Sam said, Yeah. Pax's lips hardened into a flat line. Have you discovered the ability to breathe underwater? No, Sam chuckled. I'm not planning on traveling all the way along the submerged aqueduct. He pointed to a section that ran horizontal before dipping down into a fully flooded section. There was a point that had 4 separate 90-degree turns, all within a few yards of each other, as though someone had needed to avoid a specific point in the middle. That point on the schematics had been colored, as though it represented something other than solid rock. Sam said, If I'm guessing right, this shaded area indicates an air shaft, or temporary tunnel the Nabatean engineers once used to reach the aqueduct. And if it's been covered in or re-bricked? Pax considered the problem. Maybe once they completed the tunneling works, they blocked it again. Then what? Sam shrugged. Then we combine our C4. I have an idea that together we'll have enough C4 to blow a hole right through it. Pax suppressed a grin. And what makes you think I'm carrying C4? Same reason I am, Sam replied. Only an idiot would enter an ancient tunnel system without some means of punching a way out. Same reason I'll bet you're carrying a Humboldt MCG portable handheld ground-penetrating radar. Pax laughed. You're wrong there. Sam tilted his head and had a curious expression in his ocean blue eyes. Really? Yeah, it's a ProSec GP8000, actually. And I think you may just be right. I believe we can punch a way out through that point, and it will almost certainly take us to the top of one of the mountains that line the Wadi Rum. Sam laughed. Excellent. Well, if that's the case, I think we've had enough of a delay. It's time to find our way out of here, Ghost. Chapter 75. Sam changed his flashlight's batteries. With it glowing brightly, he gently slid into the aqueduct, its beam illuminating the ancient walls which had been carved into the pink sandstone. He gritted his teeth and took a couple of quick, deep breaths. After being buried underground for millennia, the water was cool, not icy, but far from warm, and he was well aware that it was going to quickly suck the heat out of his core. The aqueduct was deep and narrow, preventing him from touching the ground. The weak point appeared to be roughly 1,500 yards away. He pushed his backpack in front of him. With its multiple watertight dry sections, it made a natural flotation device. Pax followed. Together they worked their way northeast. Sam kicked his legs, holding onto the floating backpack, trying to keep as much of his torso out of the cold water as possible. It wouldn't prevent him from getting hypothermia, but it might slow down its progress and buy him some time. Time which seemed to be drifting by far too slowly. His mind wandered toward Lily. It had been years since he'd thought about her, yet the realization that she was still alive, let alone responsible for stealing the Medallion of Petra, had awakened a memory that had laid dormant for so long. He thought back to those fateful few days spent with her. They were kids, but they were in love. Then his father and her father clashed over some deal. His father had been more than reserved about it. Sam had tried to pry the details out of him, but his father had clammed up, and Sam had known enough about his father to know when he'd been involved in something far from legal. When criminal businesses sour, everyone is lucky to get out of the dissolution alive. Despite their love, he and Lily were destined to become star-crossed lovers. His thoughts settled, and soon Sam entered a meditative trance as he slowly made his way along the aqueduct. Sam floated down the underground channel, cold water lapping at his waist. The passageway stretched out before him, illuminated by the flickering beam of his flashlight. The pink stone walls, worn smooth by centuries of water flow, seemed endless. Up ahead he noticed a peculiar section where the aqueduct took sharp 90-degree turns. Right, then left, left again, and finally right. It was as if the path detoured around something significant. As he drew closer, Sam's flashlight revealed subtle inconsistencies in the stonework. The walls looked identical to the rest of the aqueduct, but there was something off about this section. The stones here didn't seem as naturally placed as the others. He noted the telltale signs of masonry work. "Pax, take a look at this," Sam called back. Pax, trailing behind, waded forward. He pulled out his ProSec GP8000 handheld ground-penetrating radar and scanned the suspicious wall. The device hummed, and the screen displayed a cavity behind the stone. "You're right, Sam. There's a hollow vertical passageway behind this wall," Pax confirmed. "Excellent," Sam tensed. Let's find out what they're hiding. They carefully set up some C4 charges against the concealed wall. Sam double-checked the setup, ensuring it was precise enough to breach the wall without bringing the entire structure down on them. Pax handed him the detonator, and they retreated a safe distance back along the aqueduct. "Fire in the hole," Sam warned, pressing the button. The explosion was deafening, the sound echoing through the tunnel. Dust and debris filled the air, and when it settled, a gaping hole revealed a vertical chamber beyond the wall. A powerful wind rushed up from the shaft, a sure sign it was connected to the outside world. Pax moved to the edge, peering into the darkness. It's a vertical crack, large enough to fit inside and climb. Looks like this chimney goes deep. I'll go first. You sure? Sam asked. Pax shrugged. I don't mind heights. You have a good point, Sam replied. Okay, go ahead, I'll follow. Pax began to climb down, using stemming. This was a process that climbers used by applying opposing forces with their feet and their bodies. They push against two sides of a rock wall to create friction where no usable handholds are available. Sam watched as Pax made quick work of the chimney, employing his larger frame to wedge himself between the walls. As he made his descent, his light disappeared with him into the vertical passageway. A few minutes later, Pax called up. It's okay, but take your time. There's a bit of an edge at the end of the chimney. I don't want you to slip off it. All right, Sam said. I'm climbing down. Sam followed, carefully placing his hands and feet to keep his balance. The wind howled around him, adding an eerie soundtrack to his vertical descent. Halfway down, a light from an opening toward the bottom began to flood the bottom of the passageway. Sam studied it. The vertical shaft changed its angle, sloping horizontal again. He put pressure on his left foot. A rock crumbled. Sam tried to increase the pressure and keep himself locked between the two opposing walls, but it wasn't working. Compared to Pax, he was too small to maintain the grip. A moment later, his foot slipped right off. Without the opposing force, his other foot lost friction, and the whole stemming process failed. Sam cartwheeled his arms, trying to find something to grab hold of, but instead he was free-falling. Tumbling down the shaft, panic surged through him as the wind whipped past his face, and he entered a full freefall. He rounded the sloping section of the passageway and was shot out to the other side into an open void. His fingers frantically continued to try to grip something and hold on. They caught the side of Pax's hand, instinctively locking wrist to wrist. The momentum carried Sam out of the opening into the open expanse some 3,000 feet above Wadi Rum. Pax's other hand was holding onto the hardy root of a small shrub. Sam swung out above the cliff. Pax pulled him back against the wall of an ancient Nabatean cliff trail. Sam grabbed the base of the tenacious, arid shrub with his free hand and locked on for dear life. His eyes scanned the hazardous valley, a breathtaking but deadly view of the Wadi Rum spreading out below. Slowly, carefully, Pax maneuvered them both back to the safety of the Nabatean path that had been carved directly into a cliff. Sam made a soft, panicked sound, his pulse pounding far too loudly in his ears. Thanks, Pax. Pax gave him a reassuring nod, his grip still firm. No problem. Sam swallowed, then cleared his throat. Okay, now we just have to work out how we're going to get off this mountain. Chapter 76. Sam reached for his phone. A moment later, the screen died. It had run out of battery. He reached into his backpack to retrieve a power pack. Pax put a hand on his arm to stop him. "Don't." "Why not?" Sam asked. "This ex-girlfriend of yours, Lily, or whoever she is some sort of relic hunter in search of Yubar, right? And she's been watching you for some time. That means she intimately knows who you are and how you work. Lily will have eyes on your people, your whole team. The instant you contact them, she will know you're alive." Something rang a bell in the back of Sam's primitive brain. It was a déjà vu feeling, or something he needed to know. "Wait, what did you say?" "This woman knows you." "Not that. You called her something. What was it?" "I named her a seeker of rare and precious artifacts. Whoever she is searching for Yubar, seeing as how she went to great lengths to steal all the separate parts of the medallion, to leave a note, to come here." No, not that," Sam said, his eyes narrowing. "Earlier, you called her a relic hunter." Pax's lips formed into a confused frown. "Relic hunter, treasure hunter, grave robber, what difference does it make?" "All the difference in the world," Sam said, putting his uncharged phone back in his backpack next to the power pack. "There's a woman. She goes by the nickname of Relic Hunter. She was responsible for murdering an old friend of mine, a professor of archaeology. Since then, I've been searching for her. I wonder if it's possible that she could also be Lily." "I don't know." Pax pressed his lips together. "That depends. How many ex-girlfriends do you have that also want to kill you?" Sam wasn't sure if Pax was trying to make a joke or if his question was utterly serious. Either way, he didn't take the bait. Instead, he returned to the task at hand. "That camera didn't show the entire chamber we were stuck in, right? I think we made sure she didn't see us leave." "That is correct." "All right, working on the assumption that Lily is the relic hunter and she therefore knows me and my team, let's leave her assuming we're still trapped in the reservoir chamber. For the moment, we won't contact my people." "Okay," Pax agreed thoughtfully. "Now what?" Pax shot Sam a nonchalant grin. "Now we make our way down off this mountain. I don't see any reason we can't simply remain on this footpath to reach the base of the Wadi Rum, do you?" Sam pressed his lips together, the muscles in his face tightening with strain. "Only that if we make even one mistake, we'll fall to our death." "Oh, yes. If you slip, you will die." But they agreed they had little choice and began following the floating trail that was set on the side of a cliff. It looked precarious at best. Pax stared over the edge, glancing at the 1,000-plus-foot fall to the valley below. He wore a seemingly vacant expression. Sam had learned this was his lazy, somewhat default facade. The true Pax, as it were. Either way, his new colleague didn't seem to have a concern in the world. Sam swallowed hard. He snuck a quick peek at Pax, taking his eyes off the path for a second. "You really do have a problem with the way your brain interprets its amygdala, among other things, don't you?" Pax breathed out in a disappointed sigh. "You may find your amygdala's a little overzealous when it comes to heights. I would say falling to my death is a reasonable thing to be afraid of." Pax stood up, stepped to the very edge of the seemingly impossibly narrow ledge, turned to Sam, and put on a fierce, almost boyish grin. Such a nice smile, full of teeth. It was the sort of thing women might appropriately swoon for during a romantic comedy. Pax observed, "This path is nearly a foot wide at some points, and at other points it's almost non-existent. You are looking at the glass half full." I am aware that one slip would be lethal. Pax shrugged. Just don't slip, if you don't want to die. All right, Ghost, Sam replied. Fine. Let's get off this mountain and beat the relic hunter to Yubar. Chapter 77. It took nearly 3 hours to reach the bottom. Sam and Pax descended the rugged mountain, carefully navigating the path that was etched into the rock face. The route, narrow and treacherous, demanded their full attention. At several points they had to secure ropes and abseil down steep sections, the coarse rock scraping against their gear as they lowered themselves inch by inch. Pax moved with a seasoned grace, while Sam, ever the pragmatist, meticulously checked each anchor before trusting it with his weight. They crossed narrow ledges and precarious stone bridges, the vast expanse of the Wadi Rum spreading out beneath them. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that danced on the sandstone cliffs. After hours of relentless focus and exertion, they finally reached the bottom, where the arid plain stretched out before them, a stark contrast to the jagged heights from which they had descended. From there they walked along the Wadi Rum road until they reached the desert highway along Route 15. Pax flagged down a local Bedouin nomad in a large four-wheel drive, hauling fuel canisters. The driver was heading south. Pax chatted to him in colloquial Arabic and handed the man a couple pink 50-dinar banknotes. Their good Samaritan happily agreed to drive them into Aqaba. It was roughly 2 p.m. when the driver dropped them off in front of the Camel Dive Center in Aqaba. There was a car rental place opposite the dive shop that catered to tourists. Sam exchanged a glance with Pax and said, "Do you want to arrange transport for us? I'll go collect some dive equipment and diver propulsion vehicles." "Sure, no problem," Pax replied in his customary, relaxed, and agreeable tone. For someone who'd spent his life sharpening his skills of killing people, Sam noted he was a uniquely easy-to-get-along-with type of individual, seemingly easygoing and serene in all environments. Sam hadn't yet heard him even raise his voice or yell, despite nearly getting killed a few times. Sam turned to Pax, who was already heading toward the car rental shop. He said, "Hey, Pax." "Yeah." "Try to hire something common for these parts, like a Toyota Land Cruiser pickup, or one of those MGZs I keep seeing on the road everywhere in Aqaba." Pax liked specifics. "Which one do you want?" "Whichever you can get. Just make sure it's something that doesn't stand out." "All right, I'll see what I can find." Sam entered the dive shop, greeted and chatted to his friend Ziad, who owned the place. He gave him the brief list of equipment he'd need, including wetsuits. Ziad told him it would be difficult to find a wetsuit that would fit a man of 6'6", but he'd do his best to obtain something close. Sam thanked him, then asked if he could use his phone. Ziad pointed to one of those old rotary dial phones attached to the wall. It was an anachronism from the 1950s, but his friend, who was a whiz with diving computers and planning unchartered deep dives for a hobby, liked the simplicity of old tech. Sam glanced at the phone. It was an off-green and looked hideously out of place. He smiled at the sight of the rotary dial, trying to remember how to work the device. On the rotary dial, the digits were arranged in a circular layout, with one finger hole in the finger wheel for each digit. Sam placed a finger in the wheel and began rotating it to the corresponding hole. After a few goes and false starts, he got the hang of it quickly. Then he dialed Elise's cell phone's number by memory. "Sam," Elise guessed. "I'm alive," Sam said. Then, without preamble, said, The relic hunter is on her way to the monastery where the entrance to Yubar can be found. I need you to get to Tom, Hu, Genevieve, and Amira to meet me there. Make sure they're all armed." "They can't," she replied. "They're currently on Jabal al-Qatar." "What? Why?" "They found the secret entrance to Yubar, and all 4 of them followed you inside, trying to go after you and get you." "How long ago?" "Not long. I lost contact with them about 30 minutes ago, meaning they're now inside the mountain." Sam swore. "Okay, we'll have to do it without them." Pax stepped into the dive shop. His ears pricked at Sam's concerned voice. He tilted his head, curiosity washing over his green eyes. Sam mouthed, "My friends fell into the same trap up on Jabal al-Qatar." Pax gave a disinterested nod, as though what happens to Sam's friends was irrelevant to him, and then walked off to try on a wetsuit, fins, and mask. "What do you want me to do?" Elise asked. Sam said, "Fill them in and update them on our progress as soon as they're out." "Wait, you're not going after them first?" "There's no time. Besides, it took Pax and me 2 days to work out the puzzles and get through the maze. I'm expecting the 4 of them to do it in half that time." "Okay. Pax is short for Paxton West, a.k.a. the really big guy you ran into before?" "That would be him. He's on our side." "Really? There's something you need to know about him." "What?" "He's meant to be dead. Killed on a tour of duty in Afghanistan. Purple Heart for courage under fire. His body is resting in Arlington. Tom and I think he's a government-sanctioned ghost." "Yeah." "Yeah, what?" Elise asked. "He's a government-sanctioned ghost. Or at least he was one until they betrayed him. Now he's on our side. At least until we beat the relic hunter to Yubar." "How did you work that out?" "It's a long story. Anything else?" "Well, you almost lost the golem's celestial map to the relic hunter." Elise paused. "In fact, you would have if you waited another 15 minutes to call." Sam drew in a breath. "Really?" "Yeah, it's a long story, but she drew me into a game I couldn't help but play. The stakes were high. She said if I didn't get it to her within 6 hours, she would open the floodgates and drown you." Sam swore. "Elise, you need to send that image of the golem's celestial map to the relic hunter." "Why?" "You just told me. Tom, Genevieve, Amira, and Hu are all inside the Nabatean reservoir, inside Jabal al-Qatar. They're going to drown if the relic hunter floods those gates." "Okay. You want me to change the image so the relic hunter will be guided to the wrong place?" "Yeah, good idea. Make sure it's somewhere deep in the Sahara, where we know it will take her days to discover she's been deceived." "Okay, I'll work it out and send it across now." "Oh, there's one more thing you should know, Elise." "What now?" "The relic hunter's real name is Liliana Diaz. When we were both 13 years old, we had these incredible few days together on a deserted island in the Pacific, while both of our fathers negotiated an illegal business deal. It was all very Blue Lagoon, young love, that kind of stuff. She was the first girl I ever kissed. I fell for her hard in the way that only a kid can fall for their first love. The deal between our fathers soured, and I never saw her again. I thought I would never get over her. But time went by, and I soon forgot her, barely remembering her, until now." Elise's tone turned sharp. "Sam Reilly, what is wrong with you? Do you have some sort of pathological masochistic attraction to women who want to kill you? Amira seems so normal, but she's been spending a lot of time practicing with that Glock of hers at a makeshift range out in the desert. Maybe you should be careful." I'll keep that in mind, Elise. I'm serious, Sam. What happened? Did you listen to that song by Pat Benatar, Love is a Battlefield, and take it literally or something? I get it, Sam said. I've made some poor relationship choices in my past. Are you done now? Yes, Elise replied cheerfully. Just trying to help. Pax came back carrying 2 giant duffel bags full of dive gear. I have to go, Sam said, and ended the call. Sam looked at Pax. Got everything? Yeah, we're good to dive. Where's the car? It's out the front. Sam thanked Ziad for everything and promised to make it up to him. He then followed Pax outside. Parked directly in front of the dive shop was a Vanderhall Motorworks Venice GTS, a 3-wheel roadster that bridged across between a motorcycle and a sports car. It had 2 wheels up front and a large rear wheel in the back. Its chassis was beige and topped with bright red twin leather seats and small yellow gear stick. Nondescript and common, it wasn't. Pax strapped the 2 duffel bags heavy with dive gear to the back of the twin chrome-style bars, a.k.a. mousetraps, that rose above each of the twin seats. These wonderful inventions had a habit of bending during a rollover and snapping the occupant's neck like a mousetrap. Sam shook his head. I thought I said something that wouldn't stand out. Pax grinned. Hey, something this extravagant wouldn't make the relic hunter look twice. I mean, only an idiot would try to hide in this. At this stage, Sam smirked, I'm beginning to think only an idiot has. Pax said, just get in. Trust me, you're going to love this thing. Chapter 78. Ed Deir, the Monastery. Pax folded his solid frame behind the driver's wheel of the Vanderhall Venice GTS. Sam climbed in beside him on the passenger side, pulled over his lap sash, and clipped it into the buckle. Next to him, Pax put on a pair of aviator sunglasses that made him look like a fighter pilot, and turned the key. The autocycle's uniquely powerful 1.5-liter 4-cylinder turbocharged engine roared into life. Pax shifted the automatic sequential gear stick into first and planted his foot to the floor. This sent all 194 horsepower to the 2 front wheels, propelling the lightweight vehicle north along Desert Highway 15. The sudden gravitational force was reminiscent of taking off in a jet. Sam wanted to keep a low profile, but despite himself he laughed out loud with the joy of it. The wind whipped through his hair as Pax navigated the desert road from Aqaba toward Ed Deir, the monastery. It was daytime, a crisp winter afternoon casting long shadows across the rugged landscape of Wadi Rum. Pax's hands remained firm on the wheel. The engine purred with controlled intensity as they sped along the winding trail, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them. Sam glanced over at Pax, noting his focused expression and the way he effortlessly handled the curves and bumps of the terrain. The sun illuminated the desert in shades of golden brown and deep red, contrasting sharply with the clear blue sky above. As they approached a particularly sharp turn, Pax deftly maneuvered the Venice, the tires gripping the gravel with precision. Ahead, the monastery loomed into view, its ancient facade carved into the cliff face. Pax eased off the accelerator slightly, allowing them to coast to a stop near the entrance. The engine idled and ticked as it cooled. The desert silence settled around them. A roadblock had been set. That's weird. Sam's brows drew down with dismay. Why would this place be closed in the middle of the day? Not a problem. Pax shifted the gear to first and eased the small autocycle around the narrow gap between the wooden roadblock and the pink sandstone canyon. He followed the empty dirt road down toward the monastery. The autocycle approached the building. Anticipation mingled with the awe-inspiring sight of the ancient structure carved into the cliff. However, their excitement turned to unease as they noticed a fleet of Range Rovers parked nearby. Sam's body tightened as a sense of foreboding crept over him. Something wasn't right. As they pulled closer, the glint of sunlight off metal caught Sam's eye. Armed men, dressed in tactical gear and wielding submachine guns, stood guard around the vehicles. His heart sank. Their opponent had arrived here at their destination before them, and she wasn't alone. Sam said, "I think it's fair to say the relic hunter beat us to it." "I think you're right," Pax agreed. A couple of the armed men approached, taking visible interest in the Vanderhall Venice GTS. One of them said, "You're not supposed to be here. The road's closed." "Okay, sorry," Sam said, waving a placating hand. "We took a wrong turn. We're just leaving." One of the armed men with a dark beard spoke quietly into his radio, then looking at Sam said, "Just wait a minute." Pax's eyes darted toward his Beretta M9 resting beneath the dashboard, and the two armed men telling them to wait. They wore Kevlar tactical helmets and vests, and carried Finnish RK-62, based on the Polish licensed version of AK-47. There was no way they were going to win a shootout. Sam placed a hand on Pax's hand, indicating he should wait and see what the man wanted before they took their chances on a direct confrontation. The radio crackled. The man with the beard said, "You must be Sam Reilly. Get out of the car and put your hands up. Our boss wants to speak with you." Sam slowly lifted his hands. The two men aimed their submachine guns directly at him. Pax picked up his Beretta M9 and in a single motion aimed and fired 2 shots, both headshots. Sam said, "Drive!" Pax planted his foot on the accelerator and the Venice raced off. Behind them, 2 Range Rovers began their pursuit. Sam cursed, then said, "We've got company." Chapter 79. Pax's foot was already hard on the accelerator. The Venice roared to life as gravel and dust flew behind them. The engine's growl echoed off cliff walls as they sped away from the monastery. Sam gripped the edge of his seat. The relic hunter's interference meant their mission just became infinitely more dangerous. Well, that was too damn bad, as Sam was determined. Pax's eyes remained focused, his jaw set, his own resolve unwavering. Pax pushed the Vanderhall Venice to its limits, hurtling away from the monastery toward Petra. Behind them, 2 black Range Rovers followed relentlessly, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. Sam leaned out of the passenger window, gripping his Heckler & Koch submachine gun tightly as he took aim at the men behind them. The desert landscape blurred past them, the rugged terrain offering both cover and obstacles. Tall stone cliffs rose on either side of the narrow road, jagged valleys carving deep into the earth. Pax maneuvered with expert precision, zigzagging across the desert roads, aiming to lose the men hunting them amidst the labyrinthine landscape. The Range Rovers weren't as quick off the mark as the Vanderhall, but once they got going, their maximum speed was miles faster. It didn't take a genius to see that they would catch up long before Pax could lose them in the desert. "Do you mind doing something about our friends?" Pax shouted over the roar of the engine. His hands steady on the wheel as he navigated a sharp turn. The Venice responded with agility, its tires gripping the gravel as they surged forward. "I'm on it," Sam replied, aiming his Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun at the tires of the incoming vehicles. He squeezed the trigger, sending a burst of gunfire toward the Range Rovers. Bullets sparked off the rocky ground, some finding their mark with sharp impacts against metal. The pursuers swerved, their drivers skillfully adjusting to the erratic movement of their quarry. "We need a plan," Sam yelled back, reloading his weapon swiftly. "We're not going to win with the odds stacked the way they are." "I'm working on it," Pax said, scanning the landscape ahead for any advantage. A narrow passage loomed ahead, a steep descent into a valley flanked by towering cliffs. Without hesitation, he veered off the main road, the Venice rattling over uneven ground as they plunged into the valley. The Range Rovers followed, their engines roaring as they chased them down the rocky path. Pax swerved sharply, using the terrain to his advantage, hoping to throw off their adversaries in the tight confines of the valley. Sam continued to fire, with each shot aimed at disabling rather than eliminating, buying them precious seconds. As they raced through the valley, the echoes of gunfire and the roar of engines filled the air. The cliffs loomed closer, their shadows stretching across the ground as the sun dipped lower on the horizon. Sam glanced at Pax, their eyes meeting briefly with an unspoken decision. With grim resolve, Pax pushed the Venice to its limits, navigating the treacherous terrain with a mix of skill and sheer audacity. The chase continued, a high-stakes duel amidst timeless cliffs and the jagged valleys of Jordan's desert. Chapter 80. Ali al-Salim lowered his binoculars. Perched high on the cliffs, he had done his job, the enduring task his Bedouin brothers had done for nearly 3,000 years. He had taken his role as watcher in earnest. For many years he hadn't believed in the prophecy. It seemed fanciful at best that Yubar existed, and even less likely that if it did, a warrior would one day return to find the ancient city to restore power to the Bedouin people. He had watched the huge fighting man for nearly 3 months now, and he was convinced the man was no god. He was indeed a great warrior, but he hadn't been put on earth to restore his people to the throne of Yubar. In fact, the more he watched, the less he believed the powerful weapon of his ancestors should be restored to anyone, and definitely not to the armed men in tactical gear who had stormed Ed Dair, the people who were in the process of blowing holes in the ancient site to access its secret maze of underground canals. If he was against them, then by default, Ali al-Salim was still on the side of the great warrior. Thinking and considering his next move, the watcher lowered his binoculars. The warrior was driving a 3-wheeled sports car through the labyrinth of sandstone towers and narrow pink sandstone canyons. The agility and maneuverability of the smaller car was giving them an advantage over the larger, more powerful Range Rovers. Yet that advantage would disappear the moment they left the protection of rock walls and drove back out into the open desert. Just like that, Ali al-Salim made his mind up. He would be a watcher no more. It was time that he picked a side and took a stand. He was going to aid the warrior. Now the question remained, what could he do to help? His gaze landed on a giant boulder. It wasn't more than another 60 feet away from him. Ali did the mental arithmetic. If the warrior kept driving, he would pass through a narrow section up ahead. The Range Rovers were still following, albeit at a slower pace. If he could get the giant boulder to fall, it might take out one or both Range Rovers. Either that or the rock barrier would at least stop the tactical gear guys from their immediate pursuit, forcing them to go around the stone pillars by which time his warrior would have escaped. The question was, could he shift that boulder by himself? Chapter 81. Pax threw the wheel round to the left. The sleek three-wheeler roared across the barren terrain, its tires kicking up a plume of dust. His eyes scanned the desert landscape ahead, looking for somewhere to lose the two Range Rovers hunting him. In the rearview mirror, two black Range Rovers gained on them, their engines snarling like beasts, hunters chasing their prey. Rocky ravines loomed ahead, a maze of stone and shadow. "Hold on!" Pax shouted over the roar of the engine and the wind whipping past them. "I'm going to head inside one of these canyons." Beside him, Sam turned back around, holding his Heckler & Koch submachine gun. He was trying to get a good shot at the driver of the Range Rover closest to them. Instead, he held onto the side of the autocycle for minimal stability. Sam said, "Go for it!" Pax swerved into a narrow section of the ravine, the walls closing in tight around them. The sound of the pursuing vehicles echoed ominously off the cliff walls. For a moment, being in a smaller, nimbler vehicle, they were able to pull away from the wolves at their backs. Pax glanced into the rearview mirrors. The Range Rovers had receded, slowed by the narrow confines of the canyon. But he had no doubt this cheerful news was temporary. The plume of dust smoke trailing would give them away for a long time yet, time enough for them to catch up. Ahead, the path split into a fork. Pax's heart raced as he approached. Pax looked at Sam. "Left or right?" "Left," Sam replied, without hesitation. Pax yanked the wheel to the left, the Vanderhall veering sharply onto the new path. Their route twisted and turned, as determined by stone walls. Then, after a few hundred feet, the way ahead was suddenly blocked by an unforgiving barrier of rock. "No go," Pax said, slamming on the brakes. His gaze swept the canyon floor for a way around it, but he was surrounded by walls 60 and 70 feet high, leaving them nowhere to run, much less drive away. Sam said, "Back up!" Pax shoved the gear into reverse. He planted his foot on the accelerator and spun the wheel in the opposite direction. A split second later, he jammed the brake. The vehicle spun a full 180 degrees until they were facing back the way they had come. They were now face to face with the twin Range Rovers. In an old-fashioned game of chicken, they were both raging toward each other. Only the Range Rover's 2.7 tons wouldn't even slow as it crushed the Vanderhall Venice GTS's 1,460 pounds. Pax accelerated hard again, his eyes darting between the Range Rover pummeling toward them and the fork in the canyon now on his left. In a fraction of a second, he tried to calculate the various factors such as both vehicles' speed and distance to each other and their own distance to the turnoff. The complex cogs in his brain were calculating at lightning speed, hard and fast, until they arrived at a single answer. It was going to be close, no more than the flip of a coin. He might make it, or he might get crushed to death in an instant. There was only one way to find out. Staying where they were wasn't an option. The roar of the Range Rovers grew louder, closing in on them. Sam twisted in his seat, his Heckler & Koch MP5 ready. The weapon's sharp reports echoed through the cliff walls as he fired at their enemies, aiming to slow them down. Pax's mind raced as they neared the original fork. He glimpsed the first Range Rover, its grill a snarling menace, bearing down on them. Suddenly, a loud crack resonated throughout the canyon. Pax glanced up just in time to see a massive boulder tumbling from high above. It crashed onto the lead Range Rover, crushing its hood and blocking the path for the second vehicle. "Now or never," Pax said. yanking the wheel to the left again. The Vanderhall Venice GTS swung around, its rear tires kicking up gravel. Pax gunned the engine. The vehicle rocketed out of the narrow cliffs and back into vast desert lands. They burst into sunlight. The open expanse of the desert stretched out before them. Pax pushed the Vanderhall to its limits, feeling the surge of adrenaline as they left the canyons and their pursuers behind. "Amazing," Pax said. "What?" Sam asked. Pax grinned. "You really were born under a lucky star. I don't even understand where that boulder came from." "Who knows?" Pax shrugged. "Every SEAL I've ever worked with agrees on one thing." "What's that?" Pax said, "It's better to be lucky." Sam's eyebrows rose as he finished the sentence for him. "Than to be good." "Than to be anything else," Pax said, turning back onto the King's Highway, happy to finally start putting some miles between him and the relic hunter. Sam said, "The only problem is, we've still lost Yubar." Chapter 82. Garden Triclinium, Wadi Farasa. Pax pulled the Vanderhall Venice GTS off the desert highway. A gentle track led toward the Garden Triclinium, a narrow gorge containing multiple rock-cut monuments, including the Lion Fountain, the Garden Triclinium, the Roman soldier tomb, and the Renaissance tomb. 3 large boulders, the size of small apartments, stood like sentinels at the mouth of the track. Pax pulled in behind the boulders, out of the way of anyone driving by. He shut off the engine, exchanged a glance with Sam. "I don't think we should let the relic hunter win." Sam, still in the passenger seat, turned toward Pax. "Hey, I'm all for stopping her." He pressed his lips together. "I'm just not sure you and I alone can take on a small army of mercenaries. I've tried to contact my team, but they're all still working their way through the obstacles in the reservoir chambers high on Jabal al-Qatar. I don't intend to fight our adversaries in a direct assault." "Oh, yeah? What have you got in mind?" "Let's beat her to Yubar. That way, by the time she reaches it, we've either located the age-old CBR weapon and removed it, or destroyed the city altogether." "I'm not too keen on door number 2, Sam said. "But locating the weapon? Absolutely, I'm all in. But how do you plan on getting ahead of her?" Pax stepped out of the car and Sam joined him. Together they paced around the back of the boulders and paced back again. "There's roughly 125 miles of known clay pipelines and aqueducts discovered in and around Petra. This rises to nearly 300 miles if we follow the schematics we found up in the heart of Jabal al-Qatar." "Right." The pipelines were designed and positioned to transport and distribute the water throughout the city of Petra. The Petra water structure evolved over hundreds of years to become a complex system which connected reservoirs, cisterns, dams, and basins to the inhabitants and structures of Petra. Sam paused, met Pax's gaze. "Pax, I get it. I was there. I saw the schematics." As though Sam hadn't interjected, Pax turned and kept walking. The pipelines were designed to optimize flow, minimize turbulence, mitigate leakage, and prevent clogging. Most of the pipe sections were designed and constructed by the Nabateans. "I know all this. Get to the point." Pax said, following the transfer of power to the Romans in 106 AD. The water system was expanded to accommodate additional development. The Romans, however, did not replace the Nabatean water storage and distribution system, but rather just expanded the Petra water system as needed. Sam said, "Even so, it's not like the Romans mapped out their surveys of their own water systems." Pax arched an eyebrow. "Isn't it?" "You're kidding." Pax's expression didn't change. I am not. Sam laughed. This is great. I wonder where we could find such old records. At the Jordan Museum in the Ras El Ain area near downtown Amman. Really? How did you know that? Unlike some people who spent the months leading up to winter solstice resting in the hospital, I used my time wisely. Wait, what are you saying? A slow smile curled Pax's lips. I have the Roman maps to their waterways. He brought them up on his tablet, then superimposed the Roman hydrology map made by the Nabatean engineers years ago with the Roman one. There was plenty of overlap, but a large waterway had been constructed running to the east of Petra to feed the Nymphaeum, which was built by the Romans after the Nabateans lost power. It also linked with the main aqueduct, the largest of them all, the one that ran from the monastery through to Yubar. More importantly, it was nearly 15 miles closer. The two men stood shoulder to shoulder as Pax pointed to the cross-section above the Nymphaeum. We'll enter this passageway here, and then turn north on to Yubar. Sam frowned. It's not going to work. I was there a few weeks ago. There's nothing left of the Roman Nymphaeum. It's barely anything more than the dilapidated stones of the ancient bathhouse. You'll need to bulldoze tons of rock and sand to reach the underground canals. They've been buried. Pax grinned. Then it's awfully good luck that I just happen to know where to borrow a bulldozer. Chapter 83. Nymphaeum, Petra. Sam stared at the monument, but it didn't look like much of anything. It was little more than a scattering of sandstone blocks in the partial shape of the ancient Roman bathhouse. Its most recognizable feature was a massive 450-year-old pistachio tree, giving welcome shade in the summer. The remains of the Nymphaeum were situated at the confluence of two watercourses, at the start of Colonnaded Street. It was dedicated to the water nymphs, and was probably one of the first improvements made to the city after the Roman annexation. He squinted and tried to imagine the Nymphaeum in its original glory. It had a semicircular public fountain near the junction of Wadi Musa and Wadi al-Mataha, and 6 Nabatean columns decorated the facade. Virtually nothing remained of the ruined superstructure, and even the retaining wall was modern, built by Jordan's Tourism Council. Sam worked the ground-penetrating radar, trying to locate the exact spot. It took 3 attempts, as the first 2 came back nothing but stone. Then the machine fired back an image of what appeared to be a massive underground tunnel, the remains of the original Roman aqueduct. Sam signaled Pax, who shifted the gears, and the Caterpillar D8T moved in, its giant claw digging into the arid earth. Less than 10 minutes later, Pax had dug a hole roughly 10 feet deep by several feet wide. The bulldozer's giant steel claw pierced the ancient clay pipe, which was 6 feet in diameter. Water slowly rose to the surface, indicating the pipe was under some pressure, but not enough to create a geyser. The water formed a sort of pool, flooding the hole Pax had dug, but settling before it reached the surface. Sam contacted Elise and told her to get Tom and the rest of the team to meet at the Nymphaeum as soon as she extracted them. He needed their help to secure what was, right now, the fastest way to reach Yubar. The last thing he said to her was, "Tell Tom to bring some dynamite, a lot of it." Chapter 84. Sam and Pax quickly donned their wetsuits. Together, they worked to set up the rest of their dive gear and diver propulsion vehicles. He would have liked to be diving on rebreathers given the distance to Yubar, but he wasn't able to secure 2 for the dive. Instead, they were diving on twin air tanks. It would be a shallow dive, so there would be no risk of decompression problems on normal air. Sam looked at Pax. "You ready to go?" Pax nodded, connecting the air pipe to his BCD adapter and double-checking the air bladder inside. Then he went over the entire setup once more, to be sure, Sam assumed. Maybe he was OCD, although he hadn't seen signs of that personality disorder up until now. Sam glanced at him, a wry grin on his lips. "All okay?" "Yeah, I'm always pedantic when I set up the buoyancy control whenever I scuba dive." "Really?" Sam chuckled. "Why? Can't swim?" "Not very well." "What?" Sam asked, incredulous. "You were a Navy SEAL." Pax shrugged as though that didn't change the facts of life. "I only learned to swim before taking the swimming aptitude testing during BUDS. I haven't had a lot of practice in the water." Sam held his gaze. "I don't believe you." "It's true," Pax laughed. "Cole Knight, a friend I had from my course, taught me before my first swim test." "How?" Sam frowned. "I mean, I don't understand. Didn't you know you would need to be a great swimmer to become a SEAL?" "Sure, but I just hadn't gotten around to it. If ever there were a person who wasn't meant to swim, it was me." "Really?" "Yeah, whatever genetic blessings I may have, the natural ability to swim wasn't one of them." "Why?" "As an orphan, moving around through group homes and whatnot, I missed out on that parent-son interaction, or forced time learning to swim. I grew up in Woodland, Washington, D.C., so it wasn't like I had a lot of need to swim. Besides, I had a scholarship for school, so I spent most of my time trying to maintain the scores needed to keep it. Then as I got older, in my later teens, I thought I'd teach myself to swim." "How'd that go?" "Badly," Pax shrugged. I'm just not built for swimming. Something about my density. Everything about me is dense." Sam laughed. "Hey, you said it." "I'm serious. I have a disproportionately high muscle mass, which makes it incredibly difficult for me to float. I still can't simply lay on my back, push my hips up, and float like everyone else." Sam said, "I don't believe that." "It's true. It's not just muscle mass. My bones are denser." "You're making this up." Pax's face gave a forced, tight smile. It was a gesture that suggested he couldn't care less whether or not Sam Reilly believed him. "Take it or leave it. I'm serious. I've since learned that bone mass density is almost entirely controlled by genetic factors, which are mostly polygenic, meaning do not follow the patterns of Mendelian inheritance. Your family genes help determine your peak bone mass, which is the greatest amount of bone you will ever have. Up until young adulthood, you form new bone faster than you lose old bone." Sam lifted a bemused eyebrow. "And in your case?" "I'm off the chart. My bones are more than 85% outside the bell curve. So between that and high muscle mass, I'm a terrible swimmer." "But I bet you can fight." Pax shrugged. "I didn't have trouble with basic hand-to-hand combat, which surprised me. It just came naturally, to be honest." "Yeah, big surprise." Again, I actually was surprised. "How come? What do you see when you look at me?" "A walking battle tank. Someone who was born to fight battles. Your ancestors were warriors stretching back through the millennia." Pax made a face, suggesting Sam may be right. He then grinned. "You see, everyone who looks at me sees me that way." "What are you suggesting?" Sam asked. "Some kids get picked on at school, getting beat up or having fights with bullies was part of their education. Pax spread his arms. In my case, people looked at me, saw something in my size, or perhaps my emotionless face, and decided to give me a wide berth. Sam laughed again. No one dared to take you on. Yeah, so you see, I was worried I wouldn't be any good at it. How could I be? After all, fighting was a skill like any other. It takes time and effort to get good at, and I hadn't ever done it, let alone practiced. So, tell me, in the end, could you fight? Pax nodded. I guess, somewhere buried not so deep in my DNA, there was muscle memory extending back throughout the ages, where, as you suggested, my ancestors were brilliant warriors. I'm curious now, how good a fighter are you? I do okay, Pax replied, not expounding on the subject. Sam finished setting up the last of his twin tanks manifold and securing the whole system to his diver propulsion vehicle. He brought out his own personal radiation dosimeter with a telescopic reading device, meaning it could be extended 12 feet into the air inside Yubar while they remained safely submerged in the aqueduct. It had a digital camera, which provided a direct live feed to Sam's heads-up display on his full-face dive mask. Okay, warrior, Sam said. Let's beat the relic hunter in her own game. Chapter 85. The clean water turned into a murky haze as it mixed with the freshly dug soil. Sam clipped his harness to the diver propulsion vehicle and slowly waded into the pool of water in the Nymphaeum's latest pond. He switched on the power button. Instantly, the display to his diver propulsion vehicle lit up like the small dashboard on a motorcycle. He and Pax exchanged a quick glance, pointed their thumbs down, signaling their descent, and released air from the BCD. He plunged into the inky depths, the weight of the water closing around him like a cold fist. Clutched in his grip was the latest propulsion vehicle, equipped with a state-of-the-art gimbaled gyroscope system. Glancing at the DPV's dashboard, Sam saw the inbuilt gyroscope whir to life, its spinning rotor maintaining a steady orientation. On the display screen, the device kept its bearing. Its display illuminated their path, a breadcrumb trail of light in the overwhelming darkness. The gyroscope, in conjunction with accelerometers and magnetometers, precisely tracked his movements. Each turn and dive were being meticulously recorded, charted, and plotted. Each movement capable of being expressed as a reciprocal on the return dive. He descended a total of 15 feet before reaching the bottom of the underground aqueduct. Sam switched on the powerful LED headlight to reveal the outline of a large clay pipe, 6 feet in diameter. Pax leveled out beside him. Sam checked the compass on the dashboard of his DPV. He confirmed he was pointing due west. Speaking into his voice-activated underwater radio, known as Vox, Sam said, "How are you doing, Pax?" "Very well, thank you," Pax replied in his customary indifference. "It's just like being back on a submarine escape trunk. You never know if someone else is going to make a mistake, and you'll end up breathing your last breaths trapped underwater." Sam grinned. "Why, Pax, are you making a joke?" "I don't make jokes," Pax replied, emotionlessly. "All right, then, let's go." Sam maneuvered through the narrow aqueduct, his DPV responding fluidly to his commands. He activated the DPV's sonar system, sending sound waves echoing off the clay walls. The reflections revealed a sound, almost straight, buried aqueduct. Sam increased speed to maximum and kept going due west. It took 30 minutes to reach the intersection with the main aqueduct, the one that led straight to Yubar. Sam eased back on his DPV's throttle, slowing his rate, until he entered the new, larger pipeline. This one was somewhere in the vicinity of 15 feet in diameter. The digital compass on the DPV's dashboard showed due north. Sam said, "You still with me, Pax?" "Right beside you," Pax replied, his headlights sending a beam of light next to Sam. "Next stop, Yubar," Sam called, opening the throttle again, sending the DPV's electric motor into a whir. The next 40 minutes were uneventful. Cave divers worked on a rule of thirds, a third of the air supply on the way out, another third on the way back, and the final third kept in reserve in case things go wrong. Sam kept track of his air consumption. Unless things went incredibly wrong, they would be back at the Nymphaeum with well over the required third remaining in their air supply. Then the pipeline to Yubar terminated abruptly. A warning flashed on the dashboard, signaling the sonar's reading that the tunnel had stopped in a dead end. Sam took his hand off the throttle, and the DPV slowed, the beam from his headlight scattering across the surface of the massive clay pipe, revealing the horizontal tunnel now turned vertical. Sam said, "You see it, Pax?" "I see it, Sam. Shall we go up?" Sam said, "Let's." The vertical shaft rose a total of 15 feet. The beam of the DPV's headlight cut through the water, creating a visible column. Small particles and debris suspended in the water reflected the luminescence, making them sparkle or float in the light. Sam looked up at the opening where the ancient Nabateans who once occupied Yubar would draw their water. The headlight beam struck something above the surface, reflecting back on them. Sam and Pax slowed their 2 DPV to a complete stop at a depth of 10 feet. He removed the telescopic radiation dosimeter out of its holder and said, "Well, Pax, it's time to find out what all the fuss is about Yubar." Chapter 86. Sam carefully extended the telescopic pole, maneuvering the Geiger counter through the narrow opening at the top of the tunnel. The device disappeared into the darkness above, and for a moment all was quiet except for the soft sound of their regulated breathing. The Geiger counter immediately went berserk, erupting with rapid, sharp clicks. Sam scanned the readings. "I guess we're not going topside for a wander around Yubar today." "Guess not," Pax replied. Sam's pulse quickened as the clicking grew louder, a high-pitched, continuous barrage that filled their helmets. His eyes locked on the readings. "Radiation levels are off the charts. Anyone steps up there won't survive more than a few minutes." "Agreed. All this effort for nothing. It turns out we didn't have to worry about the relic hunter. She would have simply got herself killed after all her hard work." "I doubt it," Sam said. "She's many things, but so far she's proven she's definitely not stupid. She would have known, as much as you and I, that the mysterious weapon possessed by the Nabatean king, which had the power to kill entire armies, was most likely a CBR weapon. I'm sure she would have taken the same precautions as we have." He silenced the alarm on the Geiger counter and activated the live feed from the video camera attached to the Geiger counter. The images were then fed directly into their heads-up displays. He adjusted the angle of the telescopic pole, allowing the camera lens to view parts of the city from above the fountain, slowly rotating to visualize as much as possible. The first thing the camera captured was a large, ornate water fountain, the centerpiece of the ancient city. Waterways feathered out from the fountain, spreading in intricate patterns throughout the city. The city of Yubar revealed itself, far more advanced than Petra. The architecture was breathtaking, with towering structures carved directly into the rock, adorned with intricate carvings and elaborate facades. The buildings were a blend of Hellenistic and Nabatean styles, but there was a sophistication and complexity that surpassed anything Sam had seen before. It was as though they were more advanced than the Romans or the latter-day Nabateans of Petra combined. Even though the camera was only able to provide a snapshot of the city's treasures, it was clear within seconds that Yubar had such wealth in abundance. Relics and precious jewelry were scattered throughout the city, glittering in the faint light. There were gold and silver artifacts, bejeweled crowns and ornate vases, every piece more exquisite than the last. The camera panned over a grand plaza filled with statues and monuments, each telling a story of a lost civilization's grandeur. Sam's eyes widened as he took in the scene. This place, it's incredible. The craftsmanship, the valuables, it's beyond anything we imagined. Peck said, "No wonder everyone wanted to kill to reach it." "Yeah, human nature, hey?" The Geiger counter's silenced period must have reached its time, because the alarm started blaring again. Sam studied the numbers. The radiation levels were still off the charts. Catastrophic. If the contents of Yubar were ever released into the atmosphere, the consequence to Jordan and the rest of the planet could have global ramifications. "This is bad," Sam said. "Something is seriously not right here." Through his face mask, Pax appeared undeterred. "We knew the ancient Nabatean king wielded a terrible CBR weapon. Now we know it was nuclear. So what?" "The problem is, Yubar was buried nearly 3,000 years ago, long before Petra was established." "And?" "Come on, Pax," Sam said. "You've studied history. What does it tell us about the aftermath of nuclear explosions?" "They're horrific, but the radiation eventually dissipates, leaving livable places within weeks, and entirely safe within a few years. In fact, both Hiroshima and Nagasaki's radiation had reduced to 80% within 24 hours, and 1/1,000,000th of the original radiation within a week. Both cities were fully inhabited and rebuilt within 2 years. "Exactly," Sam said. "Hell, even Bikini Lagoon was safe by the 1960s, after 24 nuclear tests were conducted there during 1946 to 1958. Pax nodded. Sam had no doubt he'd heard all about the program there. The U.S. Navy designated Bikini Atoll Lagoon as a ship graveyard, then brought in 95 ships, including carriers, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, submarines, attack transports, and landing ships. The proxy fleet would have comprised the 6th largest naval fleet in the world if the ships had been active. All carried varying amounts of fuel, and some carried live ordnance. Then nuclear tests were conducted, including Castle Bravo, a thermonuclear bomb that was 1,000 times the size of the one dropped in Hiroshima, sinking the entire fleet. Pack said, "Of course, most of the islanders who returned in the 60s subsequently got cancer and were repatriated to Hawaii. The compensation claims are still ongoing even today." "Even so, the point is, nowadays recreational divers visit the island. It's renowned as one of the best wreck diving sites in the world, and scientists confirm there is no greater threat of radiation on the atoll than anywhere else in the world. What's it been, 60 years? Peck said, "Call it 70. "Right. So, after 70 years, most nuclear radiation settles to negligible levels. What does that say about a place that is still incredibly radioactive after 3,000 years? Pax said, They found a very different element than uranium, something far more valuable. Exactly, Sam said. There's a world of treasure up there. Every single piece of it swollen with so much radiation, it would kill anybody dumb enough to take possession. Agreed. All right, Sam said. I've seen enough. Chapter 87. Sam surfaced in the newly minted pond outside the Nymphaeum. He and Pax were met by Tom, who was waiting at the side of the pond. Sam removed his fins, handing them to Tom, before climbing out of the pond. Behind him, Pax removed his fins, also passed them to Tom, and climbed out. Sam hoisted himself out of the muddy sinkhole, his body caked in a thin layer of dirt and mud. His muscles ached from the hours spent diving. He took a moment to catch his breath, the air feeling refreshingly cool against his damp skin. With a swift, practiced motion, he began to remove his dive gear, unbuckling the heavy tank and peeling off his mask. Tom said, Nice to see you're still alive. Thank you, Tom. Back at you. Nice to still be alive, Tom agreed. Alive and out of that crazy mystery maze. Sam gestured toward Pax. Tom, meet Pax. Pax? Tom said, offering his hand. Pax took it with a firm handshake. Tom? Tom exchanged a glance with Sam. We're on the same team now? Yeah, Sam confirmed. Then turning to the rest of the gang, he said, Over there is Genevieve, Hu, and Amira. He heard a gasp, soft but unmistakable, and turned to see Amira standing at the edge of the clearing. Her eyes were wide with overwhelming relief etched across her beautiful face. For a split second they just stared at each other, the world around them fading into insignificance. Amira's composure shattered in an instant. She let out a cry, a sound filled with a tumult of emotions, and ran toward him. Sam barely had time to brace himself before she leapt into his arms, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist. Her arms encircled his neck as if she would never let him go. Sam! She cried, her voice breaking. He caught her easily, despite the fatigue in his limbs, and held her close. Her warmth seeped through his wetsuit, grounding him in the reality of the moment. Before he could say anything, Amira's lips found his. Slow at first, then their lips parted, kissing each other hungrily, as if they had just seconds to live. Her passion and desperation was pouring into every touch. Sam's hands instinctively moved to support her, one arm around her back and the other cradling her head. He kissed her back, matching her intensity, losing himself in the sensation of her closeness. It was as if all the fear, worry, and longing they had both endured were being communicated in that single searing kiss. When they finally broke apart, they were both gasping for air. Amira's eyes were filled with tears, but a radiant smile broke through. I thought I'd lost you, she whispered, her voice trembling. Sam rested his forehead against hers, his own eyes glistening. Don't you know? What? Sam grinned. It would take more than a madman, mad woman, I guess in this case, to prevent me from coming back to you. She kissed him again, more gently this time, and he reveled in the softness of her lips, the familiar taste and feel of her. For a moment, everything else faded away. The danger, the mission, the uncertainty. All that mattered was that they were together, holding each other tightly in a world that seemed intent on tearing them apart. Amira loosened her grip slightly, though she didn't let go completely. Sam set her down gently, still keeping her close, his hands lingering on her waist. Pax looked at them both with a bemused expression on his hardened face. "Amira, this is Pax West," Sam said. "Pax, this is my girlfriend, Amira." Pax smiled and said, "Hello again." Sam looked at Amira. "You two know each other?" "Not really. He might have offered to improve my shooting skills out in the desert." Pax looked at Sam with an unreadable expression. "You're a lucky man, Sam." "I am indeed," Sam acknowledged. Pax said, "Just don't make her angry. She can shoot now." "I'll keep that in mind," Sam replied. Amira looked up at him, searching his face, as if reassuring herself that he was really there. "You look like hell," she said, a hint of teasing in her tone. Sam laughed, the sound rough but genuine. "You should see the other guy." Throaty and unguarded, they both laughed then. The tension eased, replaced by a shared sense of relief and gratitude. Amira's expression suddenly took on a serious air. "So did you reach Yubar?" Sam said, "Yes, but we may have a bigger problem." Chapter 88. Sam explained that Yubar housed the sort of levels of nuclear radiation that would have been seen in Hiroshima in the hours after the bomb had been released. Ergo, whatever material the ancient Nabateans had discovered produced radiation at levels far greater than uranium or even plutonium. It appeared to possibly be a new element altogether, much more toxic and deadly. Tom said, "DARPA and military specialists around the world are going to have a field day when they find out." Sam frowned. "Just like Oppenheimer with a nuclear bomb, we know that this is a dark day." Peck said, "Someone should destroy it." "Yeah, they should," Amira agreed. "Pity there's few devices capable of destroying it," Peck said. "And besides, who knows what such a rare element would do if it were detonated?" Who said, "Pity we don't have any dragon's breath." "Dragon's breath?" Pax asked. Sam said, "It was a rare element mined by Qin Shi Huang during the Qin dynasty, and it gave the emperor the power to unite China." "What did it do?" "You'd need to be a nuclear scientist to really understand it, but basically it alters matter at a subatomic level, causing a nuclear chain reaction. Yet instead of producing enormous amounts of heat and power, it simply dissolves the molecules until they become unstable and crumble, causing a widespread implosion. Left unchecked, it will keep eating away mass indefinitely." "Right, obviously," Pax said. "I'm starting to think you're more of a science fiction specialist than a maritime archaeologist." Sam made a face that suggested if he only knew the full extent of it. Sam's lips formed a hard line. "If you only knew." Amira said, "The point's moot. I thought you said the last of the dragon breath was destroyed nearly 2 years ago now. It's not like we have any to use." Sam pressed his lips together. "Actually, we do." She arched her eyebrow. "Really?" "There's 2 more dragon breath bombs," Sam said. "We kept them in case there was ever a nuclear disaster. It could be used to mop up the radiation." Pack said, "You just said this element, dragon's breath, caused a nuclear chain reaction, which, if left unfettered, would continue to eat away at all the mass indefinitely. Wouldn't it simply wipe out the Earth?" "Dragon's breath has some restraints. For example, the implosion burns out when it touches water, and there are a few other programming systems, like altering its DNA, that can be set to adjust the size of its unhinged chain reaction," Sam said. "For example, who is 75th generation Yuxia. He descended from the original blacksmith and alchemist who developed dragon's breath, and swore to protect it from ever being released again. Has a sword which is laced with dragon's breath. The blade's dragon's breath is slightly different at a molecular level, meaning that it will cause a small implosion, capable of vaporizing an individual but not much more. Consider it like putting the dragon on an imaginary tether. Right. Pax asked, and these bombs you have, can they be restricted or limited? Sam nodded. Yeah. Using the same technology as Hu's sword, we can dial in a specific length of tether. I don't know what I should be more afraid of. Some mad relic hunter getting control of Yubar, or you tinkering with a weapon straight out of the Death Star from Star Wars. It's fairly safe. Ashley Calder, a renowned nuclear physicist, built them both for us. Oppenheimer was a renowned nuclear physicist, and he brought us the atomic bomb. They're safe, Sam said. Pax shrugged, as though it wasn't his problem. Then, looking at Sam, he asked, Could it destroy Yubar? Absolutely. Pax's face was unreadable. What's the chance Dragon's Breath interacts with this new type of uranium-like element and causes an even bigger explosion? Low. Almost zero. With uranium and plutonium, Dragon's Breath simply absorbs any free isotopes. Pax said, There's still one problem. What? Sam asked. The radiation levels in Yubar are so high that whoever delivers this thing would almost certainly die of radiation sickness, most likely within hours, or at the most, days after exposure. Amira looked hopeful. They can't wear one of those lead-lined radiation suits? Sam shook his head. Sure, but it would have to be thick lead. Have you ever tried to scuba dive wearing lead through a narrow tunnel? Pax said, difficult, but not insurmountable. Not with enough time, but I don't think time is on our side. Sam gave them a hard stare. The relic hunter knows where Yubar is. She's the ultimate finder and seller. She couldn't care less about the weapon or the treasure. She's just going to sell Yubar to the highest bidder, and I hate to think who that might be. Tom said, So, we need someone willing to sacrifice themselves to save us from the nuclear bomb 2.0. Sam said, Right. Pax looked around, cheerful expression on his face. Any takers? Sam's mouth formed a hard line. I might know someone who would be interested. Chapter 89. The pond's serene surface rippled. Sam's eyes narrowed. What now? The ripple grew larger, distorting the reflection of the midday sun as a deep tremor shook the ground. A moment later, the ground followed suit. His feet began to tremble. At first it was a subtle vibration, but it quickly intensified into a pronounced shaking. Sam steadied himself, scanning the horizon for the source of the disturbance. The sound of rotor blades slicing through the air reached his ears, growing louder with each passing second. He looked up to see 3 military helicopters approaching in a tight formation. Their sleek, menacing forms cast long shadows over the landscape as they thundered overhead, heading straight for the ancient trail that bordered the Wadi Rum. Sam climbed to the top of the hill where the Nymphaeum was perched. He began to move, making his way up the rocky incline to get a better view of the unfolding scene. As he reached the summit, the helicopters were already descending, kicking up clouds of dust and sand as they came in to land a few miles to the north. The ground continued to shake, the vibrations now accompanied by a low, rumbling noise. Sam's eyes widened as he saw a massive bulldozer appear on the horizon, its huge blade glinting in the sunlight. The machine roared forward, clearing a path through the desert with a relentless, almost mechanical precision. But it was the sight of the even larger drill that truly took Sam's breath away. Towering over the bulldozer, the drill was a behemoth of engineering, its massive spiral bit designed to penetrate deep into the earth. The machine lumbered forward, its purpose clear: to tunnel into Yubar from the surface above. Sam's mind raced. The relic hunter must have sold the location of Yubar to a private army. Whoever bought it was serious, and they had the resources to back it up. Sam picked up his phone. "Elise, get eyes on this fleet. See where they're headed." He ended the call a few seconds later. Pack said, "We both know where they're going." "Yes," Sam swore. "They're going to drill into Yubar from the surface." "It would appear so." "It will destroy every living thing for 100 miles. Pax shook his head. "It will destroy every living thing, full stop. Then we'll just have to make sure that Yubar is no longer there by the time they reach it." Sam turned to the Toyota Land Cruiser, which was filled now, loaded with dive gear. "How are you coming along, Colonel?" Bill Harrison stepped out of the Land Cruiser, wearing a full dive kit. "Never better." Chapter 90. It was a long time since Colonel Bill Harrison had donned scuba gear. He looked at Sam Reilly, and Sam saw deep lines of pain and perhaps fear etched across the man's face. Those weren't there the last time he saw him. Bill knew better than anyone else out there. The time was passing at its own pace, and it didn't wait for anyone else to catch up. Sam asked, "Have you got it?" Bill nodded. "It's safely sealed in the watertight container on my BCD, like some sort of god-forsaken science fiction grenade." Sam didn't try to challenge the description. Instead, he confirmed, "You know how to activate it?" Bill smirked. "Son, I was fighting wars while you were a twinkle in your father's eye. Sci-fi or not, I know how to use your bomb." Sam gave him a curt pat on the back. "Good man." When Bill Harrison asked Sam to track down his stolen medallion and use it to reach Yubar, he never expected for 1 minute that he'd end up getting a chance to see it, or more notably, that he would be asked to serve one last time, to sacrifice his life to save others. His life wasn't that much of a loss, if he was honest. He had maybe a few weeks at the most, all of them spent in constant pain. Still, he wasn't complaining. He was the last of his men who had served with him in the Gulf who was still alive. The big sea had finally got him. But it got him last. The doctors told him his entire body was riddled with the stuff. He had met plenty of people in the palliative care unit who had suffered a far worse fate. Growing malignancy was uncomfortable as all hell. But he'd suffered injuries that had hurt even more when he was in the Defense Force. That was okay. It would all be over soon enough. His palliative care specialist looked apoplectic when he'd asked what it would take to enable him to leave the hospital one last time and make a prolonged scuba dive. The specialist had told him that it would take a miracle, and even if he could, it was unlikely he would survive the experience. Bill had grinned and laughed out loud, and finally asked her to show him where to pray for such a miracle. He told the doctor, "What kind of palliative care doctor are you, if you're not willing to risk me dying during hospital leave for a day?" The woman had provided him a medley of drugs, most of which he couldn't pronounce, including a collection of steroids, amphetamines, and opioids. She had told him that if he had a little more time to live, she wouldn't dare risk bombarding his body with such a pharmacological concoction. The drugs had done their job. Right now, he felt great, far better than he had in years. Bill just hoped his heart would hang in there for another hour, just long enough to serve his nation once more. Just as he was about to submerge, a sharp, high-pitched whine cut through the air. Bill's instincts flared. He looked up to see a small aircraft streaking across the sky, its guns trained on them. The first shots rang out, tearing into the ground and water around them, sending plumes of dirt and spray into the air. "Take cover!" Sam shouted, diving behind a nearby boulder. Pax, Tom, Genevieve, Hu, and Amira followed suit, scrambling for any cover they could find. The air was filled with a deafening noise of gunfire, the acrid smell of spent bullets, and the sharp tang of adrenaline, each of them already beginning to return fire. Bill's heart pounded in his chest. He exchanged a quick glance with Sam, whose eyes were steely with urgency, need, and determination. "Go!" Sam urged, his voice carrying across the chaos. Bill nodded, the weight of the moment settling on his shoulders. He turned his gaze to include Pax. He and Sam were both crouched behind cover, their guns blazing as they returned fire at the attackers. "Thank you, gentlemen," Bill called out, his voice calm despite the danger. "It's been an honor knowing you both. And Pax?" "Yeah." "You're a crazy son of a bitch," he said, meeting the warrior with a noble gaze, his eyes full of respect. "I can't believe you actually went halfway across the globe on the word of a drunk man telling a story at a bar to find a mythical medallion and the lost city of Yubar." Pax shrugged. "It seemed like an interesting story." Sam gave him a tight smile. "Get going, Bill. Thank you. We'll hold them off." With one last look at his friends, Bill turned toward the pond. The bullets splashed into the water around him, but he forced himself to remain focused. He adjusted his mask, took a deep breath from his regulator, and plunged into the cool, welcoming depths of the water. The world above became muffled, the sounds of the battle reduced to distant thumps and echoes as he descended. The water was murky, but Bill's flashlight cut through the gloom, illuminating the ancient stonework of the Nabatean aqueduct. He kicked steadily, propelling himself deeper into the submerged passage. He switched on his diver propulsion vehicle and kicked it into gear. Its electronic motor began whirring. Next stop, Yubar, and the end of the world. Chapter 91. Genevieve climbed into the pilot's seat of the Eurocopter and started up the power, while the rest of them provided cover. Dust and debris filled the air from the recent strafing, but they moved with purpose, their mission clear. Sam, leading the group, was the first to reach the chopper. He turned, his eyes scanning the sky for any sign of the attacking aircraft, but it had vanished. "Everyone in!" Sam shouted over the roar of the helicopter's blades. "We have to buy the Colonel time to destroy Yubar before anyone else gets to it from the surface." Sam, Tom, Pax, Hu, and Amira scrambled into the Eurocopter. Genevieve's hands moved expertly over the controls. "Strap in," she ordered, her voice steady despite the tension. "This is going to get a little rocky." Hu, Tom, and Amira quickly followed, securing themselves and checking their weapons. Sam took one last look at the chaotic scene around the Nymphaeum before jumping in. He hit the emergency release button, dropping both side doors and giving them plenty of room to shoot. The helicopter lifted off, the powerful downdraft flattening shrubs and swirling the dust below. Elise sent the exact GPS coordinates of Yubar to Genevieve. In the front passenger seat next to her, Tom began inputting the coordinates into the navionics. Genevieve leveled off and began to fly north. The landscape below rushed past in a blur of desert and rock. The tension inside the chopper was palpable, each of them knowing the stakes of their mission. In the back, Sam, Pax, Hu, and Amira were all reloading and preparing their weapons. Minutes later, the scene below shifted. Sam saw the massive drill and bulldozer, their mechanical forms tearing into the earth with relentless efficiency. Soldiers and workers dotted the site, their movements purposeful and coordinated. The drill's engine created a deafening cacophony that echoed across the desert. The massive bit spun, lowering toward the ground with deliberate, menacing slowness. Even from the air, Sam could see the ground shaking, the ripples in the desert sands forming like those in a lake after being interrupted by a rock. Sam said, "Get ready. We need to take out that drill." "I'm on it," Pax said, loading his SEAL recon rifle. Sam looked at Hu and Amira. "Give Pax cover and let him take the shot." Genevieve brought the helicopter in low, circling the site. The enemy below noticed their approach, and gunfire erupted from both sides. Bullets pinged off the chopper's exterior as Sam, Hu, Tom, and Amira returned fire from the missing doors. Amira leaned out, her rifle steady. She fired a controlled burst, taking down a group of soldiers near the drill. Hu was beside her, his precision shots picking off targets with deadly accuracy. Tom and Sam focused on the bulldozer, their combined fire disabling its controls and slowing its advance. Genevieve maneuvered the helicopter skillfully, avoiding incoming fire while keeping them in an optimal position to engage the enemy. The air was filled with a deafening sound of gunfire and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Sam saw a group of soldiers taking aim with a heavy machine gun. "Genevieve, swing us around. Hu, take out that machine gun." Genevieve banked the helicopter, giving Hu a clear line of sight. Hu fired his shots with precision. The machine gun emplacement exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. Tom shouted over the noise, "They're regrouping near the drill." "Keep the pressure on," Sam yelled back. "We can't let them reach Yubar." Amira's eyes narrowed as she focused on a group of soldiers trying to repair the damaged bulldozer. She fired, her shots finding their marks and scattering the enemy. The battle raged on, each of them battling with everything they had. The helicopter hovered and strafed, providing a mobile platform from which they could unleash their firepower. Below, the site was a chaotic mess of machinery, bodies, and fire. Sam scanned the chaotic scene below, his gaze locking onto the massive drill tearing into the earth. He spotted the drill operator, a vital target if they were to halt the operation. Turning to Genevieve, he shouted over the din, "Genevieve, we need you to come around and bank hard to the left to give Pax a clear shot at the operator." "Got it," Genevieve yelled, her grip firm on the controls. "Hold on, everyone." Sam turned to Pax, who was preparing his SEAL recon rifle, the calm determination in his countenance a sign of his training. "Pax, you ready?" "I'm good," Pax called over the din, his voice steady. "Give me a clear view of that operator and I'll take the shot." Sam said, "Genevieve, we're good to go." "Copy that," she replied. Genevieve guided the Eurocopter into a sharp bank to the left, the maneuver throwing them against their harnesses. The world outside tilted, giving Pax a clear line of sight to the drill operator below. The chopper shook as gunfire strafed their position, bullets pinging off the metal hull. Sam's heart hammered, but he focused on the task at hand. He fired his submachine gun at the soldiers guarding the drill operator. Pax set up his rifle, his movements swift and precise. He exhaled slowly, steadying his aim as Genevieve flew past the drill operator, banking at the last possible moment. With the target in his sights, Pax squeezed the trigger. The rifle's report was a sharp crack, echoing in the confined space of the helicopter. Sam watched as the shot found its mark, striking the drill operator in the head and sending him sprawling. The man was dead before he knew it. A split second later, a deafening bang rocked the helicopter. Warning lights flashed, and the engine's whine changed to a labored sputter. The realization hit them all at once. Something vital had been damaged. Genevieve desperately worked the controls. She grimaced. "Hold on, everyone! We're going down hard!" Chapter 92. Bill Harrison surfaced inside the dark chamber of Yubar. He removed his regulator and mask, blinking away the water to take in his surroundings. He took a deep breath, the air tasting stale and metallic, an indication of the centuries of abandonment and the radioactive contamination that permeated the ancient city. The headlight of his diver propulsion vehicle bobbed up and down, or it floated in the water, sending an obtuse glow. Bill clambered out of the ancient water feature and reached for his flashlight. Clicking it on, the first signs of the ancient city came into his view. What he saw took his breath away. The city of Yubar, the Atlantis of the sands, long lost and shrouded in myth, sprawled before him. Massive stone columns rose from the ground, intricately carved with ancient Nabatean script and depictions of deities long forgotten. The architecture was a marvel of towering structures and open courtyards adorned with elaborate mosaics and statues. Faded murals hinted at the vibrant culture that once thrived here, their colors dimmed by time, but still discernible. A massive central plaza dominated the scene, surrounded by what appeared to be governmental buildings and temples, their facades crumbling yet still majestic. The eerie greenish glow of the radioactive material illuminated the city in an otherworldly light, casting long ghostly shadows. His fingers tingled with radiation. Bill recognized the sensation immediately. It wasn't painful, more like 1,000 tiny pinpricks all over his skin. The same feeling he used to get after he'd had radiation therapy for his cancer. It seemed a fitting way for him to go. Bill's awe quickly turned to determination. He had a mission to complete. He pulled the dragon breath bomb from its watertight casing, its sleek, ominous design a stark contrast to the magnificence surrounding him. Setting the device on a stone pedestal, he carefully activated it. The timer flashed to life, displaying a countdown, 100 seconds. Bill shook his head. What kind of scientist installs a 100-second timer on a bomb capable of vaporizing more than a dozen city blocks? He shrugged. Not his problem. He had done what he set out to do, completed his last mission successfully, and it wasn't going to hurt where he was going. A deep sense of tranquility and gratitude washed over him. This was how he was supposed to go out. Not in a hospital bed, while his own cells ate away at his body until there was nothing left. He had served his nation with honor for nearly 4 decades. If he was going to die, let it be in the act of saving others. Without anything else left to do, he relaxed, taking in Yubar in all the ancient metropolis's glory. So much history. Countless examples of art and creativity, the wealth of many generations. Yet every atom and artifact had spent 3,000 years absorbing deadly radiation. Anyone who wanted to keep such archaeological relics had better have a lead-lined vault to display them in. No, this was better. It was better for him, better for everyone. To see what he could see, he took a few steps, very few steps, to have one last look around at the ancient Nabatean city. Such a place filled to the brim with wondrous treasures. He would be the last human alive to see it. Then he sat down. No, his legs simply gave way. Bill found himself on the ground without even realizing that was where he was going. Tired, so tired. Lying on his back, he smiled and closed his eyes. He felt an utter sense of peace. Yes, he was ready to meet his maker. Chapter 93. Genevieve felt the controls go sluggish in her hands. She lowered the collective all the way down, which allowed the main rotor blades to spin freely and pick up RPM speed and at the same time maintain a normal angle of attack. This was similar to a glide position in a fixed-wing aircraft. A split second later, she shoved the cyclic stick as far forward as it could go. With her right foot pressed hard on the pedal in an attempt to counteract the sudden loss of torque normally provided by the engine, she worked to prevent the helicopter from entering a death spiral. The immediate result was that instead of an uncontrolled fall, Genevieve maintained the upper hand of the helicopter as it fell rapidly from the sky in a process known as auto-rotation. Tom flicked switches next to her in an attempt to restart the engine. "Power's not coming back." Genevieve glanced at the altimeter. It read 250 feet. Not a lot of room for auto-rotation. "Brace!" she called out. "We're going to hit the ground hard." Genevieve's eyes darted to the RPM counter for the main rotor blades. The speed increased as the air started to flow up through the rotor system. She was still a long way off the velocity required to land the helicopter. It was going to be a crash, for sure, no matter what she did. The goal was to make it survivable. She gently turned away from the drill into the wind. Tom read out the altitude and airspeed. 50 knots, 30 feet. Genevieve nodded and pulled back on the cyclic stick to commence flaring. The nose of the Eurocopter lifted. Their descent rate slowed from 2,000 feet per minute to 1,000 feet per minute in an instant. At the same time, forward movement reduced toward zero. The helicopter stabilized to a level attitude approximately 7 feet off the ground. Genevieve gently raised the collective pitch, causing the main rotor blades to decrease RPM speed but increase lift. A moment later, the landing skids clipped the top of a sand dune. Gliding for a split second longer before the helicopter hit the ground hard, the impact jarred every bone in Genevieve's body. The skids snapped with a sickening crack, the metallic sound echoing through the cabin. For a few heart-stopping seconds, the helicopter teetered precariously, balancing on the edge of disaster. Genevieve felt the world tilt around her, gravity pulling them sideways. She tried to hold it steady. No chance. The helicopter groaned in protest, and then, with a final ominous lurch, it tipped over. The main rotor blade splintered with a deafening crunch, pieces of it flying off in all directions as the chopper settled heavily onto its side, with its nose facing downward. Genevieve glanced over her shoulder. Yes, everyone was conscious and alive. They were no doubt injured, but it couldn't be that bad if they weren't knocked out. A split second later, machine gun fire began to rake the helicopter. Genevieve shouted, "Everybody out!" Chapter 94. Dazed, Sam clambered out of the helicopter and fell to the ground. The barking machine gun stopped for a second. He stepped around the crumpled nose of the craft and returned fire with shots from his Heckler & Koch submachine gun. Hu and Amira spread out through the gap where the side door had been removed before they took off. Genevieve unbuckled her harness and kicked open the pilot door, her movements quick and efficient despite the wreckage around them. The door was stuck rigid. Pax leaned in, offered his hand. Genevieve took it, and in one quick movement, he pulled her free through the gap between the cockpit and the main cabin. Tom was next. There wasn't much room to squeeze his 6'4" frame through, but he was a caver, and if it had taught him anything, it was that his body could be positioned to navigate tight constrictions. Outside the chopper, Sam felt a sense of impending doom. It was from more than just the people who were shooting at them. But he couldn't think. His brain was in idle, or neutral, or hell, maybe in park. Either way, he felt danger. Yes, there was something else wrong. A primitive part of his brain was screaming at him to get to safety. Then the scent hit him. Aviation fuel. His eyes locked on the clear liquid pouring out from the rubber bladder of the helicopter's fuel tank. It was specifically designed not to explode on impact during a crash, but that meant nothing when it came to avoiding sparks during a firefight. Sam said, "Pax, there's a fuel leak. Get out of there!" Pax heard him, but he was busy locking hands with Tom. With his left hand holding onto the outside stability rail of the helicopter, he used his right to pull Tom straight up. Tom's boots kicked off the helicopter's plexiglass dome, and a moment later he was through the gap. Sam shouted, "Run!" Together, Pax and Tom leapt away from the crashed chopper. Both were running to take cover behind a sand dune. Sam, Tom, Pax, Genevieve, Hu, and Amira all lined the sand dune, seeking shelter. Sam looked back at the helicopter. A large pool of fuel was in the sand surrounding it. Another 40 or 50 feet behind it, several men in tactical uniforms, Kevlar helmets, and body armor kept shooting at them. Another 40 feet behind them, somebody was pulling the drill operator's dead body out of the cabin. Tom grabbed Sam's shoulder and smiled. "Well, what do you know? It didn't blow." "What did you say?" Sam shouted the question over the booming noise of gunfire. Then a rogue bullet hit the frame of the helicopter in just the right place. A spark lit the evaporating aviation fuel, and the entire thing ignited in a whoosh. Crackling pops sounded off as their broken craft was consumed by fire. Tom shrugged. "Never mind." Disturbed by a new sound, Sam glared back over the crest of the sand dune. Someone had found a new drill operator. The giant bit began to turn once more, fighting to open Pandora's box of evil. Although they didn't know it, Yubar's lethal particle emissions was what they were drilling into. World-destroying radiation would soon be on its way to reaching the atmosphere for the first time in 3,000 years. Chapter 95. Sam, Tom, Pax, Hu, Genevieve, and Amira ducked down behind the sand dune. The grains shifted under their weight as they positioned themselves for the firefight. The sun beat down relentlessly, casting harsh shadows and intensifying the heat of the desert. Their breaths came in labored gasps, but their eyes remained focused on the drilling rig in the distance, a monstrous contraption boring its way into the ancient city of Yubar. Gunfire echoed across the sands, bullets whizzing past their heads and kicking up plumes of dust. The defenders of the drilling rig were well entrenched, their numbers and firepower making it a formidable challenge. "We have to stop that drill," Sam shouted over the noise, his voice hoarse but determined. "It can't reach Yubar." Pax adjusted his SEAL recon rifle, peering through the scope. "I see the operator. I can't get a clear line of sight from here. We'll need to take out those guards first." Genevieve, crouched beside him, nodded. "I'll provide cover fire. Hu, you, and Amira take the left flank. Tom, you're with me on the right. Sam, Pax, hold the center. Let's spread wide along this sand dune and see if we can get a better shot." A coordinated plan in place, they moved with precision. Genevieve fired off a burst from her rifle, the rounds forcing the enemy to take cover. Hu and Amira sprinted to the left, using the terrain to their advantage. Tom and Genevieve flanked to the right, laying down suppressing fire. Sam and Pax remained in the center, their shots methodical and deadly. Sam's submachine gun rattled in his hands, carefully aimed. Pax's sniper rounds found their marks with lethal accuracy, taking out key defenders. The enemy fought back fiercely, but they were unprepared for the coordinated assault. One by one, their numbers dwindled under the ruthless pressure from Sam and his team. Amid the chaos, Sam's mind locked onto the drilling rig. The machine was massive, its drill bit boring into the earth with a deep, resonant hum. He could see the operators scrambling, trying to keep the machine running despite the onslaught. Sam shouted, "Pax, can you hit the control panel from here?" Pax nodded, his eyes narrowing as he adjusted his aim. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, and the bullet struck the control panel with a shower of sparks. The drill shuddered, its movements becoming erratic. "Good shot!" Sam called out. But their victory was short-lived. From behind the rig, soldiers in tactical attire emerged, grabbing an armored vehicle and advancing toward them. The vehicle's mounted gun began to fire, forcing Sam and his team to duck even lower behind the dune. "We're pinned down!" Hu shouted, his voice strained. "There's nowhere to go," Amira added, her eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, a deep rumbling explosion echoed from below, shaking the very ground beneath them. Sam's heart skipped a beat as he realized what it was. Mission accomplished. The colonel had detonated the Dragon's Breath bomb inside Yubar. Sam said, "The colonel did it!" "I never doubted the old man," Pax said, mesmerized by the explosion, the likes of which he'd never seen. The sand around the drill site began to shimmer and shift, the ground vibrating as if alive. The implosion started, a dark void forming as the Dragon's Breath ate away at the sand, rock, and everything else in its path. Yet it was not an explosion. It was an implosion. The drill and its operators were the first to go, pulled down into the void as the ground disintegrated beneath them. The armored vehicle, despite its weight, began to slide toward the growing chasm, its wheels churning in the liquefying sand with futility. The soldiers' screams of terror mixed with the roar of the collapse as they, too, were dragged into the abyss. Sam watched in horror and fascination as the ground continued to disappear, the disintegration consuming everything within its reach. The armored vehicle tipped, its front end disappearing into the void, followed by the rest of it as the sand gave way entirely. The soldiers who had been protecting the drill were swallowed up, their tactical gear offering no protection against the relentless force of the Dragon's Breath. It was altering matter at a subatomic level, causing a nuclear chain reaction. Yet instead of producing enormous amounts of heat and power, it simply dissolved the molecules until they became unstable and crumbled. The resultant fire devil looked more like a living specter than a natural weather phenomenon involving a vertically rotating column of wind. This one was translucent, but as sunlight cast down upon it, the storm reflected all the colors of the rainbow like a prism, magnified by intermittent bursts of red, orange, blue, green, and even white flames. It looked sinister and unnatural, evil. The vortex carried with it the screams of anguish, panic, and terror from the soldiers who had been following them below. If this didn't represent Dante's Inferno, nothing did. Within moments, the entire drill site was gone, replaced by a gaping void that seemed to pulse with a dark, otherworldly energy. The ground around it was now a shifting mass of sand and dust, unstable and treacherous. Sam watched the remaining sand begin to flicker a different shade of gray as its molecular structure started to become unstable. "Time to go!" Sam shouted, pulling his team away from the edge of the dune. "We can't stay here!" They scrambled to their feet, moving as quickly as they could across the uneven terrain. The heat of the blast and the smell of burning brimstone filled the air, but they pressed on, driven by the need to escape the implosion's reach. As they put distance between themselves and the void, Sam glanced back, his mind racing. The ancient city of Yubar had been hidden beneath the sands for millennia, and now it was being consumed by a weapon of unimaginable power. The Eurocopter appeared to line the very edge of the Dragon's Breath implosion sphere. Iridescent flames licked at the edge of the downed helicopter. The cold fires spread throughout the crumpled machine before it disintegrated into the sandy void, marking the end of the weapon's destructive force. The grains of sand cascaded into the enormous abyss left by the Dragon's Breath, flowing like a river into the void. The ground trembled as millions of particles tumbled and settled, smoothing out the jagged edges and swallowing the remnants of the drilling site. In a matter of moments, the once gaping chasm was filled. The desert sands shifted and leveled until they formed a seamless expanse, erasing all traces of the cataclysmic event. The sea of sand stretched out under the relentless sun, undisturbed and pristine. The sand covered everything. It looked as though nothing had ever happened. Chapter 96. It was a long trek back to the Nymphaeum. 3 miles through the desert, to be exact. Sam and his team reached the Nymphaeum and the parked Toyota Land Cruiser, along with the Vanderhall Venice GTS, a little before midday. With all the dive gear loaded inside, there was just enough room for Tom, Genevieve, Hugh, and Amira in the Land Cruiser. Pax offered to give Sam a ride back into Aqaba. Sam agreed and asked him to drop him off at the airport on the way. Elise had told him there were a few helicopters on the market there, and he was keen to get one to replace the Eurocopter before they set sail with the Tehillah again. He and Amira shared a long, sweet kiss, and he promised to be back soon, hopefully with a new helicopter, if he had any luck. He then said to Tom, "Make sure you let Caliburn know I'm all right, and I'll be back on board the Tehillah in a few hours." "I will," Tom said. "His premonition has only worsened after you were attacked in Aqaba. He'll be relieved to know that you got out of this one alive." They waved goodbye to the rest of the group and climbed into the small Vanderhall GTS. Pax started the 3-wheel roadster and eased the motorcycle cross sports car onto the desert highway. It was a leisurely 45-minute drive into Aqaba and the main airport. The adrenaline rush had worn off, as well as the triumph of success. It left Sam feeling tired, depleted, dissatisfied, and prone to questioning everything. Post-adrenaline blues was a thing, yet Sam was prepared for the come-down. Ignoring his feelings, he chatted to Pax amiably about life. Sam asked, "What are you going to do now?" "I kind of like the Vanderhall GTS. Maybe I'll speak with the owners and see about increasing the length of my lease." "Sounds good. Then what?" "Then," Pax shrugged, "I don't know. Have a vacation? I have some friends in Tbilisi, Georgia the country, not the U.S. state. I might drive up and visit them. It's only around 1,000 miles away and goes through some interesting places. I'm enjoying this auto cycle. It might make for an interesting trip." "Good for you." Sam asked, "Do you feel better, or are you still just a ghost forced to walk the earth seeking redemption?" "Who knows?" Pax smiled, revealing his movie star sort of grin, his piercing green eyes wide and full of unbidden wonder. "But while this ghost treads the earth, I've decided to have some fun and see a bit of the world." Chapter 97. King Hussein International Airport. Sam stepped into the main terminal of the airport. He talked to someone in a uniform who gave him the directions to the helicopter terminal. Sam followed the underground tunnels that led to the satellite station, away from the main runways that housed the fleet of helicopters. There were a series of travelators, and Sam found himself lazily stepping onto each one and letting them do all the work. It seemed fair. He had been injured and had a bunch of scars and bruises, including some new ones from his recent helicopter crash landing. It had been full on since the Medallion of Petra had been stolen, until it burned a hole in the sand, leading the way to Yubar. He was ready for a break. The travelator finished, bringing him out toward the main helicopter terminal. A woman in her early 60s approached him, speaking with a distinctly American accent. "Are you Mr. Sam Reilly?" Sam nodded. "Yes, ma'am. You must be from the commercial helicopter sales agency." "No, my name is Melissa Young." "Hello, Mrs. Young," Sam said, curious and mildly paranoid about who she was and how she knew his name if she wasn't here as a sales representative. "You're not here to sell me a helicopter?" "No, sir." She smiled politely. Sam frowned. "Are you trying to sell me something else?" "No. I'm here because my husband needs your help." She drew a breath and sighed. "Actually, I've been looking for you for some time. You're almost impossible to track down, you know." Sam stopped. "How did you find me?" "I finally located your friends in Aqaba after someone took me out to the Tehila. Then 2 kind gentlemen, Matthew and Veyron, sent me here. They told me I would find you trying to replace a helicopter." She paused, then asked, "What happened to your helicopter?" "It crashed with me in it," Sam thought, but didn't say. He wasn't going to get into that with a stranger. But his friends had sent this woman his way, so he was inclined to talk to her. Sam cleared his throat. "My helicopter had a problem." "Okay," she said, looking away, not quite willing to meet his gaze. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Sam said. "What can I do for you?" "It's for my husband, actually," she explained. "Okay, what can I do for your husband?" She pressed her lips together, small wrinkles forming between her brows. Abruptly, her soft, pale blue eyes met his, staring imploringly. "I'm really not sure, to be honest." Drawn in, Sam studied her with candid curiosity. He could see she was deeply, sincerely troubled, and of course he wanted to help her. A mirror would say that helping was in his nature. In a softer voice, he asked, "Would you like me to speak to your husband?" She shook her head. "That's really not possible, Mr. Reilly." "It's okay, really. I'm happy to have a chat with him if you think it would help." "I wish you could, but that's really not possible." "Why not?" Sam asked. "I'm afraid I'm not explaining this well." She opened her mouth to speak, but her dry tongue got caught at the top of her mouth. She licked her lips, drew a breath, and said, "You see, my husband is dead." Sam suddenly realized this woman had been crying. He took her hand, holding it gently, his eyes full of empathy. "I'm very sorry for your loss." "That's why he needs your help." "My help?" Sam asked. "What can I do?" She drew another deep breath, struggled to collect her thoughts, and finally said, "My husband was murdered, and I believe you can find the person who did it." "I'm sorry." Sam lifted an incredulous eyebrow, wanting to tell her that he didn't work in homicide, and wasn't this a job for the police? Yet his team had sent her here. They must have had a good reason to do so. He asked, "Who was your husband?" "His name was Darren Young." Sam searched his memory, but had never heard of the man, not as a friend, a distant acquaintance, or even as someone he'd heard about on TV. Nothing. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't recall that name. How do I know him?" She shook her head, seemingly as puzzled as he was. "I'm really not sure." "What did he do?" "He was an entomologist," she said, as though that explained everything. She searched his face for signs of recognition, and when she found none, she added, "He was meant to be working alone in Papua New Guinea, studying a rare type of beetle for the past 6 months." "Okay," Sam said, his voice reserved. He still didn't have a clue where this was going, or what it had to do with him. Mrs. Young persisted. 3 months ago, a private jet crashed in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, killing everyone on board. "Your husband was on that jet?" Sam asked. "Yes," she said, her eyes lighting up as though finally he was following her, and why he was connected. "So, you see, I need your help to find the person who murdered him." Sam gave his most apologetic smile. "Skilled professionals investigate modern aircraft accidents all day, every day, and have been doing so for nearly a century. Airplane crashes in the U.S. fall under the jurisdiction of the Federal Aviation Administration. I'm an archaeologist who spends his time researching ancient myths and legends. Trust me, there are plenty of people out there who are way smarter than me who are already probing into that crash." She shook her head emphatically. "No, you don't understand. My husband requested you specifically." "Me?" Sam said in surprise. "He asked for me?" "Uh-huh," she said. "Don't you see? I must honor his wish on this. My husband might have had an unusual proclivity toward bugs, but he was a loving man, and one of the true geniuses out there. He could have been a rocket scientist or a brain surgeon or whatever career the brightest minds tend to lean toward these days, if he hadn't loved studying bugs so much. So if he tells me you're the man to investigate his murder, well then, I would like you to give him the benefit of the doubt." Frowning with confusion, Sam tried to figure out what he was missing. The woman before him appeared genuinely heartbroken, but she was lively, and her face showed a certain mixture of intelligence and defiant determination he'd seen plenty of times in the mirror. "Okay, let me start again," he said. "Your husband was a bugologist." "It's called entomology," she corrected him. "Sorry, he was an entomologist who was working alone in Papua New Guinea, studying a rare type of beetle for the past 6 months?" "Before the accident, that is." "Right," Sam said. "And then he flew to Jackson, Wyoming." "I don't know," she admitted. "As far as I was aware, my husband spent those 6 months in Papua New Guinea. I've no idea how he even got back into the country, or how he came to be on a private jet." "Where was the jet going?" "No one knows." She sighed. "My husband apparently paid extra to have the pilots lodge their flight plan after they had taken off, but they never had a chance to do that." "But surely they would have known beforehand." "Apparently not. FAA investigators who interviewed the private jet company said Darren Young had asked specifically to pay for 7 hours of flight time, advised he would release the destination as soon as they were in the air." "No flight manifest was found?" She shook her head. "Everything was burned in the crash." Sam thought about the mystery for a minute. "Strange. And you can't think of any reason why your husband would leave Papua New Guinea before the end of his contract there, and not mention it to you?" "No, none whatsoever." She looked at him, her blue eyes full of honesty. "My husband and I were very close. We were lucky, and we had one of those incredible relationships. I know everything about him, but since the crash, I've learned that I have no idea where he's been for the past 6 months before his death, let alone why he died on a private jet on the other side of the planet to where he was meant to be." It was a mystery, but there were plenty of logical explanations. ones that any detective would likely be able to find out pretty quickly. Even so, he asked, "But why me? I still don't know what any of this has to do with me." She stared at him. "There's one more thing I haven't mentioned yet." "Go on," Sam encouraged. "When my husband's private jet entered its fatal descent, he had just enough time to send one last text. That message, all in capital letters, by the way, contained only 3 words." "Really? What was the message?" She stared at him, holding his gaze. "Find Sam Reilly." Utterly speechless, Sam said nothing. "Do you know why my husband thought of you in the last few seconds of his life?" she asked. Sam shook his head. "I have no idea." "Will you help?" Her soft, pleading voice was barely above a whisper. "Mrs. Young," Sam said heavily, "it seems that your husband called for me with his last dying breath. On my honor, I will do my best to find out why." The end. This has been The Medallion of Petra, Sam Reilly, Book 29. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2024 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2024 by Christopher Cartwright. This is David Gilmore. Thank you for listening.